Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Have you seen the weather forecast? The question wasn't spoken in the typical small-talk manner. Rather, it sounded like a screaming missile as Cassie burst through the double doors into the Lilac House banquet room. My heart jumped into my throat at the sudden and ear-piercing interruption. Bad wings, Cass, you scared me. What's wrong? Snow! It's calling for snow. Cassie waved her cell phone at me. I've lived in Beechwood Harbor my entire life, and I can count the times it's snowed on one hand. It never snows here. And this year, not only did we get that freak snowstorm before Christmas, now this, the week before Valentine's Day. What is going on? I suppressed a smile. While I wasn't a meteorologist, I did happen to know what, or rather who, was behind the unexpected white Christmas. Jack Frost had gotten a little carried away while doing his part to make the town festive for Santa Claus's visit. Yes, really. But, short of calling in a favor to Jack, I wasn't sure there was much I could do about the impending flurry. Sadly, Santa hadn't left behind a business card for the ice enthusiast before leaving town back to the North Pole. This is going to be a disaster, Cassie moaned, slumping into the nearest folding chair. We should just cancel the whole thing. Maybe we can still get part of our deposit back on the food and flowers. Do you think Scarlett's already ordered the flowers? Okay, damage control time. Cass, I said gently, a little snow isn't going to kill the event. Most of the attendees live within 30 miles, and I'm sure the county will send plows out to clear the streets. We can talk to Tad over at the hardware store and see if he can loan us some snow blowers. Adam and Nick can help shovel, and I'm sure some of the others on the planning committee can pitch in too. You can throw in free coffees and pastries to sweeten the pot. I'll call the local hotels and see if shuttle services are available in case it gets really bad. We do not have to cancel. Cassie peered up at me. The lines scrunched across her forehead made her look like a sad puppy dog. I smiled. Cassie, I promise it's going to be great. She exhaled. Are you sure? Promise, I replied, offering her my pinky. I'll call Jack Frost myself if that's what it takes. I won't let this event fall apart. Okay. She laughed and hooked her pinky with mine. While you're at it, give the Easter Bunny a jingle and remind him I like the dark chocolate caramels. I nodded. Dark chocolate caramels. Got it. Cassie sighed heavily as she pushed to her feet. This whole singles weekend is turning me into a basket case. When I first volunteered to head up the planning committee, I had no idea how stressful it would be. Well, it would help if Hannah Stoll would stop breathing down your neck, I replied, crossing the room to continue putting tablecloths on the last two folding tables. She's just bitter that she's laid up with that ACL tear and can't be here to bark at everyone in person. She's called me 3 times already this morning, Cassie said, coming to help me. Our small town of Beechwood Harbor was a known tourist spot in the summer months. The Washington coastline was beautiful year-round, but the tourists tended only to come out when the weather turned. The city council had recently been pushing for ideas to bring in more tourists during the other 9 months of the year. After much deliberation, it was decided that the town would hold a singles week leading up to Valentine's Day weekend. One of the ladies on the council had read about an event in Ireland that drew in thousands of people for a month-long singles event. No one in town had the energy for an event on that scale, so we decided to host an event starting Tuesday and going clear through Saturday evening, with a send-off breakfast Sunday morning. Valentine's Day itself fell on a Friday, which gave us plenty of time to match people up in time for the holiday. Somehow, poor Cassie managed to get roped into planning and organizing the entire thing. As soon as she realized how big of a bite she'd chomped off, she put up the BFF bat signal, and I came swooping into her rescue. As soon as Christmas was over, we found ourselves up to our armpits in spreadsheets, candy hearts, and papier-mâché cupids. I didn't mind helping her, but the event had kind of taken on a life of its own, and I was ready for it to finally be here, mostly so it could end. I still don't know what possessed me to take this on, Cassie said, running her finger along the tablecloth to smooth away a crease in the pale pink fabric. I smiled and kept my opinion to myself. From my vantage point, Cassie had been manipulated into taking on the role. Hannah Stoll usually headed up events like this, but she'd suffered an ACL tear on a ski vacation with her family, and her husband begged her to take a step back and focus on her recovery. With her out of the way, some of the older ladies on the council pounced on Cassie like a pack of lionesses going after Bambi. Cassie was married to the town's police chief, and the ladies on the council were eager to groom Cassie into the town's head event planner, thus cementing Chief Lincoln and her as Beechwood's primary power couple. Word on the street, according to my favorite gossipy ghost, Gwen, was that Chief would eventually be asked to run for mayor, and Cassie gaining experience running big town-wide events was only a sample of what was to come. Valentine's Day weekend was her first test, and I wasn't going to let her fail, even if it took a little magic. "It's going to be fine, Cassie," I told her as I secured the last tablecloth. That done, I started dumping packages of candy hearts into crystal bowls that would serve as our centerpieces, alongside some understated floral arrangements for the welcome brunch. We've got everything under control. Well, besides the weather, but we have workarounds there, too. You'll see. It's going to be great. The event was being held at the Lilac House, a stately inn that had once been a historic mansion. A few years back, a home renovation show had come to town and renovated the property into a charming inn. It had a large event space that would be our home base throughout the week. We had a myriad of events planned, each night with its own activity. We'd arranged a bachelor-bachelorette auction, where some of the town's most eligible singles were being auctioned off for charity. There would be a few different singles mixers, a romantic Italian dinner on Valentine's Day itself, and then a big masquerade gala on the final evening. It had been a ton of work over the last 8 weeks, but we were in the home stretch now. All we had to do was keep calm and... "Oh no!" Cassie yelped. I jolted, sending half a pack of candy hearts skittering across the table. "What now?" I asked, biting back the snarl from my voice as I gathered the wayward hearts. "Oops, sorry," Cassie said, scrambling to help clean up the chalky candies. "I just got a message from Kira. The champagne order got dropped off at Siren Song instead of here." I blinked. "And?" "I don't have room for all that at the shop," Cassie huffed. She stuffed her phone back into the pocket of her jacket and headed for the door. "I have to go pick it up and bring it here. Maybe Tad will let me borrow a dolly. If not, I can..." "Cass," I interrupted. She turned, one hand on the doorknob. "Breathe," I reminded her, holding my hands out, thumb and index fingers forming small circles. I closed my eyes. Inhale, exhale, repeat. When I opened my eyes, she was gone. "Bat wings," I muttered. I'd never seen Cassie so spun up before. The event was a big deal, but even still, there had to be something else bugging her. Were she and her newly minted mister having problems? Was there such a thing as the 7-month itch? I shook my head, dismissing the theory, and went back to work. With Cassie out of my way, I was free to let my magic off its leash. A few swishes of my hands sent fairy lights and strands of white tulle flying toward the ceiling. The decorations affixed themselves to the hooks in the ceiling tiles. No stepladder required. Another flurry of swipes, and the chairs moved into their places around the tables. Candles organized themselves around the bowls of candies, placemats plopped onto tables, and gold charger plates flew through the air like shiny UFOs. The caterers would bring the flatware, glasses, and dishes, so I didn't have to worry about that. The event space already had a lovely chandelier in the center of the room, and with the newly added twinkle lights, the room had a soft, romantic glow in every corner. The linens were soft, understated pink, and I'd talked Cassie out of putting up the fat cherub statue she'd found at a local antique shop. Well, okay, I'd broken one of them accidentally and convinced her that without its mate, the statue would look out of place. A bar sat in one corner, ready to be decorated with the swag of fresh greenery and flowers Scarlett Sanderson would bring by the following morning before the welcome brunch. A few vases also sat empty, ready for her arrangements. I'd ordered roses, lilies, and hydrangea. No carnations or baby's breath were to be allowed in the door. Some rose petals would go on the tables, completing the centerpieces without adding tall obstacles to deter conversation. It was going to be perfect. I smiled to myself and flicked off the lights. I'd left my purse and coat with Justine, the sweet brunette at the front desk. As she handed me my things, I made sure she was going to come to at least one of the night's events. Gwen had informed me that Justine had recently gone through a nasty breakup. I'd promised Gwen I would do my best to wrangle the 20-something to the singles event. "See you tomorrow morning," I said, twinkling my fingers at the woman before swinging open the lilac house's front door and stepping out into the street. Brr! I shuddered against the cold and tucked my chin into the collar of my quilted coat, a gift from Santa Claus himself. It certainly felt cold enough to snow. I peered up into the night sky and pleaded silently with Jack Frost, on the off chance that was how the system worked, for a break. Plea offered, I hurried up the hill towards home. A strange car was parked in the driveway, right behind my roommate Evangeline's sporty little convertible. Did we have visitors? I couldn't remember anyone mentioning company, but maybe I'd missed something. Between running my potions business in the Seattle Haven and helping Cassie with the singles event, something might have slipped through the cracks of my memory. I opened the door, and my familiar, a chubby tabby cat named Boots, came bounding down the hallway from my bedroom. He crashed his head into my shins and then wrapped himself around my ankle. I laughed and removed my gloves before stooping over to pet him. Hey, Bootsy, what's wrong? Did Adam forget to feed you dinner? I straightened and let out a surprised cough at finding a strange man, dressed in a navy blue suit, standing 3 feet away, a clipboard in his hands. Hello? The man, a wiry fellow with salt and pepper hair and round spectacles, glanced down at his paperwork and then back up at me. Miss Bolt, I presume? Yes, I'm Holly. Who are you? I glanced around the informal living room, looking for any sign of my roommates. Boots rammed his shoulder into the other ankle. Pierre Ancel, the man said, with a hint of a French accent. He didn't bother to offer me a handshake. I am here on behalf of the Supernatural Protection Agency to inspect the home and form a proposal for the needed renovations. Renovations? No, that can't be right. Posey doesn't want any renovations done. I took a few steps toward him. Where is she? Does she know you're here? Posey has already granted the home to the SPA. The agency has agreed to not demolish the home or to sell it without her permission, but renovations must be made in order to get the home up to date and ready for guests. Guests? I nearly choked on the word. What guests? We're not guests here, we're tenants. We all pay rent to Posey and now to you, or someone like you, I guess. But we're... Miss Bolt, Pierre interrupted with a sharp tone. As I've explained to your housemates, there will be a meeting this evening at 6:30 to discuss the SPA's plans for the property. Kindly hold your questions until then. I have work to do. He turned away without waiting for my reply and began scribbling with a pen as he walked into the formal dining room. I looked down at Boots, my mouth hanging open. He offered a slow blink, as if to say he couldn't believe the nerve of the guy either. With a swish of his tail, he changed course toward the kitchen. All right, priorities, I muttered, following after him. I expected the cat to go to the cupboard where I kept his canned food, but instead, he leapt up onto one of the chairs gathered around the farmhouse-style table, joining Adam, Evangeline, and Harmony. Hey, Holly, Evangeline said. Adam got up from the table and came to wrap me in a warm embrace. Hey, gorgeous. How was the day? Busy, I said on an exhale. I don't think I've sat down all day. He kissed me. Sounds like you need a foot massage. We get it. You two are adorable, Harmony groaned. Take some pity on those of us who aren't as deliriously happy and in love. Adam chuckled and gave me one more quick kiss before returning to his seat at the table. Good news, Harmony. They're shipping in a bunch of single dudes this weekend. You can find your very own foot masseur. Doubtful, she replied, her tone crabby. I thumbed over my shoulder at the closed swinging door that partitioned the living spaces off from the kitchen and informal eating area. Anyone know what's going on out there? Some French dude just told me they're planning on renovating the manor. Has anyone told Posey? Adam snorted. I don't think any of us want to spark off a hurricane in the living room. He told me that Posey doesn't get any say over whether or not the SPA renovates the house. How can that be possible? When Posey told us she was selling the house, she made it sound like the SPA had agreed to keep it as is. Evangeline frowned into her mug of tea. It sounds like there were some negotiations. Maybe she had to give a little. I sighed. Well, great. On top of everything else, we have strangers prowling around our house. And what about this meeting we're supposed to be having tonight? Adam glanced up at the large clock hanging above the door. Yeah, he told us too, about 10 minutes ago when he first got here. How considerate. I sagged into a chair across from Adam. Boots sat on his left, and I smiled at the way his little orange ears peeked over the edge of the table as he tried to be a part of the conversation. "I don't know why you two are worried about it," Harmony said. "You'll get married and bust out of here long before the contractor takes down the first wall." Adam and I exchanged a look across the table. We'd been engaged for a few months now, but besides a shiny new ring on my finger, nothing else had changed. We hadn't thrown an engagement party or even started discussing wedding plans. Adam was busy with his work, and I had a new business that took up most of my energy. I hadn't so much as bought a wedding magazine. The 3 on my nightstand had been forced on me by Cassie, and their spines weren't yet creased. "What's up with you today?" I asked Harmony. "You're grouchy. Why?" She tossed her barely shoulder-length hair as she exhaled. It was currently dyed brown with electric blue streaks. "I got dumped." I blinked. "I didn't even know you were dating someone." How was that possible? Harmony was more than my roommate and friend. She was also my apprentice. We worked together, lived together, and spent most of our social hours either together or in close proximity. If she'd been dating someone, it wouldn't have escaped my notice. "You've been busy with the Valentine's stuff," she replied, her tone still sour. I frowned. "I'm sorry, Harmony, I didn't realize." The young witch shrugged. "It's fine. The guy was a sleaze anyway." Evangeline patted Harmony's shoulder. We all knew that Harmony's radar was set to bad boy, but so far, none of us had figured out how to move its needle. Evangeline looked up at me, her expression worried. I gave an understanding nod. We'd find someone nice for Harmony, even if it meant sweet-talking the poor guy into wearing a studded leather belt and getting at least one thing on his body pierced. The kitchen door pushed open, and Pierre stood in the doorway. "I've just received a call back to the agency. Would you like to reschedule the meeting, or do you have a few minutes now to discuss the new arrangements?" I shot to my feet. "We're ready now." "Very well." Pierre sniffed and then left the kitchen, apparently giving a silent invitation to join him in the other room. Adam, Evangeline, and Harmony scrambled out of the kitchen. I held the door for Boots, and then followed. We smashed together on the couch, Boots at my feet, and Pierre stood at the mantel, still hugging his clipboard. "This is all of you?" I glanced down the line, then nodded. "Besides Posey?" Pierre waved a hand, dismissing our ghost landlady, or former landlady, altogether. "Good. As I mentioned, I have business back at headquarters, so I'll make this short. The SBA is converting the Beechwood Manor into an inn for supernatural guests. It seems this town has become something of a hotspot, and the agency would like to have a dedicated place for supernaturals to stay when they are in town. We will be converting the attic into a live-work chamber for the SPA-appointed caretaker, and all of the bedrooms will be converted into guest suites. Where we're standing now will be renovated to include a check-in desk and a coffee cart." Pierre smiled at this, clearly proud of the idea. "Wait a second," Adam interjected, holding up one hand. "Did you say all of the rooms?" Pierre inclined his pointed chin. "That's correct." He released the clip of the clipboard and gathered a handful of pages. With quick, efficient fingers, he handed a sheet to each of us before stepping back. "As part of the arrangements with your former landlady, you've each been granted a generous stipend to assist your moving expenses. You have 90 days to vacate your rented rooms." My jaw dropped open, but my throat was suddenly bogged down with cotton balls. I couldn't even sputter out a string of words, let alone form a complete sentence. Pierre, likely sensing an uproar, quickly jumped to attention and flashed a smile. "Should any questions arise in the coming days, you may direct them to your contact at the agency. Her name and phone number are printed at the bottom of your paperwork. Thank you, and good evening." He zipped to the front door and jetted out of the manor as fast as his fancy loafers could carry him. Chapter 2. 90 days? It was the third time I'd repeated it over the span of 5 minutes, and yet it still made no sense, as if the words themselves were from a foreign language. I looked at Adam. 90 days? With a snarl, he crumpled the paper in his hands and pitched the ball into the fireplace. "Jackals, all of them." "I just can't imagine Posey agreed to this," Evangeline exclaimed, still staring dumbstruck at her own sheet of paper. "No wonder she's been MIA today," Adam grumbled. "She probably knew the bomb was dropping and decided to make herself scarce." Adam had lived in the Beechwood Manor for 5 years. He was the longest-term resident and had every right to feel betrayed. We all did, as far as I was concerned. Last year, Posey had disappeared for over a month, only to return with the ground-shattering news that she and her husband Earl had decided to sell the manor to the SBA. She'd only recently been reunited with her husband's ghost, after a century haunting their former home without him. The pair finally felt ready to leave behind the small town they'd founded, and part of that meant giving up their ties to the historic mansion they'd had custom-built for their family while they'd been alive. In the wake of her announcement, it had been hard enough to imagine living at the Beechwood Manor without Posey. Leaving entirely was almost unthinkable. Sure, Adam and I had talked about moving out before, but every time the conversation was raised, we backed off and decided that nowhere else would truly feel like home. Now, the choice was out of our hands, and it stung. Harmony was the first of us to recover. She stood up, calmly folded the paper, and tucked it into the back pocket of her ripped-up black jeans. "Well, guess that's that." I stared at her. "That's all you have to say about it?" She shrugged. "There's nothing else to say. They've made up their minds and we're getting the boot. I've been thinking about looking for a place in the Seattle Haven anyway. It would be easier to get to work, and there would be more stuff to do. It's not like Beechwood has a lot going on. Not to mention what a pain it is to try and remember not to use magic out in public. I'm used to living in a haven where it doesn't matter. Here it's like skulking around, keeping secrets all the time. Don't you guys ever get sick of living like you're in the witness protection program or something?" I eyed my apprentice warily. She'd never complained about not using magic in public before. Where was all of this coming from? I cleared my throat, ridding it of the ball of emotion that had settled. "Beechwood Harbor is our home, Harmony," I said gently. "For us, it's not as simple as just packing a bag and finding a new apartment in the Seattle Haven." Harmony shrugged. "I'm just saying, life would be easier if you didn't always have to worry about someone accidentally finding out the truth about us." She strode toward the front door. Grabbing a denim jacket off the pegs by the doors, she waved to us. "I'm going out. See you guys later." "That was weird, wasn't it?" Adam asked when she'd gone. "A little," Evangeline replied, looking to me. "Is she not happy here? With us?" I shook my head. No clue. She seemed fine yesterday at work. I took today off to help Cassie with the singles event, but I gave her a week's notice, and she didn't seem upset about holding down things at the shop all alone. "I'll go talk to her," Evangeline said, as she got to her feet. She looked dressed for a night out, but then, that was Evangeline. The former actress seemed camera-ready even when wearing her pajamas. Tonight, she wore a sweater dress over a pair of plum leggings, gold hoop earrings jangled in her hair, standing out against her glossy raven locks. She'd recently cut her hair. It used to fall to the tops of her thighs, but now stopped midway down her back. She still wore it in braids or long, loose waves, and tonight, 2 jeweled combs held large sections away from her face. My own dark jeans and flannel shirt seemed woefully at odds. But I'd learned to live with the feeling over the years we'd been roomies. I'd go broke or insane, likely both, if I tried to keep up with the ex-starlet. Evangeline hurried out the front door, chasing after Harmony, and I turned to Adam. His face was pinched as he watched the last of the eviction notice reduced to ashes in the fireplace. The room was starting to cool down, and I got up to add a log to the dwindling flames. Rubbing my hands over my upper arms, I turned back around to face him. "You okay?" He nodded, but didn't meet my eyes. I frowned. "Adam?" "I'm just surprised, that's all. I didn't think Posey would end things on this kind of note." My heart twisted. I didn't either. Slowly, he braced his hands on his thighs and pushed up to his feet. "It was a long day already, and now this." I offered a small smile. "McNally's?" Adam chuckled, but his own smile didn't fully warm his dark brown eyes. "I could use something stronger to drink than a Coke." "Agreed. I'll go grab my—" Boots jumped onto the coffee table before I could finish my sentence, and I laughed at the stern look on his fuzzy orange face. "Don't worry, Bootsy, I didn't forget. I'll get him some dinner and then I'm going to change into some comfy shoes. I made the mistake of wearing these boots all day, and let me tell you, they were not made for walking." Adam snorted.
Go change, I'll handle Mr. Picky. What's he doing these days, the blue or green cans?
Blue, I replied, already heading past the staircase to the hallway that led to my room. We exited the house a few minutes later, the fire extinguished and the cat fed. Adam took my hand and we started down the hill, back into the center of town. Beechwood Harbor was small enough that we walked everywhere. Evangeline was the only one of us with a car. Adam, Harmony, and I commuted to the Seattle Haven through a magical portal in the root cellar of a nearby bungalow, whereas Evangeline walked to the day spa she owned and operated in the middle of town. The car was good for emergencies, of which we'd had a few over the years, but it certainly wasn't necessary in the small town. McNally's was the town's main watering hole, but they also served a full menu for lunch and dinner. It was Adam's favorite eatery, and we wound up there most weeknights, especially now that we'd both been working 60-plus-hour weeks.
So how are things going with the singles week? He asked, when we were a few yards away from the manor.
Well, if you ask Cassie, the sky is falling, I replied with a grin. But I'm feeling pretty optimistic about it. Adam chuckled.
What's Cassie worried about?
I gestured up at the sky. Snow. She thinks if we get a bunch of snow, no one will show up and the whole thing will be ruined.
Aha,
he smiled.
I'll bet it takes more than a little snow to keep away all the frisky singles.
I laughed. That's what I told her. I mean, where else are people supposed to meet around here? It's not like there are a lot of nightclubs or singles bars between here and Pine Shoals.
Not all of us can be so lucky as to have their dream girl walk through the front door of their house with a suitcase.
Adam teased, giving me a sly wink. I laughed. Very smooth, St. James. He gave a self-satisfied smile and adjusted his collar.
Thanks.
Although, based on your former reputation, it seems you did pretty well in the dating department long before I moved into the manor. You were the rakish shifter with an eye for the ladies before I had my way with you. Adam laughed.
Rakish, huh?
I didn't call you Casanova for no reason, I reminded him, delivering a playful poke to his ribs.
Oh, I remember. Then there was that fun period of time when you thought I was going to dump you so I could ask Evie out.
I winced. He chuckled and drew me closer to his side.
You were pretty mean to her. It's kind of a wonder you two are friends now.
I laughed softly. Luckily, she's a far better person than I am.
You going to ask her to be a bridesmaid?
Adam asked. Only if she agrees to wear the world's ugliest bridesmaid's dress. I'm talking puke green with shiny taffeta ribbons and a truckload of tulle and sequins. It's the only way I'll compete for attention. Adam rolled his eyes and I giggled. What about you? Who are you going to ask to be your groomsmen? He hitched one shoulder.
I hadn't really thought about it much yet. I guess it depends on how many ladies you end up with. I'll have to steal Nick from the Friends of the Bride section of the guest list.
I'll let you borrow him for the day, I teased. You've probably got some time to come up with a few others.
First and foremost, we need to pick a day,
Adam replied. Maybe after we move, I said, not bothering to soften the bitterness in my voice. The stipend will help a little bit, but I'm still not sure how we're going to scrape together money to move. It's not just the new place that will cost money. We'll have to do everything. Dishes, furniture, a TV, curtains. It would be nice if we could have waited to move until after the wedding. At least that way we would have had time to register for wedding gifts.
I have some in savings,
Adam reminded me. Frowning, I continued. I also still don't know where to land on whether or not we should stay here in Beechwood Harbor or give in and move to the Seattle Haven. Sounds like Harmony is leaning that way. And I mean, I understand why, but I'm just not sure it's right for us, you know? I glanced up at Adam when he didn't answer. He dropped my hand and reached up to rub the back of his neck.
There is one other option I've been meaning to mention.
I cut him a sideways glance. Oh, yeah? He exhaled.
My dad called me last week.
I groaned. I didn't even need to hear the rest of the sentence to know that I wasn't going to like where it ended up. Adam?
Hold on, gorgeous.
I set my jaw, but nodded, prompting him to continue.
I was venting about work, and he told me about an opening in his department. It wouldn't be the same thing I'm doing now, of course, but the money is good, and it's a stable job. He also told me that a couple of their rentals are coming available this spring. Long-term tenants moving out, that kind of thing. One of them is a nice little starter home, with a backyard and all that, inside the Boston Haven limits.
I stopped walking. Wait a second. You aren't seriously considering this, are you? Adam hesitated as he turned around to face me.
No, not seriously. But I told him I'd ask you. even though I knew you'd never go for it.
So, if it was just you, you'd go?
No! He grabbed my hands. I like it here. This is my home. Our home. But Holly, we're being pushed out, and right now we don't have a place to land.
We have 90 days to find one.
That's not a lot of time, Adam countered. I kind of figured when we left the manor it would be so we could move into our first home. But there isn't enough time to buy a house, not now.
So we'll rent something in the meantime. We can go talk to Lucy tomorrow. She got her real estate license last summer. I mean, come on, how perfect would it be to have an actual mind reader as our agent? I smiled, but the joke didn't quite land the way I'd intended. If anything, Adam looked more miserable. I took a step closer. What is it? What aren't you telling me? Adam's gaze fell to the frost-coated sidewalk between us.
It's not working out. Me working at the agency. My heart sank.
He'd been tasked with integrating modern technology into the magically protected community known as the Seattle Haven. Combining the magic world with the human one was a larger task than either of them had anticipated. I'd known for months that things were tense between Adam and his boss. Agent Mache wanted results, and currently Adam wasn't able to give them. Regardless of how many long nights Adam pulled, the project was stalled out. You want to quit? I asked, withholding any judgment from my tone. He shook his head, still staring at the glittering cement. His answer didn't surprise me. Adam wasn't a quitter. Recognition dawned, sending a sick little swoop through my stomach. You got fired? Adam's dark eyes flicked up to mine.
Not yet, but I'd say the paperwork is likely already drawn up and stashed in Mache's drawer.
Batwings. I'm so sorry, Adam. He exhaled long and slow.
It is what it is. I can't figure out how to keep things online, not without major changes to the magic protecting and concealing the Haven from the rest of Seattle. And I don't know enough about the magic to offer helpful suggestions. Everything about the magic is classified, and it requires a ton of red tape cutting just to get answers to simple questions. A few weeks ago, Mache brought in this wizard guy to work with me, but all he does is shoot down every idea I throw at him. He doesn't offer any kind of alternative solution, says that's not his job. I told Mache to get me someone else, and he refused. I'm pretty sure this is the last resort, and I'm telling you, it's going down quick.
Suddenly, his dad's job offer made sense. But Boston? That was so far away from everything. Everyone. I'd have to start all over again, if that was even possible.
I want to throw the biggest, baddest wedding ever. And I want to take you on a honeymoon, anywhere you want to go, and I want to buy us a house.
He trailed off, his gaze drifting.
But now?
Adam. I squeezed his hands and waited until he returned to me. I don't need a big wedding or an expensive 5-star honeymoon. We have time for all that. Right now, what matters is that we're happy. Well, that and the whole roof over our heads thing. A hint of a smile emerged.
Right. Details, details.
I placed a hand on his cheek. We'll call Lucy in the morning. She can start looking for houses while I'm up to my eyeballs in this Valentine's stuff.
Okay.
We'd reached McNally's front doors anyway, leaving a perfect spot to drop the conversation, and the warm pub welcomed us with open arms. Chapter 3. To Cassie's relief, the snow held off long enough for the majority of the Singles Week attendees to get into Beechwood Harbor safely. I spent the morning manning the table by the Lilac House's front door, welcoming people to the event. I handed out name tags and pointed the arrivals toward the adjoining event space, where a buffet-style brunch was laid out. By the time the pitchers of mimosas ran dry, we'd welcomed all but 3 of the weekend's registered guests. You know, if it snows now, it would maybe be kind of romantic, don't you think? Cassie swooned as we stood in the corner surveying the bustling activity. We'd foregone a formal seating chart for all of the events, instead opting for an arrangement that would allow for mingling. From the looks of it, we'd made the right choice. Everyone was smiling and laughing, a few couples already splitting off from the rest of the group. Even those who'd come in with anxiety written all over their faces looked to be relaxing into the festivities. I have a team of shovelers on standby just in case, I told Cassie. Cassie smiled. Thanks, Holly. Sorry I was so nuts yesterday. I don't know what I would do without your help on all this. I laughed. I think Chief should send me some kind of fruit arrangement. Cassie giggled. I'll pass along the suggestion. How are you two doing? I asked. Settling into newlywed life?
Oh, yeah. The hardest part has been my dad's move. Phoenix feels so far away.
Cassie sighed.
We're going down there this summer for a visit.
Cassie's father had fallen in love with his home healthcare worker, and the two had recently moved to Arizona for warmer weather in hopes of helping with his medical conditions. Cassie was close to her father, and I knew it must be wearing on her not to see him every day. That will be nice, I replied. I've never been to Arizona before.
Oh, it's great. They bought a little townhouse. It has a little backyard patio, but it's all hardscape, so he doesn't have to worry about trying to keep up with a lawn. And there's a nice guest room for whenever Kira or I want to go and stay.
I smiled. It sounds great, Cass. I'm sure he's missing you, though. Cassie's eyes glossed over, and she gave a slight nod. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Cassie was one of my closest friends, and while it was hard to keep my secrets, we'd been close since I moved to Beechwood Harbor. She reached up and flicked away a stray tear and gave me a watery smile.
What about you? You're the next one to get on the newlywed train. Have you and Adam started planning anything yet?
Not yet. I think we'd like to do something pretty small, maybe down on the beach with just a few friends and family members. Keep it simple.
Simple sounds wonderful, Cassie replied. I think by the end of all the planning, Jeffrey and I were both wishing we'd just gone off and eloped.
You know half the town would have hunted you down and crashed it anyway, I told her with a laugh. Cassie gave a knowing nod and a little eye roll.
Tell me about it. I swear I can't even go into the grocery store without one of the town biddies asking if I'm pregnant. Apparently half of my wardrobe makes me look like I'm knocked up. I can't tell you how many shirts and dresses I've shoved to the back of the closet over the last few months.
I laughed. Oh, Cass, you don't look pregnant. They're just being nosy. Cassie frowned.
Mrs. Wilmer said she has her knitting club working on baby booties and blankets already.
I covered my mouth to keep from cackling. It wasn't all that funny, at least not from Cassie's point of view. Cassie pointed a finger at me.
Just you wait. You and Adam will get the same treatment as soon as you say I do.
My smile faltered. I wasn't going to tell Cassie that there was a chance we wouldn't be living in Beechwood Harbor long enough for the knitters to even select a color scheme. There was no point in panicking everyone before a final decision had been made. Well, tell them I like mint green, I replied, grinning at my distraught friend. Gender neutral, but still soft and sweet. Cassie snorted a laugh as she rolled her eyes.
Oh, they'll love that.
Across the room, one of the French doors opened and Merrill Miller slipped into the event space. I perked, my brow furrowed. What's Merrill doing here? I held up a finger to Cassie and scurried across the room to greet her. Merrill was an agent with the SPA, and while she lived in Beechwood Harbor, she wasn't on the guest list, seeing as she was currently dating our local private investigator, Nick Rivers. Does Nick know you're here? I teased, smiling as I approached the athletically built blonde. She wore black leggings with a vibrant purple hoodie. It looked like she'd just come from a run, not a trace of makeup on her rosy skin, and her long blonde tresses were pulled back in a high ponytail. She didn't smile back at me. Instead, her eyes narrowed. You. I stopped short. Me? Merrill charged forward. When were you going to tell me that Nick was one of your victims? Victims? I blinked. Merrill, what in the other world are you talking about? She grabbed my arm and wheeled me toward the nearest corner. I batted a fern leaf out of my face as she careened me into the large potted plant. Merrill was shorter and thinner than me, but her small frame was packed with lithe muscles. She was an accomplished witch, having served as an SPA warden before going to the academy to become an agent. The woman was a force to be reckoned with, even without her magic. Merrill, I squeaked, what is going on? She crossed her arms over her chest. Nick just told me he's being auctioned off at this event you're putting on tonight? A bachelor auction? Oh, I smiled, but it froze under Merrill's icy glare. Stars, why was everyone so edgy? Merrill, it's not what you think. Obviously, I know Nick and you are dating. I'm not trying to undermine that. You should know that I wouldn't pull something like that. Nick signed up to be auctioned off months ago, probably before you two got serious. It's for charity. Uh-huh. Merrill gave a firm nod. So I'm just supposed to stand by and watch some woman buy my boyfriend for the night? Kind of? I flinched. I mean, we could auction you off too, if that would help.
Meryl's nostrils flared. I held out my hands.
Kidding, Meryl, I was just kidding.
What are the expectations that go along with this whole thing? She demanded.
Meryl, come on. I frowned. What kind of a question is that? It's just for fun. He'll go to dinner with the woman who wins the auction. It's harmless. Did you talk to Nick about this? I mean, he knows what he volunteered for.
Meryl exhaled and dropped her arms to her sides. He said it was nothing to worry about, but I still don't understand how any of this happened. I mean, sure, he volunteered. But why is he going through with it? Is he not happy with me? Does he want to see what his other options are? I'm not blind. I see how women look at him. He's handsome, funny. He has his own business, a nice condo and car. He's a catch.
I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing at her very real distress.
Meryl, I promise it's harmless.
All in good fun. I mean, this is Nick we're talking about. He's not the kind to stray.
And besides that, he's crazy about you. The man got you a diamond pendant for Christmas like 2 months ago.
A guy doesn't shell out for that kind of gift if he's still keeping his options open. Technically speaking, Santa had helped out with the necklace, but Nick's intentions had been in the right place, even if the pricey gift hadn't shown up on his personal Amex statement. Tentatively, I reached out and placed a hand on Meryl's shoulder. The ladies on the planning committee started recruiting people for this thing last summer, I told her. They probably cornered Nick and pounced on him. What was he supposed to say? You know how he gets. A hint of a smile tugged at Meryl's lips.
He is a little hopeless sometimes, isn't he?
It's cute. He doesn't like disappointing people. I promise, Meryl, he didn't go seeking out the opportunity.
Meryl's shoulders relaxed, and she drew in a breath. Ugh, now I feel ridiculous.
She winced as she met my eyes.
I'm sorry, Holly. I shouldn't have come down here and pounced on you like that.
No worries, I replied, dropping my hand. I offered her an easy smile. Now I suggest you go to Siren Song and order an extra large mocha, extra whipped cream, and chocolate sprinkles, and go tell Nick the same thing.
Meryl nodded. Good call. I might need to go out and get him another gift for Valentine's Day, too. I swear this holiday makes everyone crazy.
She thanked me again and bounced out of the event hall light on her feet. A stark difference to the way she'd entered the event space. I watched her go and wondered if that was where Harmony's grumpiness stemmed from, too. Getting dumped was one thing, but dumped right before Valentine's Day was an extra dose of awful. As I wandered back to check in with Cassie, I made a mental note to take her home one of the floral arrangements and an extra gift bag we'd put together for the singles event. I couldn't be her Valentine, but I could still make sure she got a little pampering this weekend. Do I hear 300? 350? Going once? Twice? Sold! Number 95, come collect your bachelor. A petite brunette scrambled forward and dragged Calvin Monroe, a local contractor, off the stage by his Hugo Boss tie. Turns out Calvin looked just as good in a suit as he did in his Carhartts and work boots. From the smile on his face, he didn't have any complaints about the winner. Evangeline whooped and hollered along with the crowd from her place on the stage. She'd volunteered to be our auctioneer for the evening and was doing a fantastic job keeping up with the rowdy crowd. All right, ladies and gents, let's see who our next bachelor is. She peeked at her note cards, and a wicked grin spread across her face. Let's hear it for Beechwood's sexiest private eye, Nick Rivers. The crowd cheered, and a beet red-faced Nick stumbled up onto the stage. He wore a navy suit with a crisp white shirt with a blue and gold necktie. His short brown hair was shiny, like he'd put some styling product in, and I noticed a flash of gold at his wrists as he fidgeted, unintentionally showcasing a pair of expensive cufflinks. Evangeline tossed him a wink. All right, ladies, bust out those checkbooks because we're going to start the bidding at $100. A cascade of catcalls rang through the crowd. $300. Evangeline blinked at the cry from the back of the room. She held her note cards to shield the glare of the portable spotlight in front of the makeshift stage. Meryl? The crowd swung around toward the source, then began parting as the blonde pushed her way to the front. She held a fistful of bills above her head. That's right, $300. $400. Another woman shouted from somewhere off to the right of the stage. I laughed into my hands at the look of murder in Meryl's eyes. Oh no, that lady has no idea what kind of hornet's nest she just kicked. Adam stood beside me, a spectator to the madness, his eyes glittering.
You were right, this is fun. I didn't know we were getting front row seats to a chick fight.
$450, Meryl shouted at the woman before swinging her narrowed gaze to the dumbstruck bachelor. Nick, you pick the winner. Evangeline sputtered into the mic.
Well, Meryl, that's not exactly how it works. It's an...
Meryl jumped onto the stage and took Nick's hand. He's my boyfriend. I'm buying him. Nick's cheeks turned an even darker shade of red, the color seeping up to his hairline.
Honey, this is really sweet, but we talked about this, remember?
Meryl shrugged. I'm playing by the rules. My money is good here too, isn't it?
Yes,
Evangeline said, flashing a nervous smile at the crowd.
Right. Okay. So the current bid is $450. Going once? Twice?
Sold, Meryl shouted, waving the handful of money. Who do I give this to? Cassie hurried onto the stage and shooed the pair off to the other end.
Well, that was exciting,
Evangeline said, trying to rein in the restless crowd.
Let's move on to our next bachelor.
As Evangeline made the next introduction, I tapped Adam on the shoulder. I'm going to get a drink. You want anything?
I'll go. You stay here.
Long Island, I told him, as he pressed a quick kiss to my temple. He wove through the crowd to get to the bar, and I shifted my attention to the stage. Harmony was bidding on the town pediatrician, Ted Schultz, and I hollered for her as she bid against two of the other ladies in the audience. Evangeline wrapped the bidding a little quicker than she probably should have and declared Harmony the winner. I smiled as she collected her date, even as I mentally braced myself for claims of having a rigged auction. Adam returned as Evangeline called Lizzie, Scarlett Sanderson's flower shop assistant, onto the stage as the night's first bachelorette.
Holly, we have a problem.
I craned around to look at the bar. Don't tell me we ran out of ice already?
No.
Adam gripped my elbow.
There are vampires here.
Chapter 4. Vampires? I repeated, a little too loudly. Luckily, everyone was enthralled by the auction and didn't pay any attention to my outburst.
See that blonde over there, flirting with the bartender?
Adam said, gesturing with his chin.
Vamp. And the guy next to her with the tattoos? He's with her. They've got your bartender glamored into giving them free drinks. Oh, for Merlin's sake.
I sighed and glanced around the room. Meryl wasn't anywhere nearby, likely off with Nick. If the vamps were up to no good, it would be nice to have an SPA agent for backup. Are they wearing name tags? I don't remember seeing them come in. Adam shook his head.
I didn't see any. You want me to get rid of them?
I weighed my options. Adam could handle the task, no problem, but kicking them out would likely cause a scene. It was the first night of the event, and Cassie was already nervous enough about things running smoothly. In general, vampires were something of an unknown variable. For the most part, they were just like the rest of the supernatural community. They wanted a safe place to live, work, and enjoy their own social circle without fear of humans finding out about them. However, there were also pockets who weren't looking to fit in, and that was where the danger lay. Vampires were as old as time, and hadn't adapted to modern life as much as other supernatural beings had. They still aligned themselves with the old-world feudal system, with ruling houses and several different courts, broken up geographically. Within those courts, some factions refused to move into the modern world at all, a large part of which was drinking synthetic blood, created by witches and wizards back before the Haven system even existed. Most vampires drank the faux blood and resisted the urge to feed on humans. However, some pockets unapologetically drank the real stuff. They lived outside the Haven system, rejecting its laws, and while the Vampire Council was supposed to keep them in line, there were those even on the council who saw drinking synthetic blood as something of a rejection of their very nature. The power struggle within vampire communities swung back and forth like a live wire, unpredictable and dangerous. Technically, any vampire could go rogue, but certain houses seemed prone to bucking the humane systems in place. I'd experienced some of this ugliness up close and personal,
and didn't relish the prospect of dealing with it again. If all they're doing is drinking for free, I think we can wait to corner them until after the auction. We'll let them know they're not welcome here, I said to Adam, still watching the vampires. If that's all they wanted, they could go to McNally's, Adam said darkly. A shiver skittered up my spine. A boisterous round of applause interrupted my spiraling thoughts as Evangeline announced the next bachelorette. I dragged my attention off the pair of vamps and spotted Cassie bustling over to us, a near-empty flute of champagne in her hand.
I think we're actually pulling this thing off,
she squealed, coming to a stop at my right side.
Hi, Adam.
Hey, Cass. You need a refill? He asked, gesturing at her glass. I was just going to the bar. I could get one for you. Adam? I said, a note of warning in my tone.
I'd love one, Cassie said. Thanks, Adam.
Adam plucked the stem of the delicate glass from her fingers and hurried off toward the bar. Dread swooped through my stomach as I watched him go. The blonde vampire turned to him as he approached, a cat-like smile on her painted red lips. Blood red.
Holly,
Cassie said, gripping my forearm. I jolted, realizing she'd been talking to me. Huh? What? Sorry, I was drifting. Cassie grinned.
Uh-huh. You just can't keep your eyes off that fiancé of yours.
I tried to return her easy and possibly intoxicated smile, but it fizzled out. Are you having fun? I asked her.
Oh, yes. I think we have 4 more bachelorettes to go. We have to shut things down by 10 o'clock, but I think that should be doable,
she replied, her eyes struggling to focus on the face of her wristwatch. After a moment, she gave up and pulled her cell phone from a concealed pocket on her black dress.
That gives us 40 more minutes. Did you hand out the McNally's gift certificates? I figure most people will take the party over there once we have to shut down here.
They're in the gift bags, I replied, before glancing back to the bar. Adam and the vampires were gone. My stomach dropped.
Cass, I need to go use the restroom. You all right? Did you have too many daiquiris?
She asked with a giggle. I replied with a vague nod and broke away from her, cutting through the crowd. Did you just see where the guy in the leather jacket went? I asked the bartender, interrupting his small talk with the redhead. He frowned at me, clearly not appreciating my intrusion. They just left. He thumbed toward the French doors leading to the small courtyard off to the side of the lilac house. They. My knees turned to jello. I mumbled a thanks and scurried outside. Adam's voice carried from over by the gate. Not welcome here.
Oh, yeah? You gonna show us your scary teeth, too, Poochie?
The blonde vampire smiled, flashing her own fangs. Moonlight bounced off the sharp points, white and deadly against her lipstick. If I have to, Adam growled. Adam, I said, racing over to his side.
Who's this?
The blonde asked, her smile widening as she looked me over.
Are you his little bitch? What breed? A Shih Tzu? Something yappy, don't you think, Flix?
Her companion chuckled as he eyed me up and down. Some kind of mutt, maybe with a little mangy poodle thrown in. The blonde laughed. It would explain her fizzy hair.
Honestly, honey, haven't you heard of conditioner?
That was enough of that. Magic sparked on my fingertips, glowing red. I lifted my hands, letting the magic swirl around my fingers. Keep talking and you'll find out just what I can do, I snarled, and I assure you my bite is worse than my bark. The blonde mocked surprise as she slapped her hands to her hollow cheeks, Home Alone style.
Oh no, Flix, it's the big bad witch everyone warned us about. You're very, very scary, you know.
A flood of anger surged inside my chest. The sparks of magic flared, glowing brighter. Get out of here. This party is invite only. The blonde laughed, tossing her long hair over her shoulders.
Oh, haven't you heard? We don't need an invite to cross thresholds. That's so 18th century.
If you'd rather talk to an SBA agent, that can be arranged, I replied coolly. There's one right inside. Should I go get her? The vampires exchanged a dark glance, and then took a step back.
We weren't going to stick around anyway, the blonde said. This party's lame. Your food sucks. We'll just have to go pick up dinner somewhere else. I'd like something with a little age to it. You know, like a nice vintage wine.
She winked at me, and then swirled away, her companion following closely as they disappeared around the corner. A low growl reverberated in the back of Adam's throat, and he took a step as if to follow. I hooked my hand in the crook of his arm and held fast to the rock-hard muscles bulging as his blood ran hot and fast. "Come on," I said, tugging him back. "They're not worth it." He looked back at me, his jawline tense. "You might want to set some wards. Something tells me they'll be back." I swallowed hard, then nodded. "I will, just as soon as everyone goes." There wasn't any sign of the vampires the rest of the night. Adam popped into McNally's around 11 just to double-check and order himself a near-midnight snack. But they'd apparently moved on. I set some protection wards at the Lilac house, set to repel supernatural anything, and then walked home with Adam. The next day, there were events scheduled all over town. McNally's was hosting a breakfast buffet for the singles, followed by a speed dating session. The town's gardening club was hosting a farm-to-table brunch at one of the local hotels. Siren Song had a chocolate tasting event. A local romance author was hosting a book reading at the bookstore. And the movie theater had lined up a double feature of You've Got Mail and When Harry Met Sally. A light dusting of snow had fallen the night before, but nothing prohibiting the day's events. And when I popped into Siren Song ahead of the chocolate tasting to order coffee and pastries for Adam and me, I expected to find Cassie in a much better mood about things. Instead, I found her hunched over a garbage can in her office. "Oh, Cass!" I cried, racing into the room to help hold back her hair. "Are you all right?" She gave a miserable nod and dry-heaved. "One too many glasses of champagne, I guess." "I'm so sorry. Do you want me to take over the tasting?" I asked. She shook her head and then leaned back in her office chair. I clamped one hand on the back to keep her anchored. "Kira's on it. I should feel better soon. I had water, coffee, and a couple aspirin." I frowned at the garbage can. "Was that before or after you, I rolled my fingers through the air, letting the question go unfinished. "After. I think I got everything out now." "Okay." I placed a hand on her forehead. It was clammy, but not overly warm. "Let me get rid of this," I said, reaching to take the trash can from her. "Oh, Holly, no, you don't have to." "I know," I said, pulling it from her grip. "Let me help." "Thank you," she groaned, closing her eyes. I tied off the plastic bag. "How much champagne did you have?" "I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 glasses." I furrowed my brow, saying nothing, then took the bag out to the dumpster behind the shop. When I returned, her office chair was empty. "Cass?" Kira poked her head into the back room. "She just left, Holly. Said she needed to grab something from the store." I sighed and tossed my hands into the air. "Can't keep that girl still." Kira smiled. "Tell me about it." I walked down the short hallway and stepped out from the back room. I'd worked as a barista at the coffee house for over a year when I'd first moved to Beechwood Harbor, and I went to work making myself a latte. "Technically, I don't think I'm supposed to let you do that," Kira said, a smile in her voice. I glanced over my shoulder at her. "I still have a valid food handler's card." Kira laughed. "All right, less work for me. I'm still trying to figure out how to get this dang chocolate fountain put together." "I'll give you a hand," I said, putting the stainless steel pitcher of almond milk under the steamer wand. When the milk was perfectly frothed, I poured it into my waiting travel mug, and with a swirl of my fingers, carved the foam into a perfect lotus flower. Magic couldn't solve everything, but it could make nice latte art. Kira and I worked on the chocolate fountain, struggling to understand the instructions, using only the pictures, as the words were in French. "Where did Cassie get this thing?" I grumbled, as I tried to fit 2 pieces together for the dozenth time. "eBay," Kira replied. "Stars help us," I muttered. The bell on the front door twinkled, and Kira straightened. "Good morning. Oh, hey, Jeffrey," she said. I glanced up as Chief Lincoln swept into the shop, his face pinched. "Hey, Kira. Is Cass here?" "No," Kira replied, picking up the spout piece she'd been tinkering with for the last 10 minutes. "She ran out. Said she needed something from the store." Chief Jeffrey Lincoln was in his mid-30s and one of the youngest police chiefs in the state. He was average height and kept himself in shape, mostly jogging, according to his wife, Cassie. He had brown hair and intelligent eyes. When we'd first met, he'd intimidated me with his serious mannerisms.
But now that he was married to one of my best friends, I'd seen his softer side and knew he was more bark than bite. Not that he couldn't handle himself if things hit the fan. He could. I'd seen him in action on a few occasions. But overall, he was a lot softer than he liked to admit. "Hello, Chief," I said. He looked at me as if just realizing I was even standing behind the counter. "Holly, Cassie didn't tell me you were back to working here." "Oh, no, I'm not. Just helping with the fountain," I said. "And hijacking the espresso machine," Kira added with a sideways grin. "That too," I laughed. "What's up, Chief? You want me to go see if I can find Cassie for you?" "You've been helping her with this singles event, right?" "Yes. Oh, by the way, you owe me a fruit arrangement," I teased. Chief Lincoln's frown deepened. I waved a hand. "Just a little joke. Is something wrong?" He came closer and placed his hands on the counter. "I'm afraid so. We got a call down at the precinct about a death. Marty Clemens was found dead this morning in a hotel room." I blinked. "Dead? How?" Chief Lincoln shook his head. "We don't know yet. Might be natural causes. Marty wasn't exactly a spring chicken. According to witnesses, he arrived late last night in the company of a much younger woman. The printed itinerary for your singles event was found in the hotel room, so I came over here to ask Cassie for a complete guest list." "Stars. Poor Marty," I breathed. "I can get you a full guest list. Marty is definitely on it. He was one of the bachelors auctioned off last night." Chief Lincoln lifted a brow. "He was. Do you know who he left with? We're still looking to track down the identity of his female companion. The room was booked under a false name, unless there's a Briar Rose running around town." "Briar Rose?" Kira repeated. "That's the name they gave on the reservation. I guess they wanted to remain anonymous." "The hotel didn't require a credit card?" I asked. "I mean, that would have their real name on it." Chief Lincoln shook his head. "Apparently not. They took the reservation over the phone, and the woman who booked it gave them one of those prepaid card numbers. It doesn't have a name attached to it." "Ginger Spaulding was in charge of tracking all the winners' information from the auction. The money is going to charity. She handed it all over to me before we wrapped up, but I haven't looked at it yet. I'll go home and see who bought a date with Marty." I handed Kira the pieces of the fountain with an apologetic smile. "Looks like you're on your own here, unless the chief knows French." Chief Lincoln shot me a quizzical look, and I held up the book of instructions. "Cassie bought this thing on eBay, and it only came with the French version of the instruction manual." He chuckled and took the thin booklet from me. "As it so happens, I took a semester of French in high school. Maybe I can dust it off." Kira and I exchanged a dubious look, and I suppressed a laugh as I grabbed my lattes, bag of pastries, and wheeled out from around the counter. "Call you soon, Chief. Good luck with the fountain." Chapter 5. To my surprise, I not only recognized the name of Marty's bidder, but I knew the woman. Justine Crawford, the Lilac House's lead receptionist, was the one who'd won Marty in the bachelor auction. Seeing her name listed in the ledger struck me as odd. She had to be a good 30 years younger than the deceased Mr. Clemens. They weren't a match I would have put together on my own. According to the notes, Justine had paid $120 on her winning bid. Marty was the third to last bachelor of the night, and I was grateful that Ginger had taken such good notes. I'd likely been in the room for Marty's turn on the stage, but after the confrontation with the vampires, I'd been distracted and on edge, unable to relax back into the fun of the night. My memory of the second half of the night was fuzzy. As promised, I called Chief Lincoln and passed on Justine's name. I asked if he'd heard from Cassie, and when he said he hadn't, I hung up and called her cell phone directly. She assured me everything was fine, and explained that she'd rushed out to the store to buy bananas and marshmallows for the chocolate tasting, apparently having forgotten. There was something in her voice that felt forced, but I didn't push her. She promised to check in once the event was over, and we ended the call. I put the auction notes back into the money bag, which contained checks and cash from the event, and stuffed it back into my nightstand before wandering to the kitchen. I'd left Adam alone with the pastries I'd brought back from Siren Song, and found him surrounded by empty muffin wrappers when I opened the door. He flashed a halfway guilty smile, his hand quite literally in the cookie jar, bag. "Oatmeal cookie or chocolate chip scone?" he asked, removing his hand from the bag, his grin widening. Scone, I answered, dropping into the seat beside him. He handed me the scone and took the cookie for himself.
You all right, gorgeous? Marty Clemens was found dead in a hotel room this morning, I replied, breaking off the corner of the scone. Adam's smile dissolved. What? We just saw him last night. He left the auction with that girl who works at the front desk. Justine, I replied quietly. Guy looked like he just won the lottery with her on his arm. I remember thinking, dang, old dude still got it. So you saw them leaving together? I asked. Yeah. I met her the day you and Cass had me come down to help with the catering tasting. He smiled. I arched a brow. You mean when you shoehorned your way into our planning meeting so you could feast on spinach puffs and crab cakes? He shrugged. Potato, potato. I broke off another bite of scone and popped it into my mouth. So what happened to him? Heart attack or something? Adam asked. I don't know. The chief didn't say much, just that he'd been found in a hotel room and they wanted to get an idea of what happened. I guess the room was booked under a fake name. I paused, my fingers slowly fidgeting with the crumbling scone. Although now that I think about it, neither Marty nor Justine would have needed to book a hotel room for the week. They're both locals. Maybe one of them wanted a place to, entertain? Adam suggested. You know, without risking taking a stranger back to their home. I guess so. Seems like Justine, then. The name on the reservation was Briar Rose. Like Sleeping Beauty? Adam asked. I nodded. Somehow I have a hard time imagining a man giving that out as his alias. Adam chuckled. I mean, I guess you never know. I slumped back against the wooden chair. The whole thing is just sad. I suppose I should write up a little something to say tonight at the dinner. As we know, news like this will already be halfway around the town already. Nodding, Adam brushed his fingers off on a paper napkin, then reached over and squeezed my arm. You want some moral support? A lopsided smile tugged at my lips. You just want a shot at the buffet, I teased, trying to shake off some of the darkness. Adam's dark brown eyes gleamed with a hint of humor. Well, the fridge is looking a little sparse. Besides, this place gets kind of lonely at night when everyone is gone. We'll have plenty of food, I told him. Cassie ordered enough to feed a small country. I was going to ask Meryl if she could come, just in case those vampires show up again tonight. You two could keep an eye on things while I'm busy. That's not a bad idea. You think they'll show up again? He asked. I shrugged. I don't even know what they were doing there in the first place. I certainly didn't send an engraved invitation. The whole thing was pretty brazen, Adam said, especially using her glamour in public like that. I don't know. They had that whole devil may care vibe going on. Those are the dangerous ones. The knot in my stomach tightened. I set wards at the Lilac House to keep out anything supernatural, but I'll have to take them down before tonight, otherwise you and I won't be able to get past them. I don't know how to set vampire-specific wards, if that's even possible. You know, I don't know, Adam replied, a hint of bitterness to his words. If working for the SPA has taught me anything in these past months, it's that I have no idea how magic works. He offered a wry smile. Maybe you can have the caterers dump a lot of garlic on all the food? I laughed. Oh yes, that's exactly what a big group of single people want to do. Dig into a pile of garlic. I can just see the comment cards now. Adam chuckled. Fair enough. A silence fell, and I realized just how quiet the manor had become. Half a pot of coffee sat in the machine, though the warming plate seemed to have kicked off already. Other than that, there were no signs of life. The counter was clear of dishes, and the air smelled like the pine floor polish the SPA-appointed housekeeper liked to use. Glancing at Adam, I brushed my fingers off on a napkin, ridding them of the buttery residue from the scone. Have you seen Evangeline or Harmony today? Harmony was here this morning. She had coffee and then went out for a run. Evangeline left for work a little after 7. They're doing some kind of special on couples massages at the spa all day, so she was expecting a jam-packed day, coordinating all the lovey-dovey madness. I smiled. I should have signed us up. I could go for a massage right about now. I'm sure she could find a spot for us, Adam replied. Maybe next week, I sighed. I should get back to the Lilac House and help set up for tonight's dinner. Hopefully Evangeline finishes up in time to pop by. She had quite a few admirers last night. It would be nice if she could find someone. Adam frowned. I thought she was back with Teddy. You know, after the whole San Francisco thing. Did she say that? Every time I ask about him, she gets all cagey and non-committal. I guess she didn't say one way or the other. I just assumed, you know. Adam shrugged. What do we know about this Ted guy Harmony picked up? Do I need to keep an eye on him?
I laughed softly as his overprotective streak shone through. I often teased him that if we had daughters someday, they'd be single until they were 40. It wouldn't surprise me at all to find him shifted into his beast form, a 180-pound dog with huge teeth and dinner plate-sized paws sitting on the porch, waiting to meet any boy who dared to ask them out on a date. Ted's a nice guy. He used to be a regular at Siren Song. The lines around Adam's mouth didn't soften.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure serial killers drink coffee, too. It's not exactly the standard I'd use for weeding out the bad guys, Hall.
My eyes rolled to the ceiling as I chuckled. He's a pediatrician. He volunteers at the free clinic on the weekend. And whenever he's not in a button-up, he's wearing a jersey for the local girls' softball team as office sponsors. He's a nice guy. I sipped at my coffee, then added, I'm kind of surprised Harmony went for him. You know how she usually likes her guys.
On the back of a motorcycle, covered in equal parts scars and tattoos?
Adam deadpanned. You know, for a guy who basically lives in a leather jacket, you sound kind of judgy, I said, grinning. He flashed a dimpled smile.
It's not the bikes or scars or tats I have a problem with, he said. It's the attitude that tends to go along with all that stuff.
I leaned over and kissed him. Just a big softy papa bear, aren't you?
Harmony's young. She needs someone old and jaded like me around to look out for her.
I laughed. Well, luckily for her, she's got a whole house full of guardians. The warm light faded from Adam's eyes.
At least for now.
My smile melted, and I sighed. For now. By the time we were ready to open the doors for the singles dinner, I'd shelved my worries about leaving the manor. After finishing breakfast, Adam and I looked over some rentals in the area before he left to go to work. I hurried into town to lift the wards I'd placed on the lilac house, and then went to Siren Song for a latte while I did some paperwork for the apothecary. It was hard not being in the shop every day, but I knew Harmony and my part-timers were holding it down. Still, I missed the work and was eager to get back into my normal routine when the singles event wrapped. Paperwork done, I tracked back to the lilac house to set up before running home to the manor to change into a nice dress for the event itself. Cassie was MIA most of the afternoon, only showing up at the lilac house a little before 5, just as the catering team finished setting up the buffet. After she confirmed everything was in place, she circled back to join me at the front doors. Everything set here? She asked, glancing at the array of name tags I'd laid out on the table. Just about, I confirmed, checking my watch. Good. Thanks for holding down the fort today, Holly. Things got a little busier than I expected at the chocolate tasting. No problem. I smiled at her. Is everything okay? You jetted out of Siren Song like your pants were on fire this morning. Something flashed in her eyes, and she reached up to fiddle with the end of her braid. I told you I forgot to buy bananas. And marshmallows, I added. I know, you told me. But still, Cass, are you sure that's all? I'm sure, Holly. Everything is fine. I wanted to press, but Cassie's expression made it clear she wasn't going to give me more information, so I dropped it. The food smells good. You going to make a plate before the stampede shows up? She placed a hand on her stomach. I had a sandwich at home before I came over to set up. I frowned at her. You got something against catered food? A peanut butter jelly really hit the spot? It was a grilled cheese, she countered. The doors opened, and she moved out of the way as our first group of singles arrived. Cassie slapped on a warm smile and shifted into full-blown hostess mode, dropping our conversation entirely. I passed out name tags and polite smiles, searching the stream of arrival for any sign of the blonde vampire or her little sidekick. When there was finally a break in the action at the welcome table, I turned to look for Cassie, only to find that she'd vanished again. Sighing, I made my way to the bar and ordered a white wine. Glass in hand, I turned around and surveyed the room. Cassie was at the buffet, speaking with a tall man in a navy suit, as they both picked from a variety of appetizers they'd gathered on their respective cocktail plates. A glimmer of motion caught my eye, and I turned to find Evangeline poking her head in from the side door. Her eyes found mine, and she waved me over. Hey, I'm glad you made it, I said, ushering her inside. Oh, I'm not here for dinner, she replied, a strangely guilty look crossing her face as she glanced around the room full of singles. You're not? The food smells great, but no,
I'm exhausted. It was an absolute zoo at the spa today. I'm heading back to the manor and sinking into a nice hot tub. But I realized I forgot to bring you those samples you wanted for the gift bags. Is it too late?
Not at all. We have another batch of gift bags going out after tomorrow's event. Evangeline nodded.
Okay, good. Do you have someone who can help me bring it all in from the car?
I deposited my wine glass on the tray of a passing server. I'm free.
Thanks, Holly.
I followed Evangeline outside and around to the front of the building where she'd parked her small sports car. We went around to the trunk, and she hesitated, the keys dangling from her fingers.
I might have gotten a little carried away,
she confessed. I started to laugh, but it got stuck in my throat when she popped the trunk and revealed 3 huge cartons, overflowing with sample bottles. It was an impressive amount, especially considering the size of the sports car's compact trunk. She'd folded down the back seat and filled every nook and cranny with samples from the exclusive line of products she carried at her day spa. Evangeline? I exclaimed. There's only 100 people in there. This looks like enough to keep them all supplied for a decade.
Well, I started out with the massage oil samples. You know, something romantic. But then I got to thinking that people might have a scent preference, or, an allergy or something. So I brought one of each variety for everyone. Then I know you mentioned some beauty products, so I brought face masks, but then realized that I have no idea what skin types I should anticipate, so I brought one of each of those too. Then I grabbed some perfume samples, then some aftershave, and then I was thinking about shaving, so I grabbed some shave lather samples too, and I held up a hand.
Evangeline, you're way overthinking this.
Maybe we could get bigger gift bags?
She suggested. I smiled and shook my head. We're going with the massage oils and one type of face mask. Tell you what, mix it up and then people can trade. Think of it like another opportunity for people to break the ice.
Are you sure? I think the shave lather might be a big hit,
she protested. Massage oil, face mask. She gave a reluctant nod and bent forward to tug free one overflowing box of bottles.
Okay, fine. But the beard rash and ingrown hairs will be on your conscience.
I can live with that. I laughed and took the basket she offered me. The gift bags are in the kitchen. We can go through the service entrance and avoid getting mobbed. Turning away from the car, I spotted a familiar face across the parking lot and nearly lost my grip on the basket in my hands.
You have got to be kidding me,
I hissed.
What?
Evangeline asked, straightening. I scrambled back a step, ducking into the shadows between the lanterns affixed to the side of the historic house. Evangeline followed my lead.
What's going on?
She asked, keeping her voice to a whisper. I jutted my chin toward the woman.
Remember the vampires I told you about? From last night?
Mm-hmm. That's her, over there. Chapter 6. The vampire had a handsome man pinned up against a dark sedan. He was feeding her a chocolate-covered strawberry and had a bottle of champagne tucked under one arm. He's with the kitchen staff, I realized. Ugh, I left a message to see if Meryl could swing by tonight and watch over things, but she isn't here yet. Neither is Adam.
What do you want to do?
Evangeline asked. I stooped and placed the box of samples on the ground. I'll deal with the vamp. You round up the cater waiter and get him back inside.
And how am I supposed to do that if she's got him glamored? I don't even have my wand.
You'll think of something, I replied, not waiting for her before stepping out from the shadows. I heard her quickened footsteps chase after me a moment later, and I slipped on my game face. Excuse me, I called. Neither the vampire nor her date turned to look at me. Evangeline caught up with me. I tapped on the blonde's shoulder. I thought it was made clear last night you're not welcome here. The blonde turned, her eyes pitch black and menacing. My nerves cinched tight. I knew what that look meant. Magic sprang to my fingertips, a hot pulse against my skin. I didn't dare break eye contact for even a second to look at Evangeline. You need to leave, I growled at the vampire. The vampire flashed her fangs.
Leave? No, I don't think I will.
The magic pulsing grew, and I lifted a hand. I'm not asking you to leave. I'm telling you to go. The blonde laughed.
Ah, a little witch. How fun.
There's an SBA agent inside, I bluffed. The vampire's sharp smile froze.
You don't know who I am, do you?
The question surprised me. Does it matter?
I'd say so,
she replied, giving a casual shrug.
My name is Jewel Mulder.
The hairs on the back of my neck prickled at the name. Mulder. I'd had first-hand experience with members of the ruthless vampire house. If there was a Mulder back in Beechwood Harbor, trouble was sure to follow. House Mulder was one that lived on the outskirts of polite vampire society, somehow managing to avoid punishment by the Vampire Council for their outdated beliefs on feeding live.
So, go ahead. Get the agent. I guarantee nothing will come of it. I'm not breaking any laws by simply being here.
Holly? Evangeline said, half a dozen questions loaded into the sound of my name. I held out one hand, keeping it low. We couldn't let this spiral. Things could go from annoying to 5-alarm dumpster fire in about a second flat when vampires were involved. They were powerful and capable of doing all kinds of damage when untethered from the rules the rest of us lived by. Jewel, you need to leave this man alone. I don't want to fight you, but if you hurt him, you'll leave me no choice. Jewel's smile widened.
And what will you do? You're surrounded by humans. We both know you won't try anything when everyone can see you. You care too much what they all think. You worry about being exposed.
My options were slipping away quickly. Meryl had agreed to come by the event, but I wasn't sure what time to expect her. Adam was likely on his way back from the Seattle Haven. Evangeline didn't have her wand, and while she wasn't powerless without it, the results could be mixed if she tried combat magic without the tool. I couldn't let the human get hurt. For the time being, I was on my own. Evangeline, I said calmly, please escort this man back to the kitchen.
He won't go with you. He's mine,
Jewel hissed, as Evangeline took a slow step forward. I couldn't risk looking over my shoulder at the lilac house. The event space was surrounded by windows, and even though we stood in the shadows of the street lamp a few yards away, there was no way to fire off any kind of spell without being noticed. The man, pinned against the car, reached for Jewel.
Come back, baby. I miss you.
His voice was dreamy and distant, his eyes unfocused. He was under a glamour. Great. Evangeline calculated her next move, and after a careful second, took another step forward and reached for the enthralled man's wrist. Come on, she said softly, tugging the man toward her. Jewel's dark eyes narrowed to snake-like slits. I bit my lip and flung a shot of magic at the vampire. It wasn't a huge, powerful spell, but the stinging barb of magic hit her in the gut and was enough of a distraction to allow Evangeline time to drag the poor cater waiter out of the vamp's clutches. Go! I shouted, spurring them on. Jewel recovered from the hit and lunged toward me, her hands going for my throat. You little... Magic pulsed in my palms, but before I could deliver a more powerful blow, the vampire was thrown sideways by some unseen force. She hit the sedan and crumpled down to the pavement. I turned to see where the magic had come from and found Meryl running across the lot toward us. Holly, are you all right? She asked, stopping at my side to inspect me for damage. I'm fine, thanks. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. I nodded. It's all right, everyone's okay. Meryl turned her attention to the vampire. Who is this? Jewel Mulder, I told her. She's in desperate need of a boyfriend to call her own. Meryl took a step closer to the vampire. Up on your feet, Mulder. With a snarl, Jewel started to rise to her feet. For a moment, I thought she'd been injured from the collision with the parked vehicle. Her movements were stiff. But when Meryl reached for her, the vamp faked her out, and in a spin move so fast I barely registered it, she vaulted herself over the sedan. Meryl swore and tore around the front bumper, but it was too late. The vampire was gone. Freaking vampires, Meryl grumbled, yanking her cell phone from the back pocket of her jeans. I'll call it into the agency, put out an alert. I got your voicemail message. I'm assuming she's the one from last night, too?
I nodded. I didn't see her sidekick, though. Last night she was with another vampire, a male. Why didn't you call me last night? I arched a brow. Well, to be frank, you were a little busy marking your territory. A muscle jerked in Meryl's cheek as her lips went into a thin line. What happened? I asked. When you left yesterday morning, I thought you were okay with the whole auction thing. Meryl dragged a corner of her lip through her teeth. Well, it turned out I wasn't. I sighed. Oh, Meryl. Trust me, I feel crappy enough as it is. Nick was humiliated. I think he was grateful not to have to follow through with the whole date with a stranger thing, but he wasn't thrilled with my fervor. He'll get over it, I said. But Meryl, I think you need to figure out where this is all coming from. Nick isn't a cheater. You have to know that. Meryl gave a quick nod, then held up her phone. I'd better go make that call. Did you hear about Marty Clemens? I asked before she walked away. Her fair brows creased together. Who? He was one of the bachelors auctioned off last night. He was found dead in a hotel room this morning. The police think it was natural causes, but I don't know. With a Mulder in town, maybe it's something the agency should look into? Meryl gave a slow nod. Thanks for the tip. I'll see what I can find out. Without saying goodbye, she headed back to the sidewalk, her phone raised to her ear. I looked around the dark lot and shivered. Chapter 7. Now, this next one has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a nice little patio off the eat-in kitchen. Perfect for entertaining. Lucy's cheery voice was almost enough to pull me from my grumpy mood the following morning. She'd arranged a few showings, and while I appreciated her on-the-ball attitude, I wasn't thrilled about getting dragged out of bed that morning to get ready to go. I'd stayed at the Lilac house until 1 o'clock, helping to clean up from the dinner. We'd hired a cleaning crew to handle the job, but I was reticent to leave them alone in case Jewel returned to find herself a midnight snack. When the last of the cleaners drove away, I stayed for another hour, setting a new set of wards to keep her away. By 10, we'd already toured a condo and a townhouse on the outskirts of town. Neither of the spaces fit the bill, so she was taking us back in town to a more established neighborhood off the main street. Lucy parked alongside the sidewalk. This is it, she exclaimed. 638 Primrose Ave. Isn't that a cute address? She didn't wait for an answer before getting out of the car. I pushed open the passenger door and joined her on the sidewalk in front of a white garden gate. Adam closed his door and came to stand beside me. This looks promising, he said, nudging me with his shoulder. What do you think, gorgeous? I smiled. It's cute. Lucy's jet-black bob swirled around her face as she turned to unlatch the gate. I think you're really going to like this property, she said, stepping aside to let us pass through. It checks off a lot of your boxes, and the owners have already moved out, so you'll be able to do a quick close if needed. The yellow house was on the small side, at least from the street view, but the front yard was neat and tidy, and the siding and shutters looked good as new. A small stone pathway led to a cement porch, with iron rails framing it in. The front door was painted a soft blue color, and whoever lived there before had left behind a faded welcome mat that read, "Dogs welcome, people tolerated." I bit back a smile as I looked up at Adam. I wonder how that applies to you, I teased. Lucy gave me a puzzled look and I gestured at the mat. She burst out laughing but quickly concealed her smile. Maybe it's a sign? Lucy was a telepath and well aware of Adam's shifter abilities, though I couldn't recall whether or not she'd ever seen him when in his beast form. To call Adam a dog was a little misleading. He was essentially the size of a wolf, and not exactly the cute, friendly, bring-you-your-slippers-and-paper type. If an ogre ran a junkyard and needed a security dog, he'd pick a dog like Adam. He was solid muscle, with a long muzzle filled with fang-like teeth. Although, for as ferocious as he looked, he had a tendency to act more like a happy golden retriever in the absence of danger. He'd shift on the weekends and go running loose in the woods behind the manor, capping off the adventure with a nice dive through McNally's dumpsters. The location is nice and central. You could walk to Thistle, Siren Song. The beach is only 3 blocks away. Lucy rattled off the selling points as she punched a code into the security lockbox hanging from the doorknob. A ping sounded, and she fished a key from the hidden compartment on the back of the box. She unlocked the door and then waved us through. It's a little smaller than you might like, but the fact that it has a backyard is a big selling point. I know you like to garden, Holly." A pain twisted in my stomach, but I forced a smile. "That's right, I do." Part of leaving the Beechwood Manor was also leaving behind my greenhouse and my expansive garden. My new apothecary in the Seattle Haven had a rooftop garden, and I could do a lot with containers or look into my options for growing more of my herbs and botanicals indoors with artificial light, but it wouldn't be the same. The Manor's garden was my sanctuary, my escape. The idea of giving it up and letting someone else tend it, or worse, ignore it, leaving its beds overgrown and choked out by weeds, was too painful to think about. We stepped into the house. It had a nice picture window that flooded the main room with light. The worn oak floors looked dated, but could likely be refinished into something beautiful with a little elbow grease. The walls were painted a periwinkle blue, but that was easily fixed as well. A brick fireplace dominated the far wall of the living room. I gestured toward it. At least we'd have a fireplace like we do at the manor. Nodding, Adam crossed the living room. He spread his hands and started mapping out the space. "We could put a couch here, some end tables, mount a TV up here, or maybe put a small entertainment center along this wall." He continued into the adjoining dining room, which was open to the kitchen. "This is nice. Could fit a table for 6, no problem. A new light fixture, a coat of paint, and boom." My heart sank as I stared past him to the kitchen. It was U-shaped and barely big enough for one person to work. There was no way I'd be able to do any potion work in the small space. There was a window over the sink, which was a plus, but my heart dropped another few inches when I peered out into the backyard. It was smaller than the front yard and stared right into the back windows of the house behind it. I ran my hand over the formica countertop and sighed. Adam placed a hand on my shoulder. "You hate it." A lump formed in my throat, and I shook my head. "No, I don't hate it. It's just not the manor," he finished. Lucy joined us, a pained look on her face. "Not a winner, I take it?" "I'm so sorry, Lucy." I cleared my throat, ignoring the burning sting in my nose. "I don't mean to be so difficult." Lucy barked out a laugh. "Oh, Holly, you're not even approaching difficult. Believe me. I'm new to the real estate game, but I've heard some of the most insane horror stories." Adam chuckled. "We watch HGTV, we can imagine." I drew in a breath and tried on an easy smile. "Thanks. Maybe we call it a day. I've got to get back over to the Lilac house to do some setup for a luncheon. We have a little time to play with, so maybe we could start the search again next week when I'm not so distracted." Lucy smiled. "Of course, whatever you need." She checked her watch. "Listen, I should get going anyway. Evangeline has me scheduled at 11. It's going to be another busy day at the spa. Do you want to ride back to the manor?" "We can walk from here," I replied, shaking my head. "Thanks, though. We appreciate all your help." We followed her outside, and she reset the lockbox on the door. "Thanks again, Lucy. I'll call you on Monday," I told her. She waved and then climbed behind the wheel of her sedan and drove off toward Evangeline's day spa, where she worked as an esthetician. Adam closed the white gate behind him and then reached for my hand. "You all right, gorgeous?" I leaned into him for a moment, soaking up his quiet strength. "Not really, but I will be. It's just going to take time." "I get that," he replied, tucking me under one arm. "I wish we had more time. I could talk to Mache, see if he could lean on whoever it is they put in charge of the manor. That is, if I still have a job come Monday." "What happens on Monday?" "He wants to have a meeting," Adam replied, propelling us down the sidewalk. "It's probably the same old thing, progress reports and problem solving. But with the way he's been the last couple of weeks, I wouldn't be shocked if he found himself someone else to take on the job." I licked my lips and tried to ignore the burgeoning panic in my chest. Buying a house would be hard enough to do with both of our incomes. If Adam lost his SPA job, we'd be sunk. My potion shop was doing well, but the income was still somewhat unpredictable, and it wasn't solely mine to keep. I had a lot of expenses and Harmony's salary to figure into my plans. "Do you still have contact with any of your old consulting clients?" I asked, trying to suppress the hopeful note from my voice. "A few." Well, that's something at least. I frowned down at the tips of my boots as we walked in step through town, back to the manor. Maybe we should try talking to Posey, assuming she hasn't left yet. Maybe she's having second thoughts about selling the place. Adam shook his head. You heard what that Pierre guy said. It's already a done deal. She doesn't have a say in things anymore. She's not going to like that when they want to make changes to the house, I said quietly. The whole idea of it being an inn for supernatural seems weird to me, Adam replied. I mean, yeah, Beechwood's a tourist town, but isn't that mostly human tourists? Have you seen an uptick in paranormals visiting? I considered it for a moment, then shook my head. I don't know. But then how would we know? It's not like we all wear badges or something. For all we know, there could be dozens of wizards, witches, and shifters in town right now, all flying under the radar. The SPA put Merrill here to keep an eye on the supernatural activity, so maybe the population is bigger than we think. Right. But this is tourists we're talking about. Adam shrugged. I don't know. It seems like keeping it as a residence would make more sense. That's a steady monthly income for the SPA. Plus, they get to vet everyone who lives there and keep down the odds of troublemakers. Yeah, but if they book out the inn, they're probably going to make 3 or 4 times the amount of money, I said. The Lilac House charges $180 for their most basic room, more in the summertime. So what we all pay in rent for a month, they could get in a week at full occupancy, especially if they're adding rooms. Not to mention they could probably make deals with locals to put together excursion packages. Adam smiled at me. You've really thought this through, huh? I shrugged. I've been spending a lot of time working with the gal who does the event planning over at Lilac House. I picked up on a few things along the way. Adam nodded, and I could see the wheels turning in his mind. Before I could ask what he was thinking about, his eyes brightened, and he gestured ahead. Speaking of Merrill, he said, as we walked up the hill to the manor, Merrill was bounding down the sidewalk on the other side of the street. Her blonde hair flew out behind her like a cape, her face tight with concentration. The agent had a daily running habit, but judging by her jeans and knit sweater, she wasn't out for a jog through town. Something was wrong. She didn't even notice us until Adam whistled loudly. Merrill! I shouted. Her ears perked at the sound, and she glanced our way before immediately screeching to a halt. There you are. She waited for a green truck to pass, then darted across the street. I just left the manor. I've been calling both of your phones all morning. Adam and I reached for our pockets with nearly synchronized movements. Sorry, I have mine on silent, I apologized, flicking the button on the side to turn the ringer back on. Same here, Adam added, doing the same. We've been doing house tours all morning. What's going on? Another one of the singles was found dead. It looks like foul play, she said, her eyes hard as she glanced up and down the sidewalk before refocusing. It looks like it might be someone from our side of the fence, so to speak. The SPA is sending me a few agents for support. My breath caught in the back of my throat. Vampires? Merrill gave a single nod. Vampires. Chapter 8. Who died? Merrill jerked her head, indicating for us to follow her back down the hill. Clint Weiss? He had a name tag on, from the singles weekend. I bobbed my head. I think I recognize the name, but what happened? Why does the SPA think it has something to do with vampires? Well, aside from the puncture wounds in his neck and scratches on his body, he was last seen in the company of a woman matching the description of our friend from last night. A chill skittered up my spine. Jewel Mulder. We don't know for sure, but looks like, Merrill confirmed, as she picked up her pace to a brisk clip. Chief Lincoln and his deputies are at the scene now, but I've been given permission to take over. You're going to tell Chief Lincoln you're with the FBI? Adam asked, sliding me a dubious look. I wasn't entirely sure what Merrill's official cover story was, at least as far as the human residents in town were concerned. We knew she was here on behalf of the SPA, working as their eyes and ears in the small town. The majority of supernaturals lived inside the Haven community, and whenever a group of them gathered outside those secret societies, the agency liked to keep close tabs on things to make sure the human residents were kept in the dark about the true identities of their friends and neighbors. It was also helpful to have someone who could fight off a rogue werewolf or ring the alarm on a nest of bloodthirsty vampires. Over the years, Beechwood had been prone to both problems. And, as it appeared, we were in for another round of whack-a-vamp. Goody. I won't be posing as a member of the FBI. It's not a plausible cover, considering we're literally hundreds of miles from the closest headquarters, Meryl replied, not missing a step even as she tied her blonde hair back into a low ponytail. I'll hang back until the other agents get here. They'll be the ones flashing their badges and swatting away the chief's inevitable protests. A smile plucked at the corners of my mouth. She had Chief Lincoln pegged. There was no way he'd walk away from a murder investigation in his jurisdiction, at least not willingly. The SPA had established camouflage in situations like this, able to change themselves into FBI agents, with official badges registered to actual personnel within the actual Bureau's databases. But still, the chief wasn't going to just pack up his deputies and head back to the station to order pizza and wait for news. I just hoped it didn't come to the point where magic was needed to keep him away. Mind magic was relatively safe, and the SPA agents who were permitted to perform it were highly trained. But still, I didn't relish the idea of one of my friends getting his brain rattled, metaphorically or not. I'll keep a low profile and provide support as I'm able, Meryl continued. Remember, I'm still not a full-fledged agent. I'm more of an alarm ringer, she added, a sour twist to her lips as she did. How can we help? Adam asked. I mostly need you, Holly. You'll need to speak with the agents about the encounter with the vampires, especially last night. And then if you have any information about the victim, that would be good too. Understood, I replied, bobbing my chin. Has there been any sight of Jewel Mulder since last night? No, at least not that we've heard about yet. But a witness saw Clint and his date going into their hotel room around midnight, and the description he gave would match up with Mulder. I frowned. How can you be sure? I mean, there had to be a dozen tall blondes at the mixer last night. Jewel won't have any defining features like tattoos or scars. House Mulder doesn't accept turned vamps into their ranks, which means Jewel is a bornling. She wouldn't have scars or tattoos from her pre-vamp days because there weren't any. I realize that, Holly, Meryl replied, an edge of irritation in her voice. I blinked. I wasn't trying to imply. Here we are, Meryl interrupted, gesturing at one of the town's smaller hotels. It was a few blocks away from the Lilac house, but closer to the ocean. I'd toured the hotel in the planning stages of the singles week. Ultimately, their small banquet room hadn't been large enough to accommodate the event, but they'd offered a discount to attendees as the Lilac house booked out quickly. The hotel's rooms were comfortable and clean, if a little Spartan, but the views made up for the lack of amenities. Meryl wheeled around the corner, heading for the hotel's front doors. Wait here. I'll go see what's going on. Stars. She's sure been touchy lately, I grumbled to Adam, once Meryl disappeared inside. Adam offered a warm smile. She's under a lot of pressure. Meryl is a junior agent, so she probably gets stepped on a lot by the higher-ups. I'd give her a little bit of a pass on the defensiveness. You're probably right, although that thing with Nick at the auction... I trailed off, shaking my head at the memory. That was something else entirely. When Adam didn't say anything, I glanced up at him. His expression was blank, but there was a spark of something in his eyes that intrigued me. What? I asked. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's nothing. I narrowed my eyes at him. You sure about that? His lips twitched and I punched him in the arm. You're holding out on me. Adam laughed and held up a hand to ward off my next blow. Okay, sheesh. I'm technically not supposed to know this, but the other night Meryl was visiting with Evangeline. I went downstairs to get a snack. Naturally, I interjected with a slight eye roll. Meryl was telling Evangeline that she thought Nick might propose on Valentine's Day, and... What? I exploded, popping up onto the tips of my toes. He is? I don't know, Adam replied. But if you think about the timing of it... I deflated. Oh, bat wings. Yeah, Adam scoffed. Doesn't look too good for him to be auctioning himself off to go on a date with a stranger on Valentine's Day weekend when Meryl's sitting there expecting a diamond ring. Oh, Nick. I slapped my hands over my face. Did you tell him about any of this? Hell no, Adam blurted, a little too loudly. Do I look like a complete idiot? Evangeline will probably send Flurry to peck out my eyes if she finds out I told you. They don't know I overheard. I was at the door, kind of. Well, my eyes widened.
You were spying on them? I'd imagined him going into the kitchen, and the pair of them continuing the conversation in his presence. Adam was seen as neutral in the house. He wasn't one of the girls or anything, but over the years he'd been included in everything as though he was. No topic was off limits, and he'd probably heard more TMI moments than he'd cared to, just because none of us bothered to censor ourselves around him. It went with the territory, being the only guy in a house full of girls. Boots was his only male ally, and that didn't really count, mostly because Boots is a cat, and subjected to endless girl talk too.
I wasn't spying, Adam protested. I just kind of overheard it.
I looked at the hotel door Merrill had disappeared behind.
Poor Merrill. We have to tell Nick before permanent damage is done. You can't tell Nick, Holly, come on.
Why not?
Aside from the whole giant hawk pecking my eyes out thing?
I flapped a hand, dismissing his concern. Evangeline isn't going to send Flurry after you. Besides, I'm pretty sure you could take him. Adam laughed.
I am not going to get into a fight with a bird.
I tapped a finger against my lips. I'd say we could get you a seeing eye dog, but that might be weird. Can dogs have seeing eye dogs?
You know, it's not too late for me to return your Valentine's Day gift,
he reminded me with a half-cocked grin.
I've still got the receipt in my wallet.
Is that so? I flashed a wild grin and lunged at him, swiping for the back pocket of his jeans where he kept the canvas bifold. I just want to take a quick peek, I said, giggling wildly as he deflected my attacks. Eventually, he grabbed my arms and pinned me against his chest, leading to a breathless kiss.
Life's better with a little mystery, he teased. Besides, you're only a day away from finding out what it is. I think you'll survive.
He kissed my forehead and released my arms. Fine, I pouted. A gust of icy wind kicked up, and I shivered.
It's freezing out here. How long are we supposed to wait?
Adam pulled his phone from his pocket and checked the time.
I should probably get to work. If I'm going to duck out early tomorrow, I'll need to put in some extra time tonight. You still going to be at Lilac House when I get back, around 8?
Most likely, I replied, somewhat distracted as I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket. I should probably call Cassie. She's got to be freaking out.
About what?
Adam asked. This, I answered, waving toward the hotel. It's not exactly great press that 2 of our eligible bachelors have dropped dead in the last 2 days. The tourist board already has her under a spotlight. It's a lot of pressure for this thing to go well. A line appeared between Adam's brows as they knit together.
Well, unless Cassie was the one who bumped them off, I don't think the tourist board can do much to hold her responsible.
I exhaled a thin laugh. I wouldn't be so sure. Hannah Stoll won't let this go. As we speak, she's probably skipping her physical therapy so she can call all the other board members and tell them Cassie was negligent and that she should have run background checks on everyone beforehand. Adam shrugged.
Maybe next year you can host one of those murder mystery weekends. You know, head the bad guy off at the pass, steal his thunder.
I rolled my eyes. Cassie's line was still ringing. It kicked to voicemail and I hung up. She's probably on the other line talking some town busybody off a ledge. Adam leaned down and kissed me.
Good luck with the feds. Catch you later?
I'll call you. He jogged across the street and headed the opposite direction, his hands stuffed in the front pockets of his leather jacket.
Holly, good, you're still here.
I turned at Meryl's voice. She hurried over to me, her face tense.
Where's Adam?
He had to get to work.
What's going on in there? Did the SPA take over the scene?
Meryl scoffed.
Just barely. They had to hit Chief Lincoln with a repellent spell to keep him from calling the FBI himself to check things out.
I winced.
He'll be fine, Meryl added quickly. Just a little woozy the rest of today. One of his deputies drove him home.
I'd expect this to be round 1 of many to come, I warned her. She nodded.
I know. We've got control of the scene now. We'll do our work and release it back to him by tonight. First thing tomorrow at the latest. We just need to figure out what happened. The victim has puncture wounds on his neck, but something seems off.
How so? I asked.
They're sloppy, irregular. An old vampire like Jewel Mulder would know better. They typically use their own blood to heal the wounds. It still leaves a slight mark, but not open wounds. Not like this.
I wrapped my arms more tightly around myself. I didn't know vampires healed the punctures after feeding.
They don't always take the time, Meryl replied. But it's a way old experienced vamps can remain under the radar if they're trying to feed in one area for an extensive amount of time without causing a panic. Maybe she was interrupted? I said. Maybe. Meryl shrugged one shoulder. It's too early in the investigation to know what's going on. The team is looking at all of the evidence, but at the moment things certainly point to her. We know she's in the area, probably angry, and the witness who gave a statement said they saw Clint going into the hotel room with a tall blonde in a low-cut red dress and thigh-high black boots. Meryl and I had both seen Jewel disappear into the night hours earlier in the exact outfit. That, coupled with the puncture wounds, made for a compelling case. The real question was, how were we going to stop her before she got another case of the late-night munchies? Chapter 9. After giving the SPA agents a full accounting of the night before, I was dismissed from the scene at the hotel. It didn't seem that any of my information was going to be terribly valuable, and my shoulders were heavy as I crossed town to the Lilac house. I slipped around to the back of the property and quickly disabled the wards I'd carefully set the night before, then made my way into the side entrance into the event space. To my surprise, Cassie was already there, slumped back in a chair at one of the folding tables, one hand resting on her stomach while the other gripped a silver thermos with the Siren Song logo etched into the side. "Morning, Cass," I said. "How are you feeling this morning?" "Did you hear about Clint?" she asked, glancing up at me as I unbundled from my coat and gloves. I nodded. I did. The whole thing is so sad. "They're dropping like flies," she exclaimed. "Everyone is talking about it. There was a whole group this morning in Siren Song speculating there's some kind of serial killer loose in Beechwood Harbor." "What?" I scoffed. "That's ridiculous." "Is it?" Cassie asked. "I mean, the FBI doesn't ride into town over nothing." I turned away, hiding a cringe. The SPA's cover as FBI agents did add a heightened sense of danger to the situation. But there weren't a lot of options if they were to take over an investigation from the human law enforcement. And as tough as Chief Lincoln was, he wasn't going to be any kind of deterrent to a powerful vampire. The SPA taking over was a matter of public safety. But I hadn't considered that it would also create a layer of panic in the general public. "I mean, what are we supposed to tell people?" Cassie asked. "Don't drive drunk, enjoy the gift bag. Oh, and do try to stay alive till morning." "Cass," I said gently, "it's not that bad. Most of the singles are from out of town. They're not spending this vacation watching the local news station and reading the daily newspaper." "The newspaper!" She jumped up from the chair, nearly knocking her coffee cup askew, and barreled toward the doors leading into the inn. "We have to hide the newspapers. Every guest here gets one dropped off at their door. It's complimentary." She made it 3 steps before swaying. Lurching to the right, she grabbed the back of a chair and stabilized herself. "Cassie!" I rushed to her side. "Are you all right?" She nodded. "Just stood up too fast, I guess." I placed my hand on her forehead. It seemed normal, if not a little clammy. "Are you getting sick? Did you have too much to drink last night?" "No, I didn't have a drop." She shot me a dark look. "Okay, sorry, geez, just a question." Her expression softened and she lowered into the chair. "I'm sorry, it's not you, it's this event. We still have 2 nights to go, including the big day tomorrow." Valentine's fell on a Friday, and it was intended to be our big blowout. Saturday evening, we'd have a last chance gala, but expected a smaller crowd, with most people checking out to travel home the following morning. We were 2.5 days away from life returning to normal. As long as none of the other guests got turned into a vampire appetizer. "Tomorrow is going to be great," I assured her, managing to stuff down my own bubble of panic. "Everything is in order. We've got the speed dating event tonight, so we won't have much to do. Honestly, if you need the day off, I can take over." We'd hired a service to come in from Seattle and run the speed dating event. Technically, we could have figured it out ourselves, but we'd decided to outsource and take a little pressure off. We'd offered the woman running the service a hotel room for the night so she didn't have to commute back to the city, and paid a small service fee to cover her travel expenses. I was looking forward to seeing how the process worked. Cassie smiled at me. "That's sweet, Holly. I'm okay, though. Besides, there'd be no one at home anyway. Jeffrey's working the murder investigation and will probably wind up falling asleep at his desk." She chuckled. "You know how he gets when there's a big case." I blinked as another spike of anxiety shot through me. Chief Lincoln wasn't supposed to be anywhere near the murder investigation.
I thought the FBI was in charge of things. Isn't that what you said? Cassie rolled her eyes. Oh, they're trying to take it over? Jeffrey says they have no right to be here, so he's making some phone calls. Oh, he is? Right now? That's what he said when I left the house to come over here, she replied. He got dropped off by one of his deputies, and he was a little weird, all quiet. But I got him a cup of coffee, and he perked back up again, and then kind of flew into a rant about how the FBI was butting in. I barely got any information out of him before he locked himself in his office. He has an office at home, too? I asked. Cassie laughed. It was the only way I could keep him from bringing case files to bed. Case files for what? I asked. This is Beechwood Harbor. It's not like we have gang warfare spilling into the streets on a weekly basis. Oh, he keeps tabs on cases from neighboring towns, too. Apparently, he thinks there is some kind of government cover-up going on. Cases that just go missing or that get scooped up by the FBI and then seemingly vanish into thin air. I don't tell people about the office because it's honestly looking a little like a scene of Carrie in Homeland, with the red strings and all the printouts plastered on the walls. She rolled her eyes. Most husbands watch too much football or go out fishing. Then there's Jeffrey. Bat wings. I swallowed hard and hoped the beads of sweat on my forehead weren't noticeable. As Cassie pushed to her feet again, I made a mental note to call Meryl and give her a heads up. As much as I didn't want Chief getting knocked out with a memory-erasing spell, it sounded like that might be the only way to keep him clear of walking into something he wasn't supposed to. That and a covert mission to clear out his office, removing the evidence. Possibly by fairy, or maybe gnomes. Cassie sighed. We'd better get going. I'll go check on the kitchen. Can you go pick up the pastries from the bakery? You can take my car. Keys are in my purse over there. She gestured toward the front doors, and I spotted an olive green puffer coat folded up on a chair. Cass? You sure you're okay? I asked. Just tired. She bobbed her head. It's all good. Now scoot. I want first dibs on one of those coffee cake muffins before the guests get in here. I smiled. Back in 10. Cassie left the event space, headed for the inn's kitchen, where our caterer was no doubt whipping up an epic pile of brunch foods for our guests, who would be arriving in a little over an hour. After brunch, the singles would have a chance to mingle, and then head out for the day's events in town. The Environmental Preservation Society was hosting a beach cleanup. They'd given the event a romantic twist by choosing participants to be split into teams of 2 at random, and they were serving picnic lunches to everyone who came back with at least one bag full of garbage and debris. A local vineyard had sent a representative to hold a wine tasting in one of the hotels. The bakery was hosting a cupcake decorating class at 3. Overall, there wasn't much for either Cassie or me to do. We'd put all the work in on the front end of the event, and today we could relax until it was time to set up for the dinner event. We'd arranged a local swing band to play, and instructors from a neighboring town's dance studio were coming to give lessons to anyone who wanted them, as soon as the tables were cleared. Hopefully, the night would wrap a little earlier than the previous 2. I needed a full night's sleep, especially going into Valentine's Day. Adam and I were postponing our own celebration until after the big masquerade ball, and I doubted we'd get a chance to slip away until well after midnight. It would all be worth it, though, I thought, as I retrieved Cassie's keys and headed out to pick up the bakery order. Ominous deaths aside, most of the singles seemed to be enjoying themselves, and if the amount of shopping bags I'd seen flashed around town was any indication of the boost in commerce, we'd both get a round of applause at the next town meeting. Now, if only the rest of my life could fall into place. As I waited at the counter for Matilda to bring out the boxes of baked goods from the back room, my mind drifted back to thinking about the house tour that morning. There was nothing wrong with the house. Any rational person would have jumped at the chance to move in, especially with the giant countdown timer ticking away until eviction papers were served. The SPA would probably send in a clan of stinky trolls to smoke us out if we didn't have our bags packed and ready on move-out day. I still hadn't had a chance to talk to Posey about any of the changes. That alone bothered me. Maybe even more than the changes themselves. For all her prickly tendencies, Posey was more than a landlady to me. To all of us. Things had shifted in our relationship recently, and it was obvious she was going through some kind of afterlife crisis. But it still stung that she hadn't even popped in to see how we were doing with everything. Did she even know? I have to admit, when I first saw the order sheet, I thought maybe Adam was using your name to stock up on goodies for the house. Matilda, the bakery owner's daughter, said as she wheeled around the corner, 2 huge boxes in her arms. I smiled and took the sheet cake-sized boxes from her. I think even he knows we don't have enough room in our freezer for all this. Matilda laughed. That fiancé of yours sure has a sweet tooth. He has an everything tooth, I groaned. I swear we spend more at the grocery store than we do on rent. I believe it. Matilda beamed as she stepped behind the cash register. You want your receipt? Oh, yes, please, I replied, taking a few steps forward so she could tape the paper to the top box. The town council probably needs this for their records. Thanks for the discount, by the way. You didn't have to do that. Matilda flapped a hand. Think nothing of it. We were happy to help. Well, I'll make sure everyone knows where the pastries came from, I promised, backing carefully toward the door. Thanks, Holly. See you later. I returned to the lilac house with the boxes of pastries, but lingered in the car for an extra minute and called Meryl's cell phone. She didn't answer, so I left a message letting her know about Chief Lincoln and hung up. Exhaling, I considered my reflection in the rearview mirror. I needed to go back inside and help Cassie finish setting up. But there was a part of me that wanted to throw the car in reverse, squeal out of the parking lot, and make a run for it. To leave it all behind. Everything was in flux, and I had no idea how I was going to get everything pinned down again. After a wallowing, self-indulgent moment, I threw open the driver's side door and clambered out. I retrieved the large boxes of pastries from the trunk. Balancing the boxes in one arm, I managed to shut the trunk without dumping the breakfast items all over the asphalt, and then rounded the vehicle. I paused at the French doors to shuffle the bulky boxes once more, but stilled at the sound of a loud sniffle. Mature boxwood bushes lined the wall between the sets of doors, and I peered around the nearest bush and found Justine around the corner, braced up against the old house, a cigarette dangling from one hand. Justine? Are you all right? The young woman jolted at my voice. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't see you when I drove up. She dropped the cigarette and stamped it out with the toe of her sneakers while she wiped at her eyes. I was used to seeing her dressed up for work, in a skirt and blouse with a pair of sensible heels. Today, she wore a pair of faded jeans, a red puffer jacket, and her long, fine hair hung limp around her shoulders. Hi, Holly. You need a hand? I glanced down at the boxes. Oh, no, I'm okay. Thanks, though. I'm just here to pick up my paycheck, she explained, thumbing over her shoulder. Apparently there was some issue with the payroll system, so Marion has to cut me a check. It was obvious Justine had been crying. Her eyes were glassy and bloodshot, and her thick black eyeliner was smudged where she'd swiped them. She offered a watery smile. Setting up for the brunch? She asked. I shifted the boxes as my arms started to burn. Yeah. You want anything? I've basically got a half dozen of everything. I laughed softly. Justine shook her head. No, thanks. I won't be here long. Marion should be off the phone soon. I glanced inside the event space. Cassie would be wondering where I was. Still, something held me in place. Justine, are you all right? The woman nodded, but her facade crumbled on the third bob. Fresh tears sprang to her eyes, and she let her head drop back against the wall. Ugh, she growled, wiping at her eyes. I can't seem to stop doing this. She tried to laugh, but it was hollow. I just can't believe he's gone. You know? I faltered for a moment before realizing who she was talking about. Marty? I asked, my tone cautious. I really liked him, Holly, she said quietly, followed by another loud sniffle. He was funny, and not stupid funny, more like witty, and he was kind. He pulled out my chair, opened doors, that kind of thing. No one does that anymore. At least not the guys I usually wind up with. I'm really sorry, Justine. I didn't know him well, but he seemed nice. Justine bobbed her head again and wiped her eyes again. We'd been seeing each other for a few months. We just didn't want to tell anyone quite yet. He had, I guess, adult kids who live here in town, and he wanted to keep things quiet for a while, until he could make proper introductions. I guess he had a history of picking the wrong women, so his kids tended to get a little protective. But now the entire town thinks I'm some kind of gold digger who just wanted him for his money. Justine squeaked, and then burst into a round of body-racking sobs. How can I ever show my face around town again? I set the bakery boxes on the hood of the nearest car and went to Justine's side. Justine, no one thinks that. I promise. His kids do, she said, hanging her head. I got a voicemail from his daughter this morning.
I don't know how she found out about us, but she said the most vile things." Justine's voice broke, and I placed an arm around her shoulders. Everyone is hurting right now. They're probably in shock and not thinking clearly. Justine, you're one of the sweetest, kindest people I know. "The police questioned me, you know," she replied. "I know it's their job to ask these questions, but the way they looked at me, it's like they thought I might have had something to do with him dying." "What? Why would they think that?" She sniffled loudly. "I guess Marty added my name to his life insurance policy a few weeks ago. I swear I didn't know about it. The first I heard about it was when the police asked about it." "He obviously cared about you a lot," I said gently. "He wanted to make sure you were taken care of in case something happened." Justine coughed on a dry laugh. "He was trying to be sweet, I know. But now it makes me look like a murder suspect." "No, Justine. I'm sure no one thinks that. The police just have to ask those questions. Anyone who knows you even a little bit knows you're not capable of something like that." Justine stared off into space for a long moment. "I wasn't even there when he died. I'd already gone back home. We made plans to meet the following night for dinner. It was going to be our first official outing as a couple. We were going to tell everyone that we hit it off at the singles weekend and then go public with our relationship. He was going to tell his kids. That night was supposed to be the beginning." She swallowed hard. "Not the end." A door opened on the other side of Justine, and she straightened. Marion Waters, the manager of the inn, poked her head outside. "Justine, I have your check ready." Justine wiped her face quickly and cleared her throat. She offered me a weak smile before she turned away. "Thanks for listening, Holly. I'll see you later." I returned her smile, and she went to join Marion. I swiped the box of pastries from their temporary shelf and went inside the event space, my heart heavy. Chapter 10. Brunch was a subdued affair. The news of the second death linked to the event had spread throughout town, and as I wove through the room, refilling coffee cups and striking up casual conversations, I heard whispers and threads of conversation revolving around the deaths. Our gaggle of singles were on edge and distracted, not to mention thinned out. 20 of the singles who'd registered for the event were missing. I hoped that meant their dates the night before it ended well, and they were off enjoying other activities. But 20-plus people absent made for a noticeable gap. Cassie remained a bundle of nerves throughout the morning. As things were winding down, she took the stage to announce the day's scheduled events. She didn't address the deaths, but from the lines around her mouth and the way she kept licking her lips, it was clearly still on her mind. When she finished, the attendees made their exodus, and the catering crew swept into action to clear the tables and put away the leftover food. With 20 missing guests, there were piles of leftovers. Adam was going to be a happy man. I made myself a plate, piling berries and whipped cream on a pile of French toast, before joining Cassie at one of the empty tables. 23 people were missing, she said, staring down at a checklist clamped to a hot pink clipboard. 23, Holly. Maybe that means we were successful and they're paired off. I frowned at the list as I lifted a bite of breakfast to my mouth. Well, except for one, I suppose, since it's an uneven number. 2 of them are dead now, Cassie replied, her voice flat. I winced. Right. Cassie exhaled slowly. It was downright macabre in here this morning. All anyone wants to talk about are the deaths. They're supposed to be talking about their hobbies, their jobs, their lives, not this. I placed a hand on her shoulder. It's going to be fine, Cassie. Tonight there will be music and dancing, good food. They won't have time to dwell on all that. I hope you're right. She pushed to her feet, taking the clipboard with her. Listen, I have a few errands to run before tonight, but I'll be back by 4 o'clock to help set up. Sounds good. See you then. She walked to the door, her slim shoulders slumped as though they each had 50-pound sandbags strapped to them. I wasn't sure what it would take to turn things around, but as I finished my breakfast, I vowed to find a way to set things right, even if it required a little bit of magic. My phone rang while I made my way back to the manor. Both hands were busy grasping the handles of half a dozen paper bags bearing the catering company's logo, so I leaned my head to one side and managed to hit the button on the side of my pink earbuds. Adam had gifted me the pair for Christmas, and they'd come in quite handy over the past few months. I could easily answer calls even without my hands, which were usually covered in either potting soil or potion-making ingredients.
Hey, Holly. Lucy's bright voice replied when I answered the call. Oh, hey, how are you doing? I asked, adjusting my grip on one set of bags. I had another quarter of a mile, all uphill, of course, and the paper handles were digging into my palms. Pretty good. It turns out desperate singles make for excellent tippers, she replied with a small laugh. I know you and Cassie have had a heck of a time planning this thing, but I wouldn't be mad if it turned into an annual thing. The boost in income is great. I smiled. Well then, mission accomplished. I think everyone is pretty happy about the boost in tourism. Definitely, she agreed. That wasn't the reason I was calling, though. I found a house I think you might like to see. Oh? Well, that sounds promising. But is there any way we can hold off until next week? Unfortunately, no. There are already 2 offers on the table, and the seller has given a deadline for any more offers. You'd have to put in an offer by tomorrow at 5 p.m. Then they'll take 48 hours and decide. It's close to the top of your price range, but I think... Wait, slow down. This house is for sale? I thought we were only looking at rentals right now. I frowned. Lucy was normally so in tune with people, partially due to her telepathy, that it was strange she'd overlooked such an important detail in our request. Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed that we were looking at both after Adam sent over the financial records from the mortgage office. I stopped walking. Mortgage office? Mm-hmm. It all came over yesterday afternoon. I thought perhaps you'd been underwhelmed by the rental market and decided to look at the other options in town. Lucy faltered for an awkward moment. I'm sorry, Holly. I should have called to clarify. Shaking my head, I continued up the hill. No, maybe I misunderstood. Tell you what, let me check in with Adam and I'll call you back. Okay. Just keep in mind we'll need to see the house today or first thing tomorrow, so we can leave enough time for the paperwork if you do decide to go forward with an offer. Got it. Thanks, Lucy. I'll call you back soon. We exchanged goodbyes and hung up. I huffed up the rest of the hill and waited until I dumped the bags of leftovers in the manor's kitchen before I dialed Adam's cell. He didn't answer. I started to leave a voicemail but gave up halfway and hung up. Hey, Holly, everything okay? I turned at Harmony's voice, surprised to see her entering the kitchen. My eyes flew to the clock above her head. I'm just here for lunch, she said, an edge of defensiveness in her tone. I forgot to pack one this morning. Right, sorry, I didn't mean to imply anything. Harmony was running the shop full-time while I helped Cassie with the singles event. She was more than capable of keeping things in motion on her own, and I trusted her implicitly. She ran the place like it was her own, which made sense. She'd been there from day one. Before that, actually. She'd been instrumental in every major decision along the way, from my first inklings to the day we cut the giant red ribbon out front on opening day. No worries, I know that place is your baby. She smiled at me and then crossed to the fridge. Pulling the door open, her eyes went wide. Whoa, is it grocery day or something? Oh no, that's the leftovers from this morning's brunch buffet. It was a little on the sad side of things. So they just let you keep it all? Harmony marveled, peeking into one bag, then another. When we booked the catering, we prepaid for all the food. I sighed. Gotcha. So this is all up for grabs, then? I waved a hand. Go nuts. Harmony grinned and tugged a bag out of the fridge and let the door fall closed. I'm guessing Adam doesn't know any of this is here yet. I laughed. Not yet. Maybe take some up to your room for safekeeping. Believe me, hiding leftovers from Adam was one of the main reasons I bought that mini fridge. She chuckled to herself and grabbed a fork from the drain board beside the sink on her way to the table. I turned on one of the stove burners and went to fill the tea kettle. How have things been at the shop today? Harmony suspended her fork above a stack of pancakes. Pretty busy. I took a couple custom orders for you, but I told them it's going to be a few extra days. Mrs. Jinx came in to ask about that bug repellent potion. I smiled and deposited the kettle onto the stove. Mrs. Jinx was one of our regulars. Jinx wasn't her real last name, but we dubbed her with the nickname a few weeks ago when she'd come in for the 3rd time, insisting our potions didn't work quite as promised. Despite her claims, she continued to return on a near weekly basis, asking for various potions. We weren't sure what she was doing with the potions to get such poor results. She was a curmudgeon, but not unkind, so we put up with her constant stream of returns in hopes that eventually she'd give up her complaining or else move on to the next potion shop. Sometimes it's true what they say. Witches be crazy. Any progress on the house hunt? Evangeline said you went to look at some properties yesterday. My smile faded as Harmony's question dragged me back to reality. We did, but it's early stages, I guess. Might have to kiss a lot of frogs along the way.
True that. Harmony shoved a bite of pancake into her mouth.
Evangeline breezed into the kitchen as I was dumping a few scoops of my special tea blend into a mug. We exchanged pleasantries as I slowly added the hot water. She busied herself at the coffee machine, and I glanced at my phone. Adam hadn't called me back yet. Batwings. It's going to be weird not living together anymore, Harmony said. I mean, we'll still see each other almost every day, but it just won't be the same, you know? I bobbed my head and swallowed down a ball of emotion. Logically, I knew the day was coming, when we'd all go our separate ways, but thinking about it too much gave me a sour stomach. What about you? Have you seen anything in the Seattle Haven? Harmony shrugged one shoulder and speared a bite of cold scrambled eggs. A couple apartments. Anastasia told me I could come back and live with her if I needed more time, so at least I have a little bit of a cushion. Although, truth be told, I'd rather not live with her and Caleb. They're insufferably lovey-dovey. I bit back a laugh. Anastasia was one of the Haven world's most sought-after wedding planners, and while she could crank up the romance for her clients, she was also one of the most level-headed and practical people I knew. It was hard to imagine her turning to a puddle of goo and baby-talking her SPA agent fiancé. Safe to say things didn't go well with your pediatrician friend the other night? I asked, flashing a sly smile at my young apprentice over the rim of my mug. Harmony didn't reply, opting instead to stuff another massive bite of pancake into her mouth. Bummer. Evangeline and I were kind of hoping he'd stick around for a little while. He's such a nice guy. Evangeline nodded encouragingly over her mug of coffee. Harmony rolled her eyes as she swallowed. Yeah, that was the whole problem. I cocked my head. Meaning? He asked if he could kiss me, Harmony said, her tone suggesting that no further explanation should be required. Evangeline and I exchanged a sidelong glance. Apparently she didn't get the problem either. I shrugged. It's a little old-fashioned, but so what? It's sweet, Harmony. If that was his only flaw, then I definitely think you need to give him another chance. We were 5 minutes into our appetizers, Harmony replied, shooting a told-you-so look at Evangeline. Like I was literally slathering artichoke dip on a piece of bread and he just blurted it out. Oh, Evangeline's eyes widened. Yikes. At least the dip was good, Harmony said with a shrug, before she dug into the pile of eggs she'd piled in one corner of the takeout box. My nose wrinkled. How can you even eat that all cold? Tastes fine to me. My phone beeped and I saw Adam's name flash across the screen out of the corner of my eye. I have to take this, I said, rising. I'll be right back. I stepped into the living room and answered the call. Hello? Hey, gorgeous. Everything all right? Are we buying a house? There was a pause. Adam? It's an option, he replied, his tone cautious. How? How is it an option? We don't have that kind of money. Well, we don't, but let's just say I can get it if we need it. I slammed a hand on my hip. What's going on? Why are you being so cagey? And why didn't you tell me that you'd submitted paperwork to a mortgage broker? Adam swore softly. You weren't supposed to find out about that. Adam? I just mean not yet. Not until we have a chance to talk about it. Start talking, I directed, even as I started pacing the living room. This really isn't a good time, Holly. Michelle is going to circle back around any minute now to check in on me. Adam lowered his voice. Can we talk when I get home tonight? I'll be at the Lilac house. We're having our big speed dating event tonight. Okay, right. I'll stop by. I'm sure Cassie can hold things down while you and I talk. I hesitated. I hated secrets, especially between me and Adam. But I didn't want to get him in trouble either. Fine. But what am I supposed to tell Lucy? She thinks she has a house lined up, but there's a bidding war and we'd need to see it first thing tomorrow. I'll call her and make the appointment if you need. I can do tomorrow as long as it's before 11. We have a meeting scheduled for 11:30. I'll tell you about it tonight. I sighed. I'll call her back. You just focus on work. Thanks, Holly. Love you. You too, I said, then ended the call. Shifters, I growled, starting back toward the kitchen. Chapter 11. Chief Lincoln called me an hour before the speed dating dinner and told me that Cassie was in bed and wouldn't be able to attend the event. He was distraught and overly apologetic. It took some work to assure him that everything was going to be fine. I ended the call, letting him know I'd stop by the next day to check on Cassie if she was still sick. Afterward, I headed to the Lilac house and hoped things would go as smoothly as we'd anticipated. Luckily, I wasn't expected to lead the group, so most of the pressure was off, which was a relief, considering I needed all my senses honed in on signs of a specific blondie vampire. The caterers beat me there and were already setting up in the inn's kitchen. Most of their food was prepared off-site, ready to be thrown together, heated up, and served to the participants. We were doing another buffet-style dinner. It was just the easiest way to ensure all of our attendees were happy. I helped where I could until Mrs. Kemper arrived with her rolling suitcase of props and accoutrements. I followed her instructions on how to set up the tables. We'd forgone the round tables for the event and instead had 6 large rectangular ones. That way we could transition from dinner to the speed dating portion without changing the configuration. I passed out laminated placemats that had conversation starters printed on one side and random trivia on the other. At the front of the room, we placed one small table where Mrs. Kemper would sit and preside over the event. She unfurled a velvet tablecloth and a little plush pillow for the seat of her chair, then unpacked an Asian-looking gong with resin dragons crawling up either side of the frame the metal disc hung from. A large stopwatch was the last of Mrs. Kemper's accessories. She placed that beside the mallet for the gong and gave a satisfied smile. "Very good. Thank you, dear. Now, if you'll point me in the direction of the powder room, I'd like to check my lipstick. You never know what leftovers there'll be to pick up when the night is over." She gave me a wink, and I realized she wasn't hoping for an extra slice of cheesecake in a doggy bag. I sent her down the hall and exhaled. "Let's just hope she doesn't put on another layer of perfume while she's at it," I mumbled under my breath. I ordered a matchmaker, not a fumigation. Before too long, the doors opened and the attendees streamed in. I was happy to see so many guests, having feared the dinner would turn into another snooze fest like brunch. According to a rough head count, we'd only lost a dozen or so participants from the roster. In theory, that meant some of them had chosen to dine elsewhere, hopefully in pairs. The biggest relief was that there was no sign of Jewel or her sniveling sidekick. The dinner seemed to go well. The guests picked over the buffet in record timing, and a sense of anticipation built through the room when Mrs. Kemper made her grand entrance. My lips parted, forming a silent "oh" as she swept to the front of the crowded dining room. She'd done a heck of a lot more than add a fresh layer of lipstick. Her eyes were rimmed with dark, smoky shadows, and either she was flushed or she'd added half a compact's worth of rouge to her cheeks. Something was different, tighter somehow. She'd also swapped out her sensible shoes for a pair of sky-high plum pumps, and her slacks and blouse were replaced by a plunging blue dress. I watched with a combination of second-hand embarrassment and appreciation for the quick transformation as she sashayed up to the front of the room and called for everyone's attention, as if she didn't have it already. "Good evening, lovers," she purred. I planted my face in one hand. Merlin, help me. A presence moved behind me, and I turned to find Nick, a beer bottle in his hand. He'd dressed down for the occasion, a black jacket with a pair of jeans and sneakers. His hair looked damp, though it wasn't raining outside. "Hey, Halls. How's life aboard the SS Love Boat?" "Oh, just swimmingly," I replied, peeking at Mrs. Kemper as she continued her presentation of the rules. She seemed to have everything under control. I glanced back at Nick as a smile tugged at one corner of my mouth. "Did Adam send you?" He returned the grin and pulled a sip from the long-neck bottle. "Maybe." "Well, I know Meryl didn't," I added with a laugh. Nick rolled his eyes. "How long till you let me live that down?" "Not any time soon." I laughed a little harder and patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad." "Beg to differ," he replied dryly. 3 times in the past couple of days I've had someone crack that whole "guess we know who wears the pants in that relationship" jokes. It's humiliating. I wiped the smile off my face. "It'll pass. You know how this town works." "All too well." He took another long pull. I crossed my arms and peered up at him. Nick wasn't all that much taller than me, especially when I was in heels. "You two going to be okay?" "I don't know, Halls. Things got kind of dark last night. I'd just gotten one of those comments and I snapped at her. I apologized, of course, but she left the restaurant right in the middle of dinner. And I haven't heard from her since." "Oh, Nick, I'm so sorry." He shrugged one shoulder, but the pained look on his face gave him away.
despite the casual gesture. Things are just sort of in a holding pattern right now, I guess. He considered his reply for a moment, then shrugged. I spent a long time waiting for the right person to come along, and then she walks into my life, and now it seems like I've blown it before we even fully got a chance to see what might happen. Did you try flowers yet? Scarlett could hook you up with something nice, you know. I ordered a Valentine's bouquet, of course. Think I should get a pre-Valentine's bouquet, too? I smiled. No, that's probably overkill. What else does she like? Oh, I know. When she lived at the manor, she used to always leave wrappers from those little mint chocolate squares they give out in restaurants. She'd fold them into little tiny origami creations and forget them on end tables, the mantel, kitchen counter. Get her a box of those. Of the wrappers? Nick asked. No, the chocolates. I don't know if they sell them in stores. You might have to get creative. See if McNally's knows where to get them. Nick smiled. Thanks, Holly. I'll do that. The gong at the front of the room sounded, and we both turned. Mrs. Kemper was shepherding the bachelors to move down one seat. Then she escorted the stocky redhead who'd been at the end around the backs of the women to place him at the vacant chair at the opposite side of the room. Granted, she took her sweet time and fluttered her falsies a little too much along the way. Who is that? Nick asked, his brow furrowed. She looks familiar. Mrs. Kemper. She runs the front desk at the dentist's office on Sunflower Lane. Nick blinked. Oh, she looks different. I laughed softly. Yeah, 5 pounds of makeup tends to do that to a person. After a moment, Nick tugged his gaze away from the flirtatious cougar at the front of the room and glanced at me. Have you spoken with Meryl recently? I shook my head. Well, not about anything personal, at least. You know there was a murder yesterday, right? I know she's working a case. I don't know much else about it, but Adam asked if I'd come down tonight and watch your back, so I assumed something was up. I glanced behind us, making sure we wouldn't be overheard, before continuing. There's a pair of vamps in town, and one of them might have gotten a little peckish after dinner last night. Nick grimaced. Yikes. I caught him up on recent events as Mrs. Kemper continued leading the singles through the speed dating rounds. From a distance, it almost looked like a stilted game of musical chairs, with the men rotating one seat to the left every 3 minutes. When I finished, Nick exhaled and placed his empty beer bottle on the tray of a passing server who'd been attending to the guests. The life insurance thing is tricky, he said. You believe Justine's story? She really didn't know about it? I shook my head. Either she deserves an entire truckload of Oscars or she was genuinely devastated. Besides, there's something else going on here. If she was just after Marty's money, then why kill Clint? Unless the two are completely unrelated and just random coincidences, which I think we can agree would be a pretty big stretch. Nick gave a decisive nod. True. So then what's the link? There has to be something, or likely someone, the two victims have in common. As a journalist turned private investigator, Nick knew how to cut to the heart of a mystery with a few well-chosen questions. The only problem was that when it came to vampires, the rules pretty much flew out the window. I was about to tell him just that, when a glimmer of movement caught the corner of my eye as the front door to the event space swung open. A figure stepped inside and I sucked in a breath. Uh-oh. What? Nick turned and froze. Meryl stood in the doorway, one hand stilled on the zipper to her black jacket. I coughed into my fist and took a couple of steps to the side. I'll give you two a minute. I left it unsaid that if they wanted to start screaming at each other, they should take it out to the parking lot. A thing like that could put a damper on a speed dating event. Meryl zeroed in on Nick. What are you doing here? She hissed, closing the space between them in 3 purposeful strides. Nick held out his hands, his palms toward his steaming honey bunny. Meryl, it's not what it looks like. If you're going to break up with me, then just do it. There's no point in waiting until after Valentine's Day and giving me some kind of pity holiday. I cringed and glanced over my shoulder. A few of the daters facing us were starting to get distracted. Mrs. Kemper noticed too and shot me a do something look. Guys, I said, stepping between them, my arms spread. Can we maybe talk about this in the foyer? Break up with you? Nick repeated, rebuffing my attempt to shepherd them from the dining room. What are you talking about? Meryl's blue eyes blazed brighter through a sheen of frustrated tears. If you've been trying to find a way to say it, then just spit it out. I'm a big girl. I can take it. The quiver to her chin suggested otherwise. Nick placed a hand on the trembling agent's shoulder, his eyes softening. Meryl, I swear, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not trying to break up with you. I love you. Meryl's fair brows lifted as her eyes widened. From the front of the room, Ms. Kemper cleared her throat. I glanced at her, and she narrowed her eyes and jerked her head toward the side doors. I swallowed hard. Nick and Meryl were wrapped in a delicate bubble of emotion, and the last thing I wanted to do was stick my nose in and pop it. But I love you too, Nicky. Meryl beamed, a tear slipping loose as a smile spread across her face. Nicky? Oh, I was going to have some fun with that one. Smiling to myself, I placed a hand on each of their shoulders and gently steered them toward the French doors that led out to a patio space. Come on, lovebirds, this way. I held the door open and waited while Nick and Meryl passed through. Mrs. Kemper clapped her hands together loudly, drawing the attention of her daters back to the front of the room. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. She smiled and hit the gong with a little too much gusto. Gentlemen, please rotate. The men rose from their seats and shuffled one chair down, and the room quickly filled with happy chatter once more. I closed the French door and breathed a sigh of relief, then realized I'd walked into another awkward situation as I spun around, my mouth open, ready to say something to Nick and Meryl, only to find them locked in a passionate kiss up against the wall between two of the event space's floor-to-ceiling windows. My mouth slammed shut, and I scrambled back toward the door. Heat prickled at my cheeks as I reached for the doorknob. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I froze. I saw the gleaming and super pointy teeth first, as Jewel Mulder stepped into the ring of light cast by a nearby lantern. Well, well, if it isn't my favorite little tattletale. Magic sparked to my fingertips. What are you doing here? I demanded. The vampire's gaze drifted toward one of the windows, and she slowly licked her lips as Mrs. Kemper's gong sounded and the men rotated. I was feeling a little peckish, and like it or not, witchy, you've got the hottest takeout menu in town. The SBA has agents all over town looking for you, I said, my tone calm. As much as I wanted to throttle the vamp, I was the one with the disadvantage if it came to a confrontation. My magic was fast, but it was hard to compete with a vampire, especially one with as much experience as Jewel Mulder. She wasn't some freshly turned baby vamp who hadn't fully grasped her powers. On top of that, I had no backup, and there was a room full of vulnerable humans who needed me to keep a cool head. Oh, yeah? Her eyes slid back to meet mine. And why's that? Have I done something wrong? I leveled her with a hard stare. I'm not in the mood to play games, Jewel. What's it going to take to get you to go away, for good? Jewel crossed her arms as her ruby-red lips pursed into a full pout. You're no fun at all. Is that what matters to you? I asked. Fun? I don't expect a witch, such as yourself, to understand. I've been alive for nearly 100 years, and to be quite honest, there's only so much to do. Sometimes one has to be resourceful and make their own fun. Her gaze drifted to the room of speed daters on the other side of the window. She licked her lips, paying extra attention to the 2 points of her fangs. Vampires were made to hunt, to feed. Your kind wants us all banished, reduced to withering away in our mansions and castles with bottles of synthetic blood. It's inhumane. I scoffed at the almost wounded quality to her voice. She honestly thought she and her kind were the victims. You don't look withered away to me, I noted. Jewel smiled, her eyes sliding back to mine. Thank you for noticing. I do try to keep presentable. She ran both hands down her sides, accentuating the curves barely contained by the skin-tight black cocktail dress she wore. Vampires seemed immune to weather. Their bodies worked differently than human bodies, of course, and didn't mind the cold. I suppose part of that made sense, especially since they were restricted to keeping out of the sun. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I snapped around to find Meryl coming around her corner. Holly, Nick and I were going to go for a bite at... She stopped short, her question trailing off. A bite? Well, I'd simply love one, Jewel purred as her dark eyes zeroed in on Nick. Meryl reacted first.
a blast of fiery red magic lashing out from the tips of her fingers in a whip-like slash toward the vamp. Jewel's smile vanished, and she narrowed her eyes as the whip sliced past her. With a growl, she retreated from the patio, bolting around the other side of the stately mansion. After her! Chapter 12. Jewel was fast, but Meryl had a few tricks up her sleeves. The junior agent had worked as a warden of an SVA prison before joining the agency as a law enforcement officer, and had no doubt handled plenty of mouthy vampires in her time. With a frustrated grunt, she flung a spell at Jewel just as the vampire was mid-vault, clearing the top of a forest green SUV. The spell grazed Jewel's side, and she shrieked in obvious surprise. Jewel changed the trajectory of her leap and landed in a crouch on the roof of the vehicle. Snarling down at us, she flashed her teeth. Her eyes were pools of pitch black, lost to rage and hunger. The momentary lapse in her escape plan cost her. Meryl, seeming to have anticipated the move, hurled another spell. It fired so fast I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Magic spells weren't bullets in some kind of high-powered war rifle. They took time and immense concentration. To fire them off in such quick succession almost always meant a drop in power and potency. Meryl's spell defied that rule. The second and third bolts of power were stronger than the first. And they hit their target. Jewel took 2 golden whips of magic right to the chest. Her black eyes went even wider, which, combined with her hollow cheeks and lean muscles, lent her an almost alien look. At least going off the illustrated aliens seen in comic strips and cartoons. Meryl's spells torpedoed the blonde right off the roof of the SUV. Without pausing, Meryl surged forward, kicking up bits of decorative gravel from the border around the flower beds lining the side of the bed and breakfast. "Meryl!" Nick called, racing after her. "Be careful!" I readied my own magic, a stunning spell, and followed. "Shh!" I pleaded, casting a nervous glance over one shoulder as I stumbled forward. The crowd I expected to see at the windows wasn't there, and I huffed a quick sigh of relief, though it did little to unravel the tight band of tension coiled around my stomach and lungs. Meryl had Jewel trussed up with cords of red magic at her wrists and ankles. She was clearly taking no chances. The vampire's fangs flashed as she swore and spat at the junior agent, her eyes still dark and gleaming in the moonlight. "Where should we take her?" I asked Meryl, as I took another peek at the bed and breakfast. There was a row of cars between us and the wall of windows of the event space. It bought us a little protection, but not nearly enough. The singles weren't the only ones inside. There was the staff, the caterers, a sprinkling of other guests who'd booked rooms before the singles event came to fruition. Any one of them could stumble upon us. We had to get Jewel out of sight, fast. "Anywhere but here," Nick replied, following my concerned glance. "I'm not going anywhere with you," the vampire growled. Meryl replied with a hollow laugh. "Oh, yes, you are. There's a warrant out for your arrest." "The portal to the Seattle Haven isn't too far away," Nick said. "Why don't we take her through and dump her off at headquarters?" I frowned. Because they'll give her a phone call and she'll have one of her well-connected relatives springing her out of there faster than you can say unrepentant nepotism. Meryl craned around to look at me. "Holly, Nick is right. We have to take her in. It's protocol." There was no way the SPA would be able to hold her long enough to get a confession out of her. House Mulder would send someone to collect her, and the case would magically vanish long before the clock hit midnight. If Jewel was smart, she'd take the brush with the law seriously enough to move along and leave Beechwood Harbor alone. But true justice wasn't likely to be served. I crouched down beside the snarling vampire. "No one has called this into headquarters yet. Backup hasn't been dispatched. No one at the SPA is waiting for us to arrive. What's to say we couldn't take our time? Maybe you'd like to spend the night in my greenhouse first? Get a little shut-eye before making the trip? I'll tell you, one of my favorite things to do on a chilly winter morning is to go out to the greenhouse and let the sun warm me up through all that glass." "Go to Hades," Jewel spat. "Holly," Meryl said, her voice a low warning. "She's a murderer, Meryl," I replied, a little growl to my own voice. Jewel jerked to attention. "You think I killed someone?" "His name was Clint Weiss," I corrected, my tone crisp. "He was found with bite marks on his neck.
and a witness said a blonde wearing a red dress and knee-high leather boots was seen sneaking out of his room. It's pretty obvious what you did, so spare us the denials, Jewel. We aren't going to buy your story that you were just joyriding, having a little fun glamoring the bartender into some free drinks. Jewel's eyes narrowed. It wasn't me.
Right. And we're just supposed to take your word for it, huh?
The vampire flashed her teeth in a wide, unsettling smile. Believe me, witch, I leave my snacks better than when I found them. I ensure a good time is had by all. You can ask your bartender for a first-hand account of just how much fun he had. He'll tell you all the things I did to make him.
Believe me, we will, Meryl said, cutting off the giddy vampire's words. She jerked the wriggling vampire to her feet. Jewel was strong, but with the magical cuffs around her wrists and ankles, she wasn't exactly in a position to use all that strength. I also happen to know that Meryl had some pretty serious guns underneath the sleeves of her jacket. We'll also try to make sure you get a nice big truth serum cocktail before sending you home with anyone, Meryl added. You know, since you like free drinks so much. I thought they weren't using truth serum anymore, I asked, scrambling to follow after Meryl as she began frog-marching the vampire across the parking lot toward the street. Remember that whole thing in San Francisco at the potion competition? They thought I was somehow distributing an anti-potion. Meryl's eyes widened as if she just realized she'd said too much. They glanced quickly to the left and right as she licked her lips. Apparently, and you didn't hear this from me, but the anti-potion only works for 24 hours. So they'll put her in a cell to wait it out and then dose her. At least that's the solution until they can come up with an anti-potion, I guess. Potion or not, there is nothing to tell, Jewel insisted, railing against the cuffs and circling her slender wrists. I didn't kill anyone. Well, then it won't hurt to go have a little chat, Meryl said, steering the vampire toward the back of her waiting SUV. I went with Nick and Meryl as far as the portal to the Seattle Haven. Nick assured me he could take it from there, and I watched the three of them vanish into the faint purple light beaming from the cellar of a classic bungalow-style home in one of the harbor's quietest neighborhoods. Once they'd gone, I returned to the Lilac house and waited for the speed dating event to end. Apparently, the entire thing had been a smashing success, and I watched several newly formed couples leaving, wearing matching smitten kitten smiles. Even Ms. Kemper bagged herself a date for the rest of the evening, and left on the arm of a stocky cater waiter she'd been making eyes at since arriving. When everyone was gone, I locked up, set the magical wards, more out of habit than anything else, and left with a bag of leftovers tucked under one arm. Adam was in the kitchen when I returned to the manor. He sat at the head of the table, digging into the giant stack of pancakes placed before him. Boots sat in the chair beside him, giving him a contemptuous stare, his bottle-brush tail swaying.
Cat, I gave you dinner already. What do you want?
He likes butter, I replied, smiling at the pair as I swept into the room. Adam jerked his head up and blinked.
Oh, hey, gorgeous. When did you get in?
Just now. I held up the bag of fresh leftovers. I was going to offer you this for dinner, but it looks like you're pretty well set up there. He glanced down at the overflowing plate. It appeared he'd taken a serving, or two, of everything from the breakfast leftovers from earlier that day. He'd shoved an additional salad plate alongside his main dish in order to sequester the slow-moving river of gravy he'd poured over a stack of biscuits. Grinning, he looked back at me, resting his forearm on the edge of the table.
That depends. What's in the bag?
Laughing, I crossed through and deposited the bag beside him. Baked potatoes, mostly. A couple boxes of salad, some Brussels sprouts, and stuffed mushrooms. The main dish was pretty much obliterated. I was thinking we could heat up some chili to go with. Adam peeked into the bag at the collection of foil-wrapped potatoes and then pushed it aside.
I think I'm good, but if I get hungry later, I'll let you know. Harmony said all this breakfast stuff was up for grabs.
Nodding, I took the bag to the other side of the kitchen and pulled out one of the large potatoes for myself. Yep, our buffet this morning was a little sad.
Sorry,
Adam replied, gesturing with his fork toward the bag.
Dinner was better, at least from the looks of it.
Much, I agreed.
You know, I think you should do this event planning stuff more often, he said, swiping a bite of scrambled eggs.
I smiled to myself as I unwrapped the foil from the potato and placed it on a plate. Popping it into the microwave, I turned to face Adam. And is that because you think I'm good at it or because you like the catering leftovers? He chuckled as he chewed.
Both?
Uh-huh. I laughed and went to get some iced tea from the fridge. I hate to burst your bubble, but this is a one-time deal for me, I think. Trying to juggle all of this planning on top of running my own business and now house hunting? Well, it's a little exhausting. Speaking of, I let my words trail off, leaving open the invitation for him to broach the subject. Adam carved a sliver of butter from the top of his stack of pancakes and held it out for Boots. Smiling at the gesture, I folded my arms. You can bribe the cat all you want, but you're not wiggling out of this conversation, St. James.
I know.
Adam set the fork down on the edge of the table, letting Boots lick at the rich treat. With an exhale, he leaned back in his chair and looked over at me.
I was going to talk to you about all this before I did the paperwork, but you've been super busy, and I just figured maybe I could work out the options on my own and present them all to you when you were done with this singles thing.
The microwave beeped, and I grabbed my plate and took it to sit opposite Boots at the table. With my fork, I stole the rest of the butter from atop Adam's pancake stack and dumped it into the open potato. He didn't object. So now you think we should buy a house?
Not necessarily, he replied carefully, but I wanted to see if it was even an option for us.
And?
Well, it looks like we can. I talked to Lucy about it, and she thinks we can get everything we're looking for with the amount on the pre-approval.
But what about your job? I mean, the way you've been talking, it's like you expect Michelle to drop an anvil on your head at any moment. I know you can pick up freelance work, but is that going to be enough? Things at Starfire are still picking up steam. It's been a good quarter, but I haven't been in business a full year. I don't know what trends to expect. Adam avoided my gaze as he reached up to rub the back of his neck.
Well, that's the hard part.
I tilted my head. He flicked a glance at me, his expression pinched.
My parents would be putting up some of the money, just at the beginning.
Groaning, I dropped my fork and slumped back in my chair. Adam!
Come on, Holly, at least hear me out.
I do not want to borrow money from your parents. They don't even like me.
They like you just fine, he argued.
I shot him a skeptical glance. They've only visited us one time, and I was literally being dragged away in handcuffs. Not exactly the best first impression, and they haven't been back since. Do you think they've just been too busy to visit?
They've invited us to visit them. You never wanted to go.
Adam fired back. I crossed my arms as heat prickled over my skin. Aha! So this is all my fault. I'm the one who created this massive cavern between you and them. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Adam, you know what they're actually offering here. You know why they dangled the job and the rental house in front of you. All they care about is getting you back home to the Boston Haven. That's all they've ever wanted. It's not like they ever tried to hide their intentions before. And I have no doubt that as soon as you or we got there, suddenly there would be a parade of eligible and, most importantly, proper young women crossing your path. They don't want you here in Beechwood Harbor, and they definitely don't want you to marry a Haven outcast like me. And if you can't see that, then I don't even know what to say. Adam stared at me, his jaw flexing as if he were fighting to contain a swarm of vitriolic replies. His dark brown eyes gleamed, reflecting the angry flames I felt coming from my own. I'm not moving to Boston, I said, putting a fine point on the declaration. If you want the cushy job and the expensive rental, then go ahead, but don't expect me to tag along. Adam sprung up from the chair like a jack-in-the-box toy, his tensed muscles all releasing at once. He raked both hands through his dark hair as he stalked to the sink with a growl.
I'm not talking about moving to Boston.
He whipped around to face me.
Where is this even coming from? All I said was that we could borrow a little money from my parents to buy a house here in Beechwood Harbor. Isn't that what you want? I am trying to make you happy, Holly. And now you're throwing all of this in my face like you think this is some kind of trap I've set for you.
I drew in a shaky breath, determined not to cry. I hated fighting with Adam. Lifting my chin, I shook my head. I don't know what I want anymore. Right now, it feels like there is quicksand under my feet, and I don't know where to go, which step to take. But I do know this isn't the right path if we're going to start a life together.
If?
Adam interjected, his eyes flashing.
What is that supposed to mean, if? Holly, look at the ring on your finger. I don't know how else to make it plain to you. We're doing this. Together. Unless...
His voice caught, and he swallowed hard, never taking his eyes from mine.
Unless that's not what you want. I thought we'd moved past all of that, the doubt and uncertainty, but We did, I insisted, another miserable wave of dread and sadness cascading over my head. The mess of emotions anchored me in place. I wanted to get up, to run and throw myself into his arms, to stop this entire conversation. But I couldn't move. Then where is this coming from? Adam asked, his voice thin. Why does it feel like you're trying to push me away? I don't know. I paused and licked my lips, desperately trying to wrangle together the wild thoughts and fears spinning through my head like an out-of-control merry-go-round. It's been a long night, okay? A long week. Everything is a mess right now, and I'm afraid of making a mistake. I've never been good at making these types of big decisions. In the past, all of my choices just led me into more trouble. It was only when I landed here, against my will, that everything finally fell into place. I guess there's a part of me that feels like I can't trust myself. Adam thought about that for an extended moment before giving a slight nod. When he met my eyes again, the wildfire had been extinguished, leaving behind a dark sadness. What about me, then? Can you trust me? Doubt reached out, clutching at me with gnarled fingers, but I turned it away. Of course I can, I said, setting my jaw. The moment of strength crumbled all too quickly, and I exhaled sharply, defeated, as a tear slipped free. Adam came around the table and grabbed my hands. Holly, look at me. I did as he asked. With the pad of his thumb, he brushed away the tear, and then placed it under my chin, holding me steady. I love you. Nothing will ever change that. Any move we make, big or small, is always going to be our decision. It doesn't matter what my parents think or what they want. They haven't had a vote in how I live my life for quite some time now. They don't like it, but they've accepted it. If you don't feel comfortable borrowing money from them, then we won't. End of story. There will be another way, another path for us. But please don't spook on me and try to run off. We're in this together, and I need you here with me, okay? Exhaling, I nodded. I'm here. Always. Good. He smiled, and his dimples washed away the last bits of tension. Did you already talk to them about all of this? I asked, realizing it was probably the first question I should have asked. Adam hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I did, but nothing was set in stone. I told them I had to talk to you about it before any decisions were made. I'll call them tomorrow and tell them we've decided to go in a different direction. But they know you're not taking the job in Boston? They do, he replied. I thanked them for the option, but told them we'd decided to stay put, either here or in Seattle. They know about your potion shop. They get it. I arched a brow, and Adam chuckled. Okay, you're right. They'd much rather have me close, and I doubt they'll ever fully give up that pipe dream. But that's all it is. And I think deep down they know that. They're happy for me, for us. Every time I talk to them, they tell me to say hello. And they're planning to come to town for the wedding. I know they're not the most warm and fuzzy people on the planet, believe me. But they mean well at the end of the day. I mulled that over for a long moment. Did Lucy send over some of the houses she'd found? Adam grinned and pushed to his feet. He pulled his phone from the back pocket of his jeans, typed in his passcode, and handed it to me. The screen displayed a photo of a modest-sized craftsman home on a plot of land. Evergreens enclosed the property, but there was plenty of room at the back of the house for a full garden and even a greenhouse, much like the one I currently had at the manor. I flipped through the photos of the real estate listing and tried to ignore the swarm of restless butterflies in my stomach. The home had a nice kitchen. Everything looked newly renovated and clean. Large windows let in tons of natural light through the open concept layout of the main floor. It even had a whitewashed brick fireplace in the living room. When I reached the last photo, showing a fire pit on a stone-laid patio, I drew in a slow breath before meeting Adam's eyes. They danced with light, and I couldn't hold back my smile any longer. We could afford something like this? Adam took the phone from me and set it on the table before dropping back into his chair. Lucy sent over a few options, but when I saw that one, it blew the other ones out of the water. It would be a little bit of a stretch, But I'll take on some more clients, and you've got things well under control at Starfire. We'd probably have to get a car, seeing as it's a little bit outside of town. And we wouldn't have Evangeline's to borrow in case of emergency. But it's doable. All you have to do is say the word.
Well, I guess we should at least go see it, I replied with a cautious smile. Adam reached for the phone.
I'll call Lucy.
Chapter 13. Bang, bang, bang. My heart lunged into my throat as I rocketed out of bed at the wall-shaking pounding. Adam's room was draped in early morning light, soft and gray, streaming in through the open window. I located my terry cloth robe and slipped it on over my oversized t-shirt that served as a nightgown. The wood floors were freezing, and I tap danced in place for a moment before sliding my feet into my slippers. What in the other world is going on down there? My question was met with a muffled grunt. Adam had commandeered my pillow and smashed it over his head. Adam, wake up! Adam heaved a sigh as he tossed aside the stolen pillow.
Jeeves popped by yesterday and told me they were having a crew start work in the morning. Apparently they aren't familiar with noise ordinances.
We haven't even had a chance to tell Posey what's going on, I protested, heading for the door. They can't start tearing things apart. Bang, boom, crash. Was that glass breaking? Oh, stars, if they broke the china hutch. I didn't wait for Adam. He moved like a geriatric turtle first thing in the morning. Instead, I scampered from the master suite and ran down the main staircase. Following the sound of voices and another series of banging noises, I found 3 men in hard hats standing beside a humongous hole in the wall where the kitchen door had once stood. Merlin's beard, I yelped, panic ricocheting around my chest. No, stop this. My legs started moving of their own accord, and the next thing I knew, I was standing between a beefy sledgehammer-wielding man and the half-demolished wall of the kitchen. I threw my arms out wide, blocking him from taking another swing. Stop!
Holly!
Adam stumbled into the room, alarm in his eyes.
What are you doing?
I'm protecting the manor, I said, defiance in my tone as I lifted my chin. This is our home. The man holding the sledgehammer looked to a taller man beside him.
Boss?
The boss leveled me with a firm glance.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to step aside. We're here to do a job. Holly, come on, this isn't safe. That wall could come down.
Adam reached for me, but I slipped away from him.
It is a little early for this, he complained to the workers. We were told there would be a crew coming, but maybe we could save the banging and hammering for a more decent hour? Unfortunately, we're on a bit of a deadline, the boss replied. The wires got crossed somewhere along the way, and our painters are scheduled to come in 6 days, which means we need to get all the drywall up and the debris cleared out in time for them to be able to do their work.
Why are you taking this wall down? I demanded. It's a perfectly good wall. It's probably structural to the house. I bubbled a nervous laugh as their brows collectively furrowed. That's right, I said, pointing. I watch HGTV. I know a thing or two. The beefy man laughed, his potbelly jiggling under his too-tight t-shirt.
Well, since you're such an expert, you'll know this is something called an open concept. Very popular.
What else are you doing? I asked, popping up on my toes to peer over the boxy man's shoulders. The boss sighed.
We'll be removing the walls to the kitchen, dining, and sitting room to create one large space. The bedroom, study, and bathroom here on the first floor will be combined into one large suite. Upstairs, we'll be adding another bedroom and bathroom. We'll also be expanding the back porch and creating a small living space and office in the attic for the innkeeper.
The bedroom on this floor is mine, I snapped. I still have 80-something days in that room. The boss consulted the clipboard in his hands.
Holly Bolt?
Yes, that's me. I crossed my arms.
Says here you'll be staying in the existing master bedroom on the second floor, the future honeymoon suite.
He released the paperwork and tucked the clipboard back under his arm. He offered a tight smile.
How romantic for you. Nothing in the eviction notice said anything about Holly giving up her room, Adam argued. She hasn't been given time to pack up her things.
The boss shrugged one narrow shoulder.
Well, I'd suggest you hop too. It's going to take us most of today to deal with the demolition out here. We won't get to the bedrooms until this afternoon.
With that, he gave the beefy man a nod and slipped his protective goggles back on his face. The beefy man eyed me, lifting his sledgehammer a little higher.
Come on, Red. Let us do our work. There's nothing you can do.
Magic pulsed at my fingertips, but I clenched my hands into fists, holding it back. Adam reached for my arm and gently tugged me away.
Come on. Looks like we need to get breakfast to go this morning.
Glaring over my shoulder, I let him lead me back to the staircase. This sucks, I declared, spiking a pair of rolled-up socks into the giant trash bag pooled at my feet. In lieu of packing boxes, Adam had grabbed a handful of industrial-sized garbage bags to transport my wardrobe and smaller personal items upstairs to his bedroom.
I don't appreciate the way they went about it, but you do spend more time upstairs than downstairs these days,
Adam replied, piling my books into as big of a stack as he could carry.
This room has mostly been turned into a storage closet.
Frowning, I grabbed another handful of undergarments and dumped them into the bag. He was right, at least technically. Since we'd gotten engaged, I had spent more time upstairs, as something of a trial run for how it would be to live together. During our years of dating, we'd always had our own spaces. His upstairs, mine downstairs. We'd never had to share a tube of toothpaste or fight about which way the toilet paper should be arranged. We hadn't shared a closet or combined our laundry or split up chores on the weekend to get our respective spaces back in order following the chaos of the week. When we'd gotten engaged, I decided it was time to see how we would fare once we merged more aspects of our lives together. Now it appeared we'd be getting the full experience, with no safety net in case things went sideways. Boots jumped onto the bed and traipsed across a pile of papers I'd pulled from my bedside drawer. Oh, gee, thanks, Bootsy. You know, I always appreciate a pre-wrinkled paper. Saves me a lot of time, I grumbled, tugging the stack out from underneath the rotund feline's paws. Adam snorted.
Careful, Boots. She's on the warpath.
I shot him a glare. I am not. He cracked a lopsided smile.
Gorgeous, you were just about to turn the guy with the sledgehammer into a pile of ashes. Don't think I didn't notice.
I get smitey before I've had my coffee, I sniffed. Adam chuckled.
It's all going to work itself out. Lucy should have more listings for us to look at next week. That will help, right?
I guess. I paused and shifted my gaze to the window. My room overlooked a bed of rose bushes. I still couldn't help but smile every time I looked outside, remembering the first time I'd met Nick. I'd been so angry and afraid the first time I'd walked into this room. I'd been sent here by the SPA after having been deemed unfit for Haven life by my former caseworker. I remembered the first time I met Adam, and Posey, and Lacey. All the laughter, arguments, bickering, pizza nights, Halloween parties, Christmas mornings. Adam set aside a pile of books and came around the bed. Looping an arm over my shoulders, he pulled me against his side.
I know you don't want to leave the manor. I know this feels like home, but...
It is home, I interjected, stepping out from under his arm. You don't know what it's like to not have your own home, Adam. To get shuffled around from place to place for a decade. Before my parents died, I knew what it was like to have a home, but afterward, that all got taken away from me. And sure, my Aunt Bethany tried to help, but it was never the same. Then the whole thing with Gabriel and the nightmare that followed. My voice broke off, and I shook my head, collecting my emotions. I didn't think I'd find another place that made me feel some small part of the way it felt back when my parents were alive. Not until I came here.
Holly, Adam said, his voice thick. We had to leave sometime, you know. We're getting married soon. We have a new adventure to start, a new home to make our own, new memories waiting for us.
I opened my mouth, but quickly shut it again and nodded. There wasn't an argument to make against what he was saying, at least not a logical one. Everything he said was true. We were about to start a new chapter, and part of that meant moving on to a new home. Just the two of us. I knew that. But there was something of a disconnect between my head and my heart, and I still hadn't figured out how to bridge that divide. Adam reached for me, and I let him pull me close again. He smoothed a wispy strand of hair from my eyes and kissed my forehead.
Change isn't always a bad thing, gorgeous. If I'd never left the Boston Haven, I wouldn't have wound up here, and I wouldn't have met you. My parents would have been thrilled if I'd stayed in my hometown, taken a job working for my dad, married one of their friends' daughters, settled down a few houses down the street from theirs with a gated entry and a picture-perfect backyard. Everything would have been checked off the list, one thing after the other, like a stack of dominoes. It took a leap of faith to walk away from the certainty and comfort of it all. But I did. And now here I am, The luckiest man in the entire world about to marry the smartest, strongest, most beautiful woman. And none of that would have happened if I hadn't been open to stepping out of the bubble. A smile ghosted across my lips, even as a surge of tears stung my nose. Now, he continued, wiping a tear before it could fall down my cheek, I'm not saying the manor is a bubble, or that Beechwood is some safe space we have to run away from. We can stay here in town. I'm just saying that being open to new opportunities doesn't have to be a bad thing. In fact, it can be the start of some good things. I bobbed my head, sending a pair of tears splashing onto my face. I swallowed hard and then cleared my throat. You think so? Adam smiled and then kissed me, long and slow, suspending us in the moment. I forgot about the chaotic clutter all around us and the panic swelling under the surface of my every thought. I stopped thinking and just felt. In the quiet moment, my frayed nerves smoothed their jagged edges, and the knot residing in the pit of my stomach unclenched, if only a little. When my eyes fluttered open, they found Adam staring back at me, and I smiled. It's going to be okay, Holly. We're going to get through this. You can trust me, remember? I know I can. I squeezed his hand in mine. The lights flickered. Off. On. Then off again. It was still light outside, so we weren't thrown into complete darkness, but a power outage would put a real damper on the singles event. My temporarily sated nerves started to hum again as I went to the window. Storms weren't uncommon in the winter, but after the snow scare, I'd kept a close eye on the weather reports. I hadn't seen any storm warnings in the forecast. I peeled back the striped curtain and peeked outside. The trees were still and the sky was clear. Turning back toward Adam, I shrugged. Maybe someone hit a... That's when the walls started shaking. Chapter 14. Earthquake? Adam asked, tugging me away from the window. Holly! Harmony's voice rang down the hallway, accompanied by heavy footfalls. Harmony, get to the tub. It's safer, Adam called, his hands still tight around mine as we wove through the cluttered floor to escape the room. Holly, we'll go to the study and get under one of the desks. It's not an earthquake, Adam, Harmony said, skidding into the doorframe on socked feet. My eyes went wide. It's Posey. Harmony nodded back. She's back. Bat wings, I swore. Where is she? I started out into the hallway just as another shockwave ripped through the house. We watched in collective horror as entire floorboards splintered and cracked. Adam hauled me back into the bedroom as the floor continued to shift and roll under Harmony's feet. A crack started up the wall behind her, and Adam went white. The whole place could come down. We need to get outside, now! My heart clawed its way to the back of my throat, and I swallowed hard. No, I shook my head. No, we can't let her destroy this place. Holly! I shook loose of Adam's grip and bolted into the hall. Posey! Skidding into the living room, I saw the team of construction workers, huddled in different places throughout the room, their arms flung over their heads. The contractor spotted me from his hiding place beneath the coffee table, and he called out, Ma'am, it's not safe. Get to cover. I ignored him, my focus transfixed on the swirling, semi-transparent woman in the center of the room. Tendrils of silvery wisps spun around her, obscuring her legs in some kind of ghost NATO. The woman's severe face appeared even more gaunt and hollow than usual, with her lips parted in a snarling howl as she spun round and round. Her hair flowed around her shoulders, loose from its usual circulation-severing bun. I'd never seen Posey like this, a fact that had stopped me dead in my tracks, unable to speak. She was pure, white-hot rage incarnate, and I was powerless to stop her. Get out of my house, she bellowed, the sound primal and dangerous, like a lion's roar. Posey? I stammered. Adam swore loudly as he appeared at my side, Harmony a half step behind, flanking the other. Another tremor reverberated through the manor, and the contractors hunkered down even lower in their hiding places. A crack ran up the wall, just to the left of the fireplace, and spread rapidly across the ceiling. Posey, stop this! I screamed, keeping one eye on the crack. You're destroying the manor! Your home! The swirling form rounded on me, her dark eyes glittering with madness. For a moment, I feared she'd lost all her senses and no longer recognized the three of us standing before her. I started to take a small step backward when she spoke. "You let them do this?" I held up my hands. "Posey, I had no choice. You sold the house to the SBA." The floorboards under our feet shifted, each plank playing off the next, as though they were the keys of a piano, being played by giant invisible fingers. "Maybe not the best time to blame her for this," Adam said in a stage whisper. "Posey, please, we can fix all of this." I course-corrected, placing my palms together in front of my chest. "Please, you have to calm down. We can fix this together." The lights blared back to life, and then surged, setting off a cascade of exploding glass as the light bulbs in the sconces lining the hall burst in rapid-fire succession at our backs. The chandelier hanging over the foyer crackled and popped, the lights flickering wildly. Posey roared again in sheer frustration and madness, and a small potted plant fell from a side table, the ceramic breaking into large shards when it hit the disjointed floor. I sucked in a breath as I surveyed the damage already done. Besides the busted lights and destroyed floorboards, the mirror hanging above the entryway table had cracked, the lamps on the tables beside the sofa had fallen and shattered. Cracks climbed a few different walls, spreading with each successive tremor. Dust and debris were everywhere, from both the planned demolition work and Posey's contributions. "They agreed to take care of the manor," Posey railed, turning her fierce glare to the construction workers. "Not one thing was to be changed. They promised me." She soared higher, the cyclone around her legs growing wider. "Well, if they want to tear it down, let it come down on their heads." "Posey, no!" My voice was instantly drowned out by a sickening crack as one of the large beams across the ceiling split. Adam swore loudly as he hauled me and Harmony into the adjacent sitting room, seconds before the massive beam came crashing down to the floor. Dust and debris kicked up into a cloud of destruction, and I choked on a sob. Harmony ran to the other end of the room and grabbed a poker from beside the sitting room's fireplace. Wielding it like a bat, she headed back into the hall, her jaw clenched. "Harmony, no!" I scrambled after her, but I was too late. Harmony marched right up to Posey and swung the iron poker through her torso. The poker passed through the ghost's body, and Posey cried out in surprise before bursting into a million tiny particles, and then vanished. A whoosh of energy reverberated through the manor, and everything went still. "Ha! It worked!" Harmony bounced on the tips of her sneakers a few times before glancing over her shoulder. "Harmony, what were you thinking?" I gasped, my lungs tight. "I know she's not gone, but I bought us a little time." Harmony's smile faded. "Right?" Adam exhaled and came to stand beside me. "She resets to the cliff where she, jumped." "Well, how far away is that?" Harmony asked. "Not very," Adam replied. He swore again and surveyed the damage. A fresh wave of terror clawed at me, and I spun in a circle. "Where is Boots?" The orange tabby yowled from down the hall. I bolted toward the sound and found the cat hunkered down in the bathtub, his tail 3 times its normal fluffiness. "Well, at least someone takes my advice," Adam muttered, coming up behind me. "It's not safe in here. We need to get outside." I gathered the terrified Boots into my arms, and we returned to the living room. The construction workers poked their heads out of their hiding places like cautious turtles. That's when I realized that none of them were looking at Posey. The lead contractor crawled out from the cubby beneath the staircase, his face drained of all color. "Who were you talking to just now?" he asked, his voice just as shaky as his muscles as he tried to stand. It looked like you saw someone here in the room with us. What's going on?" Bat wings. They were humans. None of them had a clue what had just happened right in front of their noses. Harmony sighed. "I'll call Meryl." Adam glanced at me. "I'll go talk to Posey." "And what am I supposed to do?" I asked,
gesturing at the other workers as they wriggled out from underneath their temporary shelters.
"What the hell is going on here?" the lead contractor demanded. "Who were you talking to?"
I tossed my hands into the air. "The ghost of our long-dead landlady, all right? Evidently she's not a huge fan of your work."
Ghost?
The beefy man swore. The other spiked his hard hat like a football and made a beeline for the door.
"We aren't getting paid enough for this crap."
"Holly," Adam said, his voice low and warning.
"We can't let them leave."
Panic seized the contractor and his face contorted.
What do you mean? You aren't going to hurt us, are you? We won't tell anyone,"
the other man declared, looking around and flinching as if Posey might swoop in and carry him off to her lair.
We swear."
I looked at Adam, my expression pinched. He nodded. Cringing, I fired off a series of stunning spells, knocking each worker flat. When the last one fell, I turned to Adam. "Merlin's beard. This is going to require a lot of paperwork."
"Maybe you'll get lucky and Bramble will give you a pass this time,"
Adam said, though his grin told me he already knew that was not even close to being realistic. Before I could reply, he dropped a quick kiss to my lips and headed for the door.
"I'll go chase Posey down."
Then he was gone. Merrill arrived in minutes, Agent Agatha Bramble hot on her heels. The latter likely had some kind of Holly alarm installed in her office, alerting her whenever a call came through with the manor's address listed in the notes. The hawk shifter landed in the backyard, shifted into the formidable SPA agent, completely clothed, through some piece of spell work she'd picked up along her long journey, and stormed up the steps to the back door, while I watched from the kitchen window. "Incoming," I said, turning back toward Harmony and Merrill.
"Someone better start talking,"
Bramble roared. Clearly we'd caught her before she'd finished her coffee. The SPA agent was taller than me, though not by much. Somehow, though, her very presence seemed to add inches to her stature, making it feel like she was towering over me. Her hair was cut short, and fit the whole no-nonsense theme she had going on. Her clothing was always utilitarian and plain. Even when I'd seen her outside of official SPA business, she'd always looked the same. I doubted her closet contained even a single dress, let alone a shoe that didn't have an all-weather sole.
"What in the depths of Hades happened in here?"
Bramble asked, whipping around to face me, her eyes blazing.
"Miss Bolt?"
I took a small step back, my rear bumping against the counter. Bracing my hands on either side of me, I drew in a quick breath and battled the urge to shout, "It wasn't me!" like some kind of kindergartner. "We had a little bit of a situation," I began, flicking a nervous glance at the kitchen door.
"Who are these men?"
Bramble snapped, gesturing wildly at the downed contractors. Merrill stood after assessing the last of the three men.
"None of them are injured, ma'am."
Bramble gave Merrill a curt nod, then whirled back to me.
"Holly, I suggest you start talking."
"They're contractors," I started. "The ones the SPA sent here after Posey decided to sell the house. I understand that you're angry about the stunning spell, but I swear there was nothing else I could do. They all saw Posey. Well, not Posey herself, but her handiwork." I gestured toward the door half a second before I started walking. "Posey wasn't aware there were going to be renovations done, and when she found out, well, let's just say it didn't go over well." Agent Bramble's mouth fell open.
"Posey did this?"
I glanced through the huge hole in the wall between the kitchen and living room. Floorboards were ripped up and scattered around the room. Banisters on the grand staircase were snapped in half like twigs, their broken pieces lining the floor. Light bounced off piles of shattered glass, from where the sconces lining the halls had simply exploded. A potted plant was upturned, leaving a smashed mound of foliage and potting soil. Amid the wreckage lay the three construction workers. Merrill had arrived on the scene moments before Agent Bramble and managed to put the three men in some kind of trance. They weren't bound, but lay still all the same, their eyes eerily unfixed on the ceiling above. At least, what was left of it.
"Stars above,"
Agent Bramble gasped, the fire all but extinguished from her voice as she surveyed the broken chaos. "She's had similar episodes in the past," I said, "but never anything like this. I confess I don't know how it works, Agent Bramble. Sometimes when she gets upset, the force of the emotions manifest in the house. Her spirit and the manor are linked in some way. She's had smaller scale episodes like this before, but those were mostly just inconvenient and annoying. I've never seen her like this before. None of us have. Agent Bramble looked around the wreckage once more, and then took a step back. And these men? These construction workers? They all witnessed her outburst? For lack of a better word? I nodded. They freaked out and started to make a run for it. I didn't know what else to do, so I used a stunning spell to keep them from leaving. I'm sorry if that was a mistake. Why would the agency send humans here in the first place? Meryl asked, her tone cautious. I mean, any number of things could have gone wrong, especially since none of the residents knew they weren't supernaturals. The junior agent peeked up at her superior, her expression braced as if expecting a verbal lashing. Agent Bramble let out a string of curses and spun on her heel, stalking to the back door. Oh, believe me, I'll find out which numbskull approved this and take care of them personally. Meryl and I exchanged a horrified glance. Bramble wasn't the type to make idle threats. Agent Miller, see to it that these men are kept here until their minds can be wiped. Meryl stood at attention. Yes, ma'am. I'm letting you off with a warning this time, Holly. The agency should have hired proper contractors for this job, but for all our magic and might, there are times when things still revert back to cowering before the almighty dollar. I lifted a brow. Bramble shrugged. Hiring magical contractors willing to work in the human world costs a fortune. It's cheaper to hire humans and keep things on the down low for a little while. Did you just say on the down low? I asked, a smile twitching at my upper lip. I'll send Stephen over to wipe their minds, Bramble said, as though she were talking about something as simple as sending an assistant out to get her afternoon latte. Though, come to think of it, Bramble was probably more of a drink-it-black sort of person. I'll see if we can get a telekinetic witch over to assist with the renovations. That will be the fastest way to get this mess dealt with. Agent Bramble paused, one hand on the doorknob to the back door. She glanced over her shoulder and looked at me. She hesitated for a moment as though torn over whether or not to say anything else. Agent Bramble? I prompted, my brows furrowed. She drew in a breath and swirled back around to face me. She carefully laced her hands together and held them in front of her. Holly, now I don't mean to be indelicate, but we do have people who could see to this problem in a more permanent fashion, if need be. I frowned. I'm not following. The ghost, she replied. Is it, in your opinion, that Posey is a danger to society at large? Clearly it's a wonder no one was hurt here today. My stomach took a sharp left as the meaning of her words hit me in the gut. Posey wouldn't hurt anyone, I insisted. Agent Bramble looked at me for a long moment, then glanced sidelong at Meryl. When I lived here, I never saw anything like this, the junior agent replied, referring to the time she'd spent as a temporary tenant of the manor when she first received her posting in the harbor. I think Posey is a ghost, or woman, who likes to know what's going on, and at least feels some sense of ownership of things here at the manor. Yes, exactly, I interrupted. When she gave the house over to you guys, she was told the new management would keep up with the place. No one told her they were going to blow out walls and tear everything apart. Of course she got upset. We all are. Agent Bramble's lips pinched into an even thinner line than usual, and for a moment I thought she was going to scold me for the outburst. But after a moment, she seemed to think better of whatever she'd been about to say, and simply gave a small nod. I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, Agent Miller, please stay here and wait for Stephen to arrive. When he's done his work, I trust you to see those men on their way. Let them know they will be paid in full for their service, but that they are no longer needed on the job site. Meryl nodded. Yes, ma'am. Bramble looked at me once more, and then turned and let herself out. I exhaled when she was gone, and dragged my hands through my thick auburn waves. Humans, Meryl. They sent humans here. What is going on at headquarters? Have they all just lost their collective minds? Meryl sighed as she shuffled closer to the back door. She flicked the lock in place and watched through the window as Agent Bramble, once again in her beast form, took flight. Sometimes it sure seems like it. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I can tell you that everyone is edgy and short-tempered. Agent Bramble has never been one to sugarcoat things. I snorted. That's putting it mildly. Lately, she's been secretive, Meryl continued. I frowned and tilted my head. Secretive? How so?
Meryl worried at her lower lip for a moment, still staring through the small window on the back door. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. I probably shouldn't have said anything. Meryl, it's me. Who am I going to tell? It's not like I have some standing lunch reservations with anyone at headquarters. That drew a small smile, and Meryl looked at me. I know. Okay then, spill. Last week, Tuesday, I think, I went to see Bramble to give her an update on a case I'm working. Here in Beechwood? I interrupted. No. Meryl shook her head. Things here have been pretty quiet lately. I've been working remotely on a case in Seattle. Human side, not in the Haven. She nibbled on her lip again, hesitating. Her eyes were wider when they flicked back in my direction. It's a case involving vampires. My stomach clenched. No one will tell me much of anything. Meryl hurried to add, anxiety laced in her tone. Most people at headquarters see me as a glorified coffee witch. I'm someone they can send on errands or load down with busy work. But something changed a couple of weeks ago. I got a call from Justin Andrews. He's the lead agent in the vampire task force in Seattle. He has 6 agents in his department, and it's their job to make sure things between vampires and humans stay copacetic. Lately, there's been a bit of unrest, and he needs more people, but the higher-ups keep shooting down his requests. Why? I asked. Meryl shrugged. We don't know. They tell him to fill out the paperwork and assure him that someone will look into it, but nothing ever happens. His team is working overtime trying to keep up with all the work. What exactly is going on? Are vampires attacking humans? It seems like that's something the agency would be all over. That's the hard part, Meryl replied. There haven't been any deaths, at least not yet. But it's clear the vampires are growing bolder and starting to push their boundaries in a way they haven't for many years. See, where witches and wizards fall short is in the technology sphere. Magic wielders have resisted the internet and advanced tech for a long time. I mean, you know that better than most. They have Adam running test after test after test, but when he tells them what he needs, they shut him down, right? I nodded. Just between us, he's about ready to throw in the towel. I don't blame him, Meryl said. The vampires aren't like that, though, especially the ones that live in the human world. They've embraced technology and everything it can do for them. They're more connected because of it. A prickle of icy fingers crept up my spine. So they're using the technology to hunt? They're using social media as a sort of virtual takeout menu, Meryl answered, her tone grave. The attacks are happening in concentrated areas and in very small windows of time, usually around events in the city, concerts, musical productions, flashy charity galas, that kind of thing. I mean, think about it. All they have to do is hop on social media and find local events, RSVP, buy and distribute tickets, and they have groups online where they make their plans. Agent Andrews has an inside source who has captured a lot of it, but even with that proof, the agency is slow to respond and try to get ahead of the problem. It's almost like they don't want to admit it's happening, even to themselves. A realization hit me upside the head like a Louisville slugger. The singles event was advertised all over social media. Cassie handled all that, of course, but that's how the invitations were handled, and there is some kind of group chat thing set up somewhere. What did Adam call it? Meryl choked back a laugh. A Facebook group, perhaps? I shot her a scowl. It's not my thing, all right? Meryl tucked away the corners of her smile, but it lived on in an amused glimmer in her eyes. Right. Well, it's certainly possible that Jewel and her friend found out about it online and decided to come crash the party. We should probably be glad Beechwood is so far from Seattle, and she wasn't able to recruit an entire party of hungry vamps. I shuddered. If they aren't killing, then what are they doing? How does anyone know what's going on? Well, besides the disturbing posts on social media, there has been a rash of missing person reports that resolve a few days later when the person shows up again, having no memory of their time away. Is that some kind of glamour effect? It can be, yes. She paused, her eyes focused on some spot on the wall for a long moment. They're closing ranks. Something is going on at the tippy top, something they don't want the rest of us to know about. Meryl's attention drifted to the backyard, and she straightened. Looks like we've got company. I peeked out the window over the kitchen sink and saw a dark-haired man dressed in black approaching the steps. That's the mind wiper? I asked Meryl. Mm-hmm. Stephen Ames. I've seen him work before. He won't take long, she replied, reaching for the doorknob. I stuffed down a dozen questions as Meryl plastered on a serene smile and opened the door. Morning, Ames. I had to give her credit. She had one heck of a poker face. Chapter 15. I left Meryl and Stephen to do their work and slipped out the back door. I held it open a second longer and Boots slipped out onto the back deck. The large tabby bounded ahead, far more gracefully than made sense, considering his low-hanging belly and general size. He knew the woods behind the manor almost as well as Adam, and often took little afternoon trips into the forest. None of us were sure exactly what it was he did out there, but it seemed to make him happy, and he'd never dragged home a dead mouse present, so it was fine by me. I followed his lead, and we moved deeper into the trees. It didn't take long before I caught up with Harmony and Evangeline. They'd gotten a later start than Adam, and moved much slower on 2 legs. I followed the sound of Harmony's voice complaining about not even getting a cup of coffee before leaving, and found them sitting on a felled tree, a little ways off the beaten-down path cutting through the thicker parts of the forest. "You guys can't seriously be exhausted already," I chided. Harmony sighed. "Hey, listen, I didn't get in last night until 2-something, so yeah, I'm a little exhausted. Not to mention it's freezing out here." I rolled my eyes. "It's called a coat." My apprentice sat shivering on the log, a pair of thin gloves and a zip-up hoodie sweatshirt as her only protection against the elements. Beside her, Evangeline was bundled into her black puffer and wore a pair of fuzzy hot pink earmuffs over her head. Evangeline shrugged as if to say she'd already surrendered that particular battle. I shucked my hands out of my thick gloves and offered them to Harmony. "Here, I can't have you losing a finger on top of everything else." Harmony looked like she was going to turn me down, but she blinked and snapped the gloves from me before she could protest. "Thanks," she grumbled. "Come on," I said, holding out my hands to the pair of witches. "Adam shouldn't be too far ahead. Posey's cliff is just a little further." Both of them let me haul them to their feet, and Boots set off again, glancing behind every few yards to make sure we were following. "So Posey resets to the place where she died?" Harmony asked me. "Is that how it always works with ghosts?" "You'd have to talk to Scarlet about that. She's way more experienced in the whole ghost arena. But as far as I know, resetting to their place of death isn't uncommon." "Doesn't that kind of, I don't know, bum her out?" "Scarlet or Posey?" I asked. Harmony considered it, then shrugged. "Both, I guess. But I mainly meant Posey." I thought about it for a moment. Posey had been dead for over 100 years. It seemed like she would be removed enough from that terrible night when she flung herself off the cliffs into the sea, but she was often hard to read. In the years I'd known her, I still couldn't say I fully understood the woman. When she'd been alive, everything was so different. It wasn't just another era. It was almost like an entirely different world. She'd watched the march of time, but only ever from a distance, vicariously seeing the ways in which the world around her changed, but never fully letting herself experience much of it in person. Up until a few months ago, she'd never even left Beechwood Harbor in all that time, except for maybe a rare trip to a neighboring town if her friend Gwen nagged her into it. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Posey's past was the reason we were all struggling with how to process her sudden change of heart. People can change, I believe that. But Posey waking up one day and fleeing her home for weeks on end was something else entirely. Agent Bramble's words echoed back to me, and I clutched my arms tighter around myself as if to control the uneasy lurch in my gut. Was Posey becoming unraveled? Were the changes we'd attributed to some kind of personal evolution actually the signs of impending madness instead? And if so, what were we supposed to do? Could she be pulled back from the brink? Or was it already too late? "Holly," Evangeline said gently, stirring me from my reverie. "Are you all right?" I nodded and picked up my pace, suddenly even more eager to reach Posey and Adam. Until we knew more about what was happening, it probably wasn't a good idea for any of us to be alone with her. "I'm not sure how Posey feels about the cliffs. I've only ever seen her there once before, and things were very different back then." "Should we come up with a game plan?" Harmony asked. "I mean, how are we supposed to get her to come with us if she doesn't want to?" "I have no idea," I said, my words quiet. We walked in silence for 10 minutes. None of us had any idea how to handle Posey. Magic was ineffective against a ghost. We couldn't stun her or freeze her in place until the danger passed. The only way to handle her was to talk. And if she didn't want to do that, well, then I wasn't sure what we were to do. "Let's just hope the news about the telekinetic witch will cheer her up," I said finally. "They can work some serious renovation magic.
Maybe Posey can have some input on the design decisions and feel a little bit more at peace with everything that's changing. After all, there's a huge difference between watching some sweaty man with a sledgehammer tear your beloved home to pieces versus having a witch point her wand and rearrange walls, rooms, and color schemes with a simple spell. She might not like that there are any changes coming, but a softer, more polished execution might go a long way towards soothing her frayed nerves. The terrain under our feet changed as we neared the cliffs. The soft, spongy forest floor gave way to rocks and looser dirt. The tree line thinned, and we slowed, taking more careful steps as we neared the edge of the bluff. I cupped my hands around my mouth and called out ahead, "You decent, St. James?" A side effect of Adam's shifting would leave him nude if he'd morphed himself back into his human form somewhere along the trail. He couldn't speak in his beast form, and Posey wasn't nearly as good at reading the dog's body language as the rest of us. If he wanted to talk, he'd have to shift back to do it. "Has he ever tried to dress himself post-shift?" Harmony asked. Maybe a t-shirt and a pair of athletic shorts that could cinch in around his midsection in dog form but still fit when he changes back. I frowned and shook my head. No, or at least not that I know of. "Maybe we should get him one of those little doggy backpacks," Evangeline suggested. Like for hiking. He could put his clothes in there and carry it with him in dog form. Then he could shift and instantly have something to change into. Harmony gave an approving nod. "Guess we know what to get him for his birthday." I snorted a laugh. If you think Adam is going to wear some kind of bug-out bag when he's in beast form, you're out of your minds. I could just hear him now complaining that wearing anything ruins the experience. He's got a whole Call of the Wild deal with this stuff. Evangeline snickered. "Does that qualify him as some kind of streaker?" Harmony and I cackled together, not noticing the large dog standing between two trees until we paused to gasp for air. "Oh!" I exclaimed, nearly choking on a gulp of oxygen. "Adam! There you are!" The large dog cocked his head, a knowing look in his slightly narrowed eyes. Harmony shrugged as the three of us offered a variety of sheepish looks. Adam huffed through his nostrils and then turned to lead the rest of the way. As expected, Posey stood on the precipice of the rocky cliffs overlooking a treacherous section of the harbor. It was a sheer drop to the land below, wild and unkempt. I imagined not much had changed in the 100+ years since Posey's death. Maybe, in some small way, that offered peace to the spirit. She'd watched the town change so much over the decades, and change wasn't one of Posey's favorite things, not by a long shot. It was why she retained so much control over the manor. She'd dictated every detail since handing it over to the SBA's stewardship some decades before. While she remained the landlady and owner, she'd selected every shade of fresh paint, ensured not a plant or sconce was askew, and insisted on weekly cleaning to keep the banisters shining and the floor polished to perfection. She'd even resisted our efforts to update the home. It had taken months of pestering to finally get her to let us buy a small microwave, and even then we had to keep it inside a cupboard and out of view. My smile faded as I took a few careful steps toward the semi-transparent silhouette perched at the cliff's edge. "Posey?" She stood facing the water, quiet and still. The wind clawed at my own clothing, but Posey's nightgown was still, unaffected by the nature swirling around us. "I've made a grave mistake," she said, still not looking at me. "Oh, don't worry, Posey. We're going to get the manor patched back up in a jiffy. The SBA is sending a telekinetic witch to help set everything right. She'll be able to point her wand and move things around, change the paint with a simple spell, anything you want. And if you're worried about those workers, well..." Posey turned toward me, the movement so sharp I stumbled over my words. They won't remember anything." "I don't care about any of them," Posey snapped. My skin prickled at the heat in her voice. Somewhere in the back of my mind, Agent Bramble's warning chimed again. I swallowed hard and tried to shove it away. "Posey, how can we help you?" Abruptly, she turned back toward the water, ignoring me. I glanced over my shoulder, silently pleading for help. Evangeline and Harmony stood on either side of Adam, still in his beast form. Both of the witches shrugged. Adam padded forward and sat beside me, his head nearly level with my hip. He stared up at Posey and let out a low whine. Posey's lip twitched. Adam whined again. The ghost scoffed.
It's already done, she said. There were official contracts.
I furrowed my brows as I dropped a quick glance down at the dog. Was he communicating with Posey? Was there some sort of shifter ghost telepathic connection I didn't know about? Are you saying you want to stay? Evangeline asked, her tone hopeful as she took a few steps closer. Posey's shoulders slumped, a rare occurrence for the prim and proper ghost.
I'm not sure I know what I want anymore. These last months have been so hard. I thought that leaving, saying farewell to this place, that somehow that would calm the choppy waters raging inside this old soul of mine. As it turns out, the decision has only made things more restless and uncertain. My heart squeezed tight at the anguish in her voice. I wanted so desperately to reach out and place a hand on hers, to somehow reach her and let her know she wasn't alone, or at least that she didn't have to be. I can relate to that, I said gently. I've been feeling the same way ever since Adam and I got engaged. It's been overwhelming to think about how much life is about to change. Adam looked up at me and cocked his head. I placed a reassuring hand there and stroked his velvet soft ear. But, as a very wise man told me, change doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Sometimes a new opportunity brings wonderful things into our lives, things we would have missed if everything stayed the same all the time. Adam nudged my leg with his nose. We can work through this together, Posey. You're not alone. Even if we all have to move out and things change, you'll never have to be alone. You have Earl now. And you have us. Posey stood still for a long time, looking out at the water below. Finally, she nodded and turned back towards us. Thank you, all of you. If you don't mind, I think I'd like to be alone for a little while longer. I'll make my way home shortly. She glanced down at her interlaced hands. I apologize for the disruption. I am so glad none of you were hurt as a result of my outburst. We nodded in agreement and retreated from the cliff's edge, vanishing back into the dense woods. Merrill was waiting for us at the manor, though there was no sign of the 3 construction workers or the mysterious Agent Ames. Adam trotted through the kitchen and then picked his way carefully through the debris on his way to the bathroom, where he shifted back into his human form. He came back to the kitchen moments later, fully dressed, one hand flat across his stomach. Shifting always made him hungry. Well, hungrier. On autopilot, I went to the fridge, surprised to find it still had power, and started dishing out bags of catering leftovers. Merrill, we have plenty of food if you want to stay for a bit. The blonde agent watched with amusement as I dished out leftovers. What, did you knock over an IHOP or something? Adam chuckled and handed her a bag. I think this one has eggs and pancakes. There's maple syrup in one of those little jar thingies over there. He gestured toward a smaller bag on the stovetop. Merrill glanced at the clock on the wall above the door. Technically, I'm still on the job, but I suppose a little snack wouldn't hurt. Harmony opened a cupboard. I'll get you a plate. I'll start the coffee, Evangeline added. A few minutes later, the 5 of us sat around the table, each with a plate full of leftover breakfast foods. Did Jewel Mulder get bailed out yet? I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. Surprisingly, no, Merrill replied, her expression blank as she speared a bite of blueberry pancake. It looks like she might have been recently cut off from House Mulder. Either that or they're lying to us. We went to ask around about her and were told she'd moved out 6 months ago. At first, I figured they were just lying, but 3 of the household staffers confirmed it. She's been living off the grid? I asked. Apparently. I arched a brow. I wanted to reignite the conversation we'd been sharing before Agent Ames arrived, but I knew Merrill wouldn't be happy with me if I brought it up in front of so many witnesses. Sure, she knew and liked all of them, but it wasn't my place to bring more people into the investigation and share insider agency secrets. We're still trying to track down her companion from that first night, see if he can corroborate her alibis, Merrill continued. I suppose they should be able to administer the truth serum tonight. Maybe that will clear everything up. Honestly, that might be the only way to nail her for the killings. Wait, I said, lowering my fork to my plate. Killings? As in plural? Merrill gave me a grave nod. The medical examiner found signs of smothering, bloodshot eyes, high level of carbon dioxide in the blood sample. and telltale cotton fibers in the back of his throat that matched the fabric on the pillowcases from the hotel bed. Marty Clemens didn't die of natural causes. He was smothered to death. I drew in a sharp breath. So you're saying we have 2 murders in Beechwood? Afraid so. What can you tell me about his girlfriend, Justine? Do you think she had something to do with it? From our investigation, it looks like Marty took out a pretty significant life insurance policy and had recently changed it so she was the main beneficiary. Yeah, she told me about that. I swallowed hard. Poor Justine. She had no idea. Her biggest worry was whether or not his adult children were going to approve of their union. There's no way she killed him. Doesn't fit the pattern of a vampire kill, Meryl said, pulling a small notepad from her pocket. Why smother one and then bite and feed on another? And the 2 men look nothing alike. Most vampires have a type. Marty was a good 20 years older than Clint. Different heights, body type, even hair and eye color. I remembered something that I'd overheard the first night. Jules said she liked them older. Said they're like a fine wine, better with age. Well, Marty fits that bill. But we didn't find bite marks. Granted, she could have healed them, taken her time and cleaned him up. But then why kill him? She could have fed and left him in the room. He would have woken up a little confused and probably weak, but he could have recovered. A pit formed in my stomach. No motive. Whereas Justine... Meryl glanced up from her notes. I'm not saying she's guilty, Holly, but right now, I'm not comfortable ruling her out either. I nodded jerkily. I understand. Meryl sighed and put the notebook away. Either way, it looks like I have a long night ahead of me. Chapter 16. Meryl called me later that afternoon to tell me that while Jewel Mulder remained in SBA custody, House Mulder had decided to throw its weight around and was fighting the order of the truth serum. She warned me that if the case wound up going before the Haven Council, I was likely to be called as a witness, having been the one to see her glamour the bartender at the singles event. Meryl didn't have to spell out the potential fallout of such a duty. I already knew. Going before the Haven Council for any reason wasn't something I wanted to do, but it would be especially problematic if I were appearing there to try and put the vamp away. Half the reason vampires got away with so much was because they were masters of scaring off potential witnesses. The SPA could cut through a glamour, but there wasn't a thing they could do about good old-fashioned witness tampering. Honestly, Holly, as your friend, I'd say that unless we can dig up a pile of concrete evidence tying her to the murders, you'd be better off letting this go. Your word alone won't be enough to put her away, and you'd be risking your own safety in the process. Meryl spoke quietly, as though fearing she might be overheard. I frowned. Where are you? I'm at headquarters, she replied. I came in to get an update and try to speak with Agent Bramble, but she's sequestered in her office, and I'm not getting anywhere with her assistant. What's Agent Andrews think about all this? I asked, pacing to the other side of the kitchen to top off my mug of tea. I had another hour before I needed to change and get over to the Lilac house for setup. I'd spent most of the morning in the kitchen, drinking tea and catching up on some potion testing. The rest of the manor was still a trash heap, and Adam told us to stay out of the living room as much as possible in case any more debris came raining down. He thinks it fits the pattern of the other cases he's working on, but that doesn't get us very far unless we can get some of the higher-ups to listen. I thought maybe I could convince Bramble, but I guess that was naive. Just because we've worked together a couple of times and sort of know each other outside the office doesn't mean anything. The frustration was evident in Meryl's voice. I could picture her pacing around the small cubicle she had at headquarters, peeking over the top of the partition to make sure no one was eavesdropping. I'll keep trying on my end. I just thought I would give you an update before you go to work. Thanks, I said, dropping into one of the chairs at the kitchen table. Will you be back in Beechwood later? I'll be at the Lilac house tonight. I'll keep an eye out, but I'm not sure how much help I can be when I still have this event for another couple of days. Meryl sighed. I'll see if I can talk Andrews into coming back with me. If this were Jewel, it could be the case to finally grab the attention of everyone at the SPA. They wouldn't be able to ignore this anymore. Call me if you need anything. I think Adam's around town today, too, in case you need some muscle, or teeth. Meryl laughed softly. Thanks, I will. We hung up, and I sagged back against the wooden rails on the back of my chair, sipping at my tea. It never ceased to amaze me how my life could get so tangled up in these kinds of problems, when all I was trying to do was mind my own business.
My plate was already spilling stuff off the sides, and yet the universe decided it could fit one more gigantic scoop of mashed potatoes. Sigh. Boots rammed his head into my shin, and I nearly sloshed tea down the front of my sweatshirt. "Take it easy, fuzzbutt," I chided, peeking under the edge of the table. He stared up at me, his amber eyes wide. I smiled and relaxed. "It's okay, buddy. I'm not going to get myself in trouble with the vamps. Or at least not any more trouble. I'll let Merrill sort this one out." The tabby tilted his head to one side, a very clear, "Yeah, right," written all over his furry face. "I promise." I ignored the rest of his skeptical glances and finished my tea. An hour later, I left the manor just as Adam was inviting the telekinetic witch inside. Posey hadn't returned yet, so Adam had volunteered to help the witch put things back as they were in her absence. I waved goodbye, a little jealous that I wouldn't be there to watch the magic show, and headed down the hill into town. Cassie had texted to ask me to meet her at Siren Song instead of at the event space, so that was my first stop. Apparently one of her employees called in sick and she was covering the shift to help get the coffee shop through the lunch rush. Beechwood Harbor had a population that skewed toward the retired, and local eateries tended to have three waves: the early birds, the mid-morning crowd, and a steady hum through lunch. Siren Song was a popular hangout, and there was a healthy group of regulars who spent the majority of their day there, socializing, snacking, playing checkers or cards, and enjoying the bottomless in-house refill policy Cassie offered. When I arrived, there was a small line formed in front of the counter, but I only saw Gemma working the espresso machine. Gemma was in her early 20s, with warm brown eyes, tan skin, and bottle blonde hair that fell nearly to her waist, even when pulled back in a ponytail. She glanced up, a frazzled look on her face, when the bell on the door chimed to announce my arrival. "Hey, Holly." "Hey, is Cassie out?" I asked, cautiously approaching the end of the counter. "She's in the back," Gemma replied, a flourish of irritation in her voice, though it was quickly drowned out by the hiss of the steam wand as she worked to complete a drink order. "Hey, Holly, how are your cashier skills? You think you still got it?" a familiar voice asked. I turned and found Nick, 3 people behind the front of the line. Grinning, I planted a hand on my hip. "I can count back change with the best of them, Rivers." Nick chuckled. Gemma shot me a pleading look. "You can use your old login for the machine. You're still in the system." "Show us what you got, Bolt," Nick taunted, still smiling. I made a show of cracking my knuckles and then rubbed my hands together and stepped behind the machine. Gemma let out an audible sigh of relief and went back to making the next drink while I rang up the 6 orders. Nick moved over to the other end of the counter while I stepped in to back Gemma up at the espresso machine. She tamped down a shot of decaf. I shot whipped cream all over the top of Nick's large mocha. We'd never worked together at the shop. She'd been a hire to help cover my hours when I left to go to work on my own business full-time. But it was a familiar, comfortable rhythm between experienced baristas, and we managed to stay out of each other's way as we worked to clear the backlog. I handed Nick his mocha, and he dropped a $5 bill in the tip jar. "Thanks, Halls. I've got a scheduled call with a client and didn't want to be late. Figured a little shot at your competitive side might get the line moving." Gemma handed over an iced drink to the teen standing beside Nick, and then went back to finishing the last drink. "You know, you could have just skipped the mocha and had no problem getting to your meeting on time," I told Nick. He scoffed, grinning wider. "Don't be ridiculous." I rolled my eyes and laughed. "Seek help, Rivers. A 12-step program, something." He held the drink up as he started to turn away. "Thanks again." "Hey," I called, following him. "What time is your call over?" He shrugged and took a sip. I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes tops. Why?" I stopped at the cash register and he continued toward the doors. "I might stop by later. I want to run something by you." Nick paused, giving me a pensive look, but he knew better than to pry for details with so many ears nearby. Instead, he nodded. "All right, sure. See you later." I waved and he hurried out of the coffee shop. I watched him hustle down the walk, careful not to jostle his mocha too much as he jogged across the street, heading back toward his office. "Thanks again, Holly. You saved my life," Gemma exhaled, sagging against the counter. "Anytime. I'm going to go check on Cassie." Gemma nodded and then went to restock the small coffee bar by the large picture window at the front of the shop. I ducked into the small hallway that connected the supply room, bathroom, and small office to the shop and called out for Cassie. A miserable voice replied, "In here." and I opened the door to the coat closet turned cramped office. Cassie was folded over the desk, her face halfway buried in her arms. She turned her head and peered up at me through her chestnut-colored hair.
Hi, Holly.
Cass, what's going on? You look like death warmed over. Cassie gave a weak laugh and then pushed up to sit properly in the rolling chair.
I'm pregnant.
I blinked. What? Are you serious? Cass! That's amazing! She offered a quiet smile.
It explains the barfing, at least.
And the mood swings, I silently added to myself.
It just hit me the other day when I ran out of here like my hair was on fire. I was so miserable and sick, and then I realized I was late. Things have been so busy the last couple of weeks, I just didn't even think about it. I raced over to Thistle and bought a pregnancy test, and sure enough, the honeymoon is over, and we're now on to the baby moon.
I laughed. Wow, that's just... you weren't trying to, were you? Cassie shook her head.
I got strep throat, and they prescribed some antibiotics. I guess that canceled out my pill.
She paused and looked down at her still flat stomach.
And here we are.
How'd Chief take it?
Oh, he's thrilled. He immediately started a spreadsheet to figure out costs and stuff. I'm pretty sure he's already plotting how to pay for college.
Cassie laughed softly. He's going to be a great dad. I cocked my head and considered her. Nowhere in any of her answers did she reveal how she felt about the sudden news. I didn't want to pry, but something felt off.
I was going to do something cute, do a little photo shoot type thing with the first ultrasound or something, but I was way too exhausted to even think about that.
Cassie sighed.
I fell asleep on my iPad last night looking up ideas on Pinterest before bed.
I think that's pretty normal, I replied with a laugh. You're growing another little human. It takes a lot of energy. On top of that, we've been staying out way too late this week, and you've still been getting up early to take care of things here. It's a lot, Cass. You know I think you're Superwoman, but even Superwoman has her limits. Cassie smiled.
Thanks, Holly. It's all just a little overwhelming right now.
Well, let me know what I can do to help. If you need to take the next couple of nights off from running things at the singles week, I can call in some backup. A guilty look flashed across Cassie's face, and I smiled. You want me to handle tonight?
Would you mind?
She asked, a slight squeak in her voice. Not at all, I replied. You tell Chief to pick up dinner on his way home. I guess wine is out. Better ask for a foot rub instead. Get him in the habit. Cassie giggled.
That sounds divine. I have to be careful, though, and not pull the bun-in-the-oven card too often here in these early days. But it is tempting if it means getting him home from the station on time. He's been relentless with this new case.
My muscles tensed, and I shifted my weight to hide the sudden jolt of panic. Oh? The, murder investigation? I thought the FBI was handling that.
That's what they said, but Jeffrey knows someone over there that owed him a favor. He tried to pull the records, and there wasn't a trace of the case on any of their databases. So Jeffrey is convinced this murder fits into that puzzle he's been working on for a while now. Something top secret, I guess.
Cassie sighed.
Maybe I'll just stop by the hardware store tonight and pick up a gallon of paint and tell Jeffrey I want to start working on decorating the nursery. He's better when he has a project.
I tried to smile, but my cheeks felt like blobs of Play-Doh, unable to hold their shape. Just gotta be careful of those fumes, I said. Cassie nodded.
That's true. Even better, he can go in there and mutter to himself about his conspiracy theories, and I'll get control of the remote, she said brightly. Thanks, Holly. Good idea.
We chatted for a few minutes, talking about nursery ideas and names. After a while, Cassie eased up and her normal sunny smile returned. When my stomach started to rumble, I pushed to my feet. Sounds like I need to get some lunch. Then I'd better head over and start setting up. Let me know how the painting goes.
Thanks again, Holly. You sure you don't mind me bowing out for tonight? I promise I'll be there tomorrow for Valentine's Day.
I waved a hand. It's all good. You just take it easy.
Thanks.
Anytime. I paused before ducking out of the office and turned. Cassie was resting one hand on her stomach, a warm smile on her face. Warmth spread through me, temporarily driving out some of the anxiety and fear. See you later, Cass. She waved, and I ducked back out of the office. I made myself a drink, snagged a sandwich from the cold case, paid, and then left the coffee shop, hurrying to Nick's office. Things were about to get sticky, and I needed my favorite gumshoe on my side. Chapter 17. Nick was wrapping up his call when I reached his office. He waved me inside, and I quietly took a seat in my usual chair. my thoughts still swirling as I bit into the sandwich I'd purchased at Siren Song. I wasn't sure how long I waited, too lost in my own head. But after a time, Nick's voice broke through and I realized he'd already said my name at least once. Sorry. Oh, I glanced at the phone, now back in its cradle. Right, sorry. Lost in space over there? Nick teased. What's up? I sighed and sagged back in the chair. We've got a problem. Okay. Nick folded his hands together and set them on the desk. He exuded a strong, quiet strength, and I realized this was part of what made him so good at his job. His clients came in, their worlds shaken, asking for help, and he could sit and listen, patient and unmoving, giving them a firm place to stand while they were explaining their situation. In another life, he'd have made a good therapist. Start at the beginning, he prompted. So I did. I told him everything, starting with the first death-turned-murder, going through the encounters with Jewel, and Meryl's suspicions about the vampire activity in Seattle, and circled back around to telling him that Chief Lincoln was moving dangerously close to uncovering information he shouldn't have. Information that could be dangerous, maybe even deadly, depending on how he pursued it. When I finished, Nick drew in a slow breath and then exhaled with a slight whistle. Wow. Yeah, I snorted a laugh. Wow. Meryl's been so busy running back and forth between here and the Haven, she hasn't slowed down long enough to tell me what's been going on. There was all that tension between us earlier this week, so I just kind of assumed she'd been avoiding me. Well, up until last night. He paused, a twinge of pink surfacing on his cheeks. I grinned at him, and he cleared his throat before reaching for a stack of papers. He rustled them together and tapped the stack on his desk before setting them back down in the exact same place. You're cute when you're all nervous, I teased. You should try wearing pink sometime. It goes well with your eyes. Nick rolled the baby blues in question and tried to scowl at me, but he couldn't fully suppress his smile. All right. Let's just say Meryl and I didn't do a lot of talking last night when we got back to her place after dropping off that vampire at headquarters. I stifled a laugh. More power to you, I replied, still grinning. If tagging vamps is what gets Meryl going, I think you'll be a happy man for some time to come. It sounds like this is only the tip of the iceberg. What about the Vampire Council? Nick asked. I know they're not on the level of the Haven Council, but I thought they were supposed to keep their kind in check to avoid an all-out war. I don't fully understand how it works, but as far as I can tell, the so-called Vampire Council can be bought, and old families like House Mulder have very, very deep pockets. You don't live as long as they do and not figure out how to amass huge amounts of money. Aha, Nick nodded. The biggest problem we have right now is Chief Lincoln, I said, swinging back to my original point. The SPA already used mind magic on him once. If they find out he's still snooping around, they might resort to wiping chunks of memories. We can't let that happen. As far as I'm concerned, these 2 cases from the singles week are closed now that Jewel Mulder is in SPA custody. The attacks will stop. We can finish the event and move forward. But how do we convince Chief Lincoln to drop it when there is no justice for the 2 victims? At least not that he will ever see served out. Nick considered the question for a long moment. Despite rocky beginnings, he and Chief Lincoln had formed a friendship over the years, and he'd invited Nick to do work for the BHPD on more than a few occasions. Nick knew him better than I did, at least within the confines of how he handled himself as the chief of police. It seems that the easiest way to handle it would be to send one of the SPA agents to speak with him, wearing their faux FBI garb, of course, Nick began. They could tell him about Jewel in some way or another, leaving out the supernatural parts, and then let him know she would be tried in another state. Federal trials can get dragged out, so maybe after a while, Chief loses interest and stops checking into it for updates. But how are we supposed to send someone to speak with him without tipping off the agency that they have a squeaky wheel in the first place? Meryl can't do it because she doesn't have the right cover story. It would have to be another agent, one that would agree to keep it out of any official reporting, to avoid Chief landing on anyone's radar. Right now, they think he's been contained. We can't let them find out the truth. Right. Nick paused again. What about one of Meryl's friends inside the agency? She gets lunch with a few of them. Maybe someone could do her a solid? I shrugged. It's worth a shot, I guess. Nick reached for the phone. I'll call her and see what she can do. All right. While you do that, I've got to scoot over to the Lilac house. Second to the last night. Last call for those hoping to have a date secured for Valentine's. Speaking of, if you want to swing by tonight, I have the chocolates ready if you still wanted to buy a box. Nick's eyes lit up. The Belgian ones? I nodded, laughing at the sparkle in his eyes. Seriously, Rivers, seek help. I gestured at his likely empty coffee cup. The man had just downed a huge mocha with sprinkles, and he was already daydreaming about truffles. I thought Adam was bad. At least his obsession with food revolves around more than just sugar. Nick snorted. He also willingly eats out of dumpsters, Halls, so if I were you, I wouldn't exactly be going bragging about his advanced palate. Fair enough, I agreed, smirking as I rose to my feet. See you tonight? Sure thing. He grinned. When I reached the door, he spoke again, this time the humor gone. Leave this Chief Lincoln situation to me, Holly. I know you've got a lot on your mind right now with the house and the wedding planning. I'll figure something out. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. I smiled, waggled my fingers in a quick wave, then slipped out the door. By 7 o'clock, the Lilac house was bustling with activity. Dinner was mostly over, with a few singles lingering over their plates, chatting in pairs or small groups, while the rest of the participants had moved on to the dance floor, or taken their conversation to the tall cocktail hour tables arranged near the bar. Luckily, things were going smoothly. And between the bed and breakfast staff and the catering crew, the situation was under control, even without Cassie's assistance. I circulated through the room, making sure everyone was tended to, and passed out a batch of feedback cards that the town council would review when it came time to decide whether to try a similar event in the future. As the night wore on, I relaxed more and more. I trusted Nick to handle the situation with Chief Lincoln. Jewel Mulder was still behind bars, as far as I knew. Cassie was home, hopefully with Chief, basking in the unexpected news. Adam was working late, but when I checked in with him before dinner, he seemed in good spirits, a rarity when it came to discussing work-related topics. As I circled the room, checking to make sure I hadn't missed anyone, I realized the tightness in my chest that had begun when we received the eviction notices was starting to loosen, ever so slightly. I still didn't want to leave the manor, but the house showing scheduled for the following week was something of a bright spot, and the other worries the week had brought were starting to iron themselves out. Tomorrow was Valentine's Day, and it would mark the ending of the hectic singles week. As soon as things wound down, Cassie and I were to address the group and thank them for coming before giving the final instructions as to the send-off brunch the following morning. Once that was done, I'd slip out and hurry home to the manor and Adam. I wasn't sure what he had up his sleeve, especially with half the manor now turned to dust-covered wreckage, but I'd take a night in fuzzy socks sharing a cold pizza at this point. Quiet, simple, and best of all, just the two of us. Well, apart from the tabby cat who tended to have little concern for things like personal space. Once the comment cards were doled out, I wound back around to the buffet and made myself a plate from the leftovers before the caterers swooped in to pack it up. As I scooped some kind of pasta dish onto my plate, I overheard a woman talking about the comment card. Honestly, it's been pretty fun, but I'm not going to be sad to leave some of these sharks behind. I know what you mean, another woman replied. Last night I was talking to this guy named James, and it seemed like we were kind of hitting it off. Like maybe he was thinking of asking for my number, when that Disney princess wannabe swooped in out of nowhere and stole him right out from under my nose. The first woman snorted. What name is she going by tonight? She was Jasmine last night. Ariel the one before. It's ridiculous. She's got issues. Can't decide her own name, let alone what kind of man she's after. The second woman agreed with a haughty scoff. I wanted to tell her, hey, this isn't bingo, lady. You don't get a special prize for hooking up with every guy here. I blinked. Yikes. Glancing down at the engagement ring on my left hand, I had to smile a little, thankful to have found my partner. I'd never been much of a dater before Adam, so I couldn't relate to a lot of the dating horror stories I'd heard over the years. As I stepped to one side of the buffet table, I surveyed the room. Most of the participants seemed to be enjoying themselves, but with fresh eyes, I realized that many of the smiles were charged with nervous energy, and some of the laughter was a little forced. I remembered back to my first date with Adam. I'd probably felt that same way, even though we'd lived under the same roof for months before I finally caved and agreed to let him take me out. Smiling at the memory, I bit into a spinach puff. It would all work out in the end. If Adam and I could find each other in all the madness and chaos, then I had overwhelming hope that the singles standing in the room around me would all find love too. By the end of the night, I had a basket full of comment cards and overheard quite a few excited whispers from those eager to get to the main event the following night. I waved goodbye to each person or couple as they filed out the doors, assuring them it would all be worth the wait. When the last stragglers had gone, I circled back to the kitchen and helped the caterers finish breaking down the buffet. I had another bag of leftovers set aside, and knew Adam would be happy to dig into the Italian-themed feast. The caterers were just heading out when Nick arrived. He held the door for one of the staffers and then slipped in after her. "Holly," he said, his eyes wide. "Good, you're still here." I made a show of looking at my watch. "Just barely," I replied with a smile. "I'm about 10 minutes away from turning into a pumpkin." "I think I'm being followed," Nick said, peeking over his shoulder at the closed door. I dropped my arm. "What?" "I can't really explain it," he started, nervously looking around as another pair of servers filed past on their way out. "I was leaving my office. I got this feeling, right in my gut. Some kind of warning. It felt like someone was behind me, but when I turned to look, there wasn't anyone there. I can't shake the feeling. I walked over here from the office, but I swear I saw a shadow by my car when I passed it. Someone was waiting for me, Holly." My smile dissolved, and I grabbed Nick's arm, leading him further into the dining room and away from the bank of large windows. "What did they look like?" He shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't get a clear look." "Do you think they followed you all the way here?" I asked, looking past his shoulder back toward the windows. "I don't know, maybe. I kept checking over my shoulder, but I never saw anyone." "Do you know why someone would be following you? Are you set to testify at a trial, or poking around in something you probably shouldn't be?" I swallowed and then lowered my voice into a whisper, even though we were alone. "Is there something going on with the pack?" "No, on all 3 accounts. I've got an insurance fraud and a cheating spouse case right now, both pretty benign. As for the pack, well, I wouldn't know. I haven't been hanging out with them lately." Nodding, I tried to come up with another explanation. When that turned up empty, I nudged my chin toward the door. "Come on, I was just about to lock up anyway. If you stick around while I set my wards, I can go with you back to your office and check it out." "Wards?" "I've been setting them since the first night Jewel showed up. I want to keep any kind of supernatural away from this place. I guess now that Jewel is in custody, it's not such a big deal, but it can't hurt." I shuddered to think that there was someone, or something, coming after Nick. "Jewel is still locked up, isn't she?" "I don't know," Nick replied. "I didn't think to ask Meryl when I called earlier." "What did she say about the chief?" "She said she'd keep it quiet until we came up with a plan. She was supposed to call when she was on the way back from work." "Okay, good." I nodded. "Can you stay at her place tonight?" "I guess," Nick replied. "But do you think that's necessary? I mean, maybe I'm overreacting. We're all a little on edge right now. Maybe I'm just being paranoid." I took hold of his shoulders, waiting a beat for his eyes to circle back to mine. "Nick, you're a private investigator and a werewolf to boot. The full moon just passed a couple nights ago. Your senses are still on high alert. If you think someone was following you, it's because they were." He swallowed hard. "I don't mean to scare you," I hurried to add, "but I think being overly cautious is not a bad thing in a case like this. Something weird is going on right now. The vamps are restless and getting bolder. There have already been 2 murders this week. We can't take any chances." Nick cleared his throat. "Right. Yeah, I can head over to Meryl's place. The SPA sent someone to put a bunch of protection spells on it not too long after she moved in." "Good." I left him just long enough to retrieve my purse from the kitchen and wave goodnight to the woman manning the front desk. It wasn't Justine. As I went back to the event space, I wondered if she was taking a leave of absence to grieve. I made a mental note to have Scarlett send her some flowers. "Okay, let's get you to Meryl's place and then we can—" I stopped short, my mouth fumbling to finish the sentence. The door was open, and Nick was gone. Chapter 18. "Nick!" I screamed, racing out into the night. "Nick, where are you?" Magic sparked to my fingertips, straining to be loosed, but I couldn't risk it. Not yet. There were too many people nearby. The parking lot was deserted. Pools of light surrounded the lamp posts and outdoor lanterns on the front of the stately mansion, but there was no sign of Nick. Or anyone, for that matter. Dread coursed through me.
pulsing in strong bursts with every heartbeat, threatening to flood my system. "Nick?" I called out again, my voice breaking with a slight whimper. "Please answer me, please. Nick, where are you?" I moved quickly across the parking lot, constantly scanning for signs of anyone. The street was quiet. Everyone home and tucked in for the night. It was freezing outside, but I hardly noticed, my blood running hot with panic as I continued the search. I circled back around the side of the house where it was dark. A small light hung to the side of a back door, leading to a small cement slab where a dumpster and yard debris bin sat alongside the property's fence line. Just past the bins, I saw a flash of movement. A pair of legs protruded past the dumpster, a little like the Wicked Witch of the East under the rubble from Aunt Em and Uncle Henry's farmhouse, minus the stockings and red slippers. "Nick!" I gasped, running forward, magic blazing into a ball of light. I released the orb of magic to float above me and stopped short. The man lying on the ground beside the dumpster wasn't Nick. I swooped down beside him, checking for injuries. "Sir, are you all right?" He looked familiar and wore a name badge on his polo shirt, identifying him as one of the singles. "James," I said, reading the name. "Are you all right?" The man was writhing, and for a moment I thought he was hurt. But then he moaned, and it was clear he wasn't whimpering with pain, but with pleasure. I shot to my feet again and took a step back. What in the other world was going on here? And where was Nick? Don't leave me, my angel. Please," the man babbled. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Frowning, I extinguished the ball of light and nudged the man with the toe of my boot. "Sir, you need to get up. This area is off limits to guests." "No!" the man shrieked. "No, don't go. Don't leave me." "Oh, for Merlin's sake, sir, you need to—" "Ollie!" I jerked my chin up at the sound of my name and found Nick racing around the corner from the back of the house. "Batwings, Nick! You scared the crap out of me vanishing like that." Nick ignored my admonishing and knelt down beside the man on the ground. "He was being attacked, Halls." "Attacked?" I frowned. "I think he's just super drunk." Nick shook his head and continued checking the guy's vitals. "I was waiting for you inside when I saw him getting dragged across the lot by his hair by a woman. It doesn't make any sense. She was pulling him along like he weighed nothing, but she was shorter than you and looked like a bag of bones." Before I could ask a follow-up question, the man arched up, his back coming completely off the ground as he drew in a gasp for air. Then he groaned and collapsed back down to the concrete, going limp. I blinked. "Is he—" Nick scrambled to find a pulse. "He's alive." I knelt on the man's other side and shook him, hard. James, can you hear me?" Nick continued, his words rushing together. "I came out to see what was going on, and the woman had him shoved up against the dumpster, her tongue down his throat. And there was this bright light passing between her mouth and his. It was bizarre, Holly. I have no idea what I just saw." The dread that had been rushing through me settled all at once in an anvil-shaped ball that hit the bottom of my stomach with the force of a physical punch. I gasped. "I should have known." "What?" Nick asked. "What is it?" I swallowed. "We have to call Meryl, Bramble, everyone." I rocketed to my feet and reached around for my back pocket, before remembering I'd changed into a dress for the party. My phone was in my handbag back in the kitchen. "Nick, I need your phone." Nick reached into his suit jacket and grabbed his phone. Handing it to me, he gave a worried look at the prostrate man on the ground. He was breathing, but hadn't made another sound since collapsing. "Holly, what's going on?" I held up a finger. "What about him? Is he going to be okay?" Nick pressed. I swiped through Nick's contacts and found Meryl's number. "I don't know. It depends." "Was it that vampire? I thought she was still locked up." "It wasn't a vampire," I replied impatiently, rolling my fingers through the air as the dial tone trilled for the third time. "Come on, Meryl, where are you?" "I went after her," Nick said, his voice more than a little shaken. "I didn't know what she was." "What happened?" I asked, spinning around to face him. "She was fast, Halls. Really fast. I lost her and decided to come back and get you." "Did she see you?" I asked, afraid of the answer. "I don't know. I yelled at her, but I don't think she turned back." Nick shook his head, considering the man beside him. "This guy's bigger than me, at least 20 pounds, and I'm telling you, she was dragging him behind her like he was nothing more than a teddy bear. She could have easily taken me on." He paused and looked up at me. Why didn't she?
I don't... Meryl's voice filtered through the speaker on Nick's phone. Hey, honey bear, I got stuck at the office, but I swear I'm almost ready to leave. Meryl, it's Holly. I need you to... Holly? Alarm rang in her voice. Where is Nick? Is he okay? He's fine. He's here with me. We need you back to the Lilac house pronto. Bring every agent you can. Holly, what's going on? I drew in a breath. There's a succubus in Beechwood Harbor. Nick stared at me, his eyes wide. A succubus? But that's not a real thing. He paused. Is it? I handed back his phone. Meryl was on her way, and she'd promised to bring Bramble and as many other agents as the department could spare. It all makes sense now, I muttered. Does it? Nick asked, bewildered. I thought it was a vampire. Weren't there fang marks in the second victim? Does succubus, or succubi, have vampire teeth too? I nodded. Well, sort of. There are differences. It explains why those teeth marks looked wrong somehow. They don't feed on blood like vampires, though. They feed on emotions. Lust, right? I mean, at least that's what the mythology says. I peeked around the corner. I'd run out of the event space like my hair was on fire. Luckily, Cassie was home and not there to have chased after me. Small mercies. As it was, the parking lot remained vacant except for the cluster of cars. The door to the event space opened and a couple stumbled out, a little tipsy on their feet. The man said something and the woman laughed, her high-pitched peal of laughter echoing across the lot. I checked the sky. Agent Bramble would go through the portal and immediately shift into her hawk form to get here as quickly as possible. When the couple drove away, I released a surge of magic into the sky. A streak of red sparks flew up, almost like a firework, but rather than explode in a dazzling light show, the spark formed a downward-pointing arrow. Once suspended, the magic would be invisible to humans, but Agent Bramble and the other agents would see it and know where to go without having to slow down and consult a GPS. Turning back to Nick, I drew in a steady breath. They feed on emotions. Lust is their primary source because it's the easiest for them. An incubus or succubus can take on the form of their target's desire. It's like a glamour, in a way. They know what their target wants and they slip that identity on like a mask. It's deceptive and can lead to some dark roads, but generally speaking, harmless. Casual flirtation is enough to keep most of them satiated, but as with everything, there are exceptions. Those that push the boundaries and bend the rules. For them, the lust quickly turns to fear, a more potent drug. We exchanged a dark look and cast a glance at the fallen man. Suddenly his eyes popped open, sending both Nick and I stumbling a few steps back. Where is she? He gasped. Nick recovered first and went back to the man's side. You're safe now. Help is on the way. Where's Aurora? He asked, trying and failing to get up. What happened to me? I knelt on the opposite side. Shh, you're going to be okay. Just tell us what happened. Where's Aurora? I need her. The man heaved himself to sitting, his voice more panicked as he searched the small alleyway. Where am I? Who is Aurora? Nick asked. What does she look like? We'll see if we can find her for you. She left me? He sounded on the verge of tears. The succubus had scrambled his brain, sucking the emotions from him and leaving a cocktail of confusion, fear, and overwhelming loneliness. She wouldn't leave me, the man asserted with shaky confidence. He bolstered himself with a firm nod, then resumed trembling, his hands wringing together as he looked around. We're in love, Aurora and me. We only just met, but it was meant to be. Just ask her. Nick met my eyes, a pitying look reflecting back at me. We'll go get her. Tell us, what does she look like? She has blonde hair, a beautiful smile, and the most mesmerizing blue eyes. And her name is Aurora? Did you meet her here at the singles event? Nick asked, his PI instincts kicking in. I flipped through the names in my head. I'd written out the participants' names on name tags each day, providing a fresh badge to each single for easy identification around town as they toured the various events and activities. I couldn't remember writing out the name Aurora. But by nature, succubi were masters of disguise. Creating a fake name was likely standard operating procedure, especially for one bent on using her powers to gorge herself on any single man she could get her claws or teeth into. Suddenly it hit me. Wait, I gasped. Aurora!
That was Sleeping Beauty's real name, wasn't it? Princess Aurora? Nick gave me a blank stare.
What? What are you talking about? A Disney movie?
The alias, I said, more emphatically. I just overheard a couple of women talking about a woman at the singles event using different names each night, all of them from Disney. Then there was the hotel reservation where the second victim was found. The people at the front desk said the name on the reservation was Briar Rose. Another Disney reference. It's gotta be her.
Does the hotel have her information? A phone number or credit card we could track? I have the software to look it up.
I gave a frustrated toss of my head. They took a prepaid card for the hotel room, so no way to trace it. And we don't even have an image of her because their security cameras were turned off. They claim it must have been some kind of glitch because they normally keep them running.
Or someone used magic and short-circuited them,
Nick suggested. I nodded. I wouldn't be surprised.
You said 2 women were talking about her? Do you think they could identify her?
I don't know who they were, I replied, mentally kicking myself for not paying more attention. I was at the buffet and they were off to the side. It was just kind of offhand.
I guess it wouldn't matter anyway if she can change her appearance,
Nick said after a beat. He looked down at James.
You said she was blonde? Blue eyes?
James nodded, his gaze dreamy as if he weren't fully planted here on Earth.
Eyes like sapphires.
Nick looked at me.
That's not what I saw, he said quietly. The woman I saw looked emaciated, with thin, dark hair.
It's the glamour, I told him. It didn't work on you because you weren't her target. On top of that, you're in love, and that makes it much harder for the glamour to take hold. It's not impossible, but she would have had to be concentrating on you. Granted, if she had snared you, the emotions she drained from you would have been even more intoxicating to her. Nick shuddered.
I don't want to think about that much more than I have to.
James struggled to push to his feet. Nick placed a hand lightly on the man's chest, and he landed hard on his rear again.
What are we going to do with him? Is he going to be all right?
I don't know, I replied, shaking my head. But I think we should keep him here until we know for sure. James babbled something about his sweet Aurora and sagged to one side, propped against the dumpster. A hawk screeched overhead, and my heart leapt into my throat. I surged to my feet, Nick following a half-second later. Agent Bramble streaked through the sky. Her wings spread wide before she gracefully dove to the ground and landed a few yards away. In the space of a blink, she shifted back to her human form, and I blinked again. She shook her arms and head, the movement strangely bird-like, as she adjusted the sleeves of her SPA jacket, then rushed forward to meet us.
Tell me everything.
Chapter 19. You think she's in there? I asked Meryl, glancing sidelong over the SUV's center console. Meryl leaned over the steering wheel, squinting up at the darkened hotel room as if she might somehow get a sense of it if she glowered just right. After a moment, she exhaled and leaned back in the driver's seat.
I don't know, Holly. What would she be doing? Just sitting in the dark?
After catching Agent Bramble up on everything we'd gathered so far, she'd dispatched a small horde of agents to scour the town for any sign of the succubus. Meryl and I were sent to check in with the hotel where Clint Weiss had been killed. According to the clerk at the front desk, they'd called the number attached to Briar Rose's reservation and left a message that she could stop by the office to get keys to another room, as hers was occupied by the police. The clerk, a 20-something with an "I just work here" attitude, said a woman stopped by the following morning and claimed the key and was now residing in room 208. When Meryl asked why no one at the hotel had called to inform them, the guy shrugged and muttered something about there maybe being a post-it around there somewhere. In a huff, Meryl had stomped out of the office and we'd piled back into the SPA-issued SUV she drove and parked near the center of the lot, sandwiched in between 2 sedans. Room 208 was dark and had been for half an hour.
Think we should go knock and see what happens?
I suggested, after another long moment passed in silence.
I texted Bramble. She said to sit on it for now. She wants us to wait for backup in case things get sticky. This place is crawling with humans.
She was right. The normally sleepy motel was a beehive of activity, with couples, likely from the singles event, coming and going. It was late enough that any families staying at the motel were likely in bed already, but if we barged into the room, wands blazing, and something supernatural went down, the SPA would have a lot of minds to wipe.
Anything from Nick? I asked.
He'd gone with Adam and some of the other SPA agents to try following the scent trail from the scene of the attack.
Adam had shifted into his dog form to get a better lead, and while Nick would remain on 2 legs, he would be able to get a better sense than most, thanks to his werewolf curse. Meryl checked her phone, then shook her head and dropped it back into the cup holder without ceremony. Nope. You two okay? I asked cautiously. When I'd seen Nick earlier in the day, he'd been on cloud 9. But judging from the tension lines around Meryl's mouth, she wasn't on the same celestial plane. You patched things up last night, right? Meryl exhaled. I guess so. But it's kind of one of those things where I feel like I got more questions than answers, if you know what I mean. I smiled and gave a slight nod. I definitely do. Meryl rolled her head against the seat and looked at me. You know, I honestly thought he was going to propose to me tomorrow night on Valentine's Day. Can you believe that? Yeah, I said, suppressing the urge to cringe. I kind of heard. You did? How? This time I did cringe. Adam sort of overheard part of your and Evangeline's conversation the other night in the kitchen. He was going to get a snack. Meryl rolled her eyes. I should have assumed the kitchen would have ears. The ghost of a smile flitted over my lips. He hasn't said anything to anyone other than me. He was pretty embarrassed. Meryl smiled, but it faded quickly. I'm the one who should be embarrassed, thinking Nick was ready to take that step. We've never even talked about it before, and here I was, already dreaming of diamond rings and flower arrangements. Stars. She groaned and balled her fists, pressing them against her face. I'm such an idiot. You're not, I said, dragging her hands away from her cheeks. You and Nick have been serious for a little while now. It's only natural to start thinking about what the next steps might be. Maybe so, but I should have known better than to get my hopes up. Then I made a fool of myself at the singles auction. It wasn't that bad, I assured her, hoping it at least sounded a little bit sincere. Meryl shot me a look that confirmed it wasn't. You don't have to sugarcoat it, Halls. I know I screwed up. Big. I smiled gently. Then there's no point in beating yourself up about it anymore. Nick clearly got over it, and no one else will even remember it come Monday. Meryl snorted. Except maybe that Jasmine chick. She was shooting me daggers the whole way when Nick and I walked out together. My body went still. I didn't even blink. Wait, did you say Jasmine? Mm-hmm. That's the name of that woman bidding against Nick at the auction. I'm pretty sure her face is permanently etched in my brain. I was glaring at her so hard. I remember thinking she had her hairstyle just like the Disney princess, we both said at the same time. Meryl blinked. Wait, what? I dug my fingers into the roots of my hair. That was her, the succubus. She was the one bidding on Nick, and I'll bet she was the one bidding on Marty, too. Justine told me a dark-haired woman was trying to outbid her. I never would have thought they were the same person, but now... I trailed off, my gaze flicking back up to the dark window as an eerie feeling rolled down my arms, leaving a trail of raised hairs in its wake. The problem is if she's a shapeshifter. She can change her appearance just as easily as she changes the name tag sticker on her chest. So how are we supposed to know who she is? Meryl shook her head. That's the hard part. Normally, with a hunt like this, all we have to do is find a way to get 1 step ahead. But with a shapeshifter, we're going to have to get 3 steps ahead. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, I said solemnly. It's her final shot at the singles group. Meryl's jaw tightened. And there's one bachelor she hasn't managed to get a taste of. I swallowed hard. Nick thought he was being followed tonight on his way to the Lilac house. You think it was her? Meryl didn't answer for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was firm with determination. We need to set a Valentine's Day trap. One that a succubus can't resist. I stayed with Meryl until the early hours of the morning when another agent came to relieve her. No one came or went from room 208, but Agent Bramble assured us an agent would remain posted outside just in case. She didn't send agents to search the room. Her decision surprised me, but she said it was too dangerous. There were too many unknown variables in place, and she didn't want to risk kicking up an all-out supernatural battle. Meryl and I offered up the plan we'd concocted during our hours at the stakeout. She didn't commit to using it, but promised to take it under advisement before she dismissed us. Meryl and Nick went back to her place, and Adam walked home with me. He'd shifted back to his human self and explained that they'd followed the scent back through town, but lost it in the parking lot across the street from Nick's office. Nick was understandably rattled, and I wasn't sure if he'd go along with the plan Meryl and I'd proposed, even if Agent Bramble did give it a green light. He wasn't likely to enjoy being the bait for a psychotic succubus. But then, who would be? When we returned to the manor, Adam fell right asleep. Well, after he wolfed down half a dozen granola bars from the stash in his bedside table, while I tossed and turned on the other side of the bed. Dawn circled around all too soon, and I gave up the battle, opting instead for a long, hot shower and an even hotter cup of coffee. I was halfway through my first oversized mug when I blinked, jumped up from my chair, and raced out into the living room, having not realized that in the time away from the manor, everything had changed. For starters, there was once again an actual door between the kitchen and living room. Batwings, I was totally out of it, I muttered, rubbing one hand against my mussed hair.
Good morning, Holly.
Posy's voice sailed through the air as the ghost descended the staircase, which now looked about 1.5 feet wider, though the rest of the room also looked larger, which didn't make any sense.
Isn't it marvelous?
She was downright chipper. I glanced behind me. Did I step through some kind of portal into another timeline? Posy tittered with laughter.
Oh, now don't be silly, dear.
How is it bigger in here? I mean, this room has to have at least an extra 200 square feet. And the staircase is bigger, right?
We gained an additional 371 square feet, to be precise,
Posy cooed, swooping around the room, practically doing a backstroke through the air.
Oh, and wait till you see what we're going to do this afternoon. We're planning to start in the kitchen. We would have done it all in one day, but I guess something about the magic needed to recharge. We did quite a lot. Why, we even added skylights to the study.
I frowned. How is that possible? They'd have to go through the ceiling into one of the bedrooms upstairs. Posy smiled.
Not with magic, dear. We simply bumped out the room 5 feet, creating something of a conservatory with wraparound windows and the skylights above. Oh, it's simply divine. Think of all the plants you'll be able to grow in there. It will be like having an indoor greenhouse.
Curiosity got the better of me, and before I could stop myself, I was racing down the hall, which now seemed longer and had a few more doors, and stepped into the study. My mouth fell open and I sputtered, trying to find words. Any words.
Well,
Posy said, appearing at my side.
What do you think?
Posy, this is... how?
The magic, silly girl.
Okay. Posy had just used the word silly twice in the last 3 minutes. She was grinning and giggling and... Wait. I whipped around to face the ghost head on. Does this mean you're staying? Posy's smile slipped, ever so slightly at the edges, and my heart took a swan dive into my belly. You're still leaving.
I'm afraid so, dear. Earl is eager to continue with our plans, and while the house is lovely, beyond my wildest dreams, I think it's best we take some time away, especially after,
She trailed off, looking down at her hands. Posy, I said, barely above a whisper, we all know you didn't mean to hurt anyone. She met my eyes.
It's only by sheer luck that I didn't hurt or even kill one of you, or one of those ridiculous grunting men.
But Posy... The ghost held up one hand, silencing me.
It's not up for discussion, I'm afraid. I've struck a new deal with the SPA and will be allowed to stay and see through these renovations, though Isla assures me we'll be able to finish the new additions in the attic later today. And when that's done, Earl and I will be on our way.
Her voice softened as she tilted her head, considering me.
It's for the best, dear. You'll see.
I swallowed down a few replies and managed to give a nod and a faint smile. The place looks beautiful. I turned away from Posy and busied myself with inspecting the details around me. The study had always been a formal space, with old-world charm, thick rugs on the hardwood floor, formal chairs beside the fireplace, and handmade bookshelves wrapping around the entire room. Now, with the extra space, the morning light flooded the space that could at times appear gloomy. The bookshelves still lined the walls, but there was now room for 2 huge desks and a few additional chairs, like a scene from a movie set at a posh college or university. Benches lined the wall of windows, creating a perfect reading nook that was more than Pinterest-worthy. A bitter sweetness washed over me as I spun slowly, taking it all in.
It was all too easy to imagine the many uses I'd find for the room before the cold reality splashed in my face and reminded me that my window of time to enjoy it was shrinking every day. Posy was serene and happy, the happiest I'd seen her in some time. And while that helped soothe the situation, it still didn't fundamentally change anything. Still, I wasn't going to pop her bubble. I let Posy lead me through a tour, seeing the changes she'd made to the formal sitting room, as well as the addition of 2 suites on the first floor. My room had been left untouched, still a cluttered mess from where Adam and I had abandoned our packing to deal with Posy's tirade. Posy rattled off the changes she would be making to the room once I was out. But there's no hurry, dear. I gave those agency people a piece of my mind when I found out what happened. You'll have your full allotted time to make your arrangements. I tried to speak, but a ball of emotion had wedged itself in my throat somewhere during the tour, so I just nodded. Posy's eyes softened and she started to say something, but then floated forward and went back to talking about her plans for the kitchen remodel. It was the space she was most looking forward to transforming. Adam was padding down the stairs when Posy and I reached the end of the hall. He still wore his sweatpants and hooded sweatshirt, and his dark hair stuck out in all directions despite his efforts to smooth it back. Boots was at his side, but came rushing down the rest of the way to greet me, or rather to remind me that it was breakfast time. "Morning, gorgeous. You getting the full tour?" I smiled. "It's pretty incredible. I'm jealous you got to watch it all unfold." Adam grinned as he took the last few steps. "I have to admit it was pretty cool. I mean, this Isla gal, she just flicked her wand and entire walls moved. Another flick, boom, counter changed. Blammo, new sink." I laughed at his enactment, tapping across the wood floors in his bare feet, brandishing an invisible wand like a fencing saber. "Easy there, Merlin." Adam flourished the wand and tucked it against his side as he swept into a low bow. "I just hope the neighbors didn't see all of this," I said, glancing around the newly enlarged living room. "I mean, the entire footprint of the manor must have shifted around." Posy smiled. "That's perhaps the best part. From the outside, you can't tell the difference." My brows swooped together. Adam nodded in confirmation. "She's right. Go take a look for yourself. Where the study should be protruding out away from the house, it's flush, just like before. Only the inside changed." I blinked. I definitely hadn't had enough coffee to even attempt wrapping my brain around that kind of magic. Adam chuckled. "Agent Big Bird must have given the higher-ups hell. I saw the running list of charges Isla was racking up when she stepped out to make a call. The SBA is going to cry when they get her bill in the mail. Or by pigeon, I guess, whatever it is they're using over there these days." I winced, but I couldn't feel too bad, especially after all the chaos they'd unfurled with their brash declarations and eviction letters, not to mention the humans they'd sent over without warning. "You know," I said, glancing at Posy, "I think we should throw a party. You and Earl can't leave on your trip without a proper send-off. Plus, it would give us an excuse to show off the house. After all, who could give a better tour than you two?" Posy smiled. "That would be quite nice, dear. Thank you. We should be ready to depart next Sunday evening. Do you think that leaves enough time to make the arrangements?" "Definitely," I replied with a confident nod. "Trust me, after everything I've gone through planning and hosting this singles week, a little going-away party will be a piece of cake." Adam groaned, rubbing his belly. "Cake." Chapter 20. As expected, Nick wasn't thrilled about the plan to offer himself up as bait to a deranged succubus, but by the time we all regrouped at the manor to cement our plans, Merrill had brought him around. Agent Bramble laid out the plan for everyone gathered, offering a few subtle tweaks to the presentation Merrill and I had made to her that morning. She had a dozen agents ready to help, along with Merrill and Nick. She'd also agreed to let Adam, Harmony, and Evangeline in on the sting. It wasn't exactly SPA policy, but we needed as many eyes on the situation as possible, and our familiarity with the town would likely prove helpful if the succubus slipped the trap and went on the run. "Does anyone have any questions?" Agent Bramble asked after her presentation, which had amounted to a presentation that reminded me of a coach setting up the game-winning play at the end of a sports movie. A lot of X's and O's and squiggly lines. "Questions? No," Nick said, shaking his head. "Reservations? Yes." Adam chuckled. Look, man, I got your 6. And not to brag or anything, but I've encountered a succubus or two in my single days.
I rolled my eyes. Let me guess, all it took was one wink to send them to their swooning couches. Adam laughed, his eyes dancing.
Something like that.
Agent Bramble cleared her throat.
As charming as that little anecdote might be, we aren't talking about a flirtatious succubus out for a little Friday night fun. Just trying to lighten the mood, Adam said with a shrug. As for your reservations, Mr. Rivers, I assure you, our entire team will be watching your every move. You stick to your task and let us take care of the rest. You won't be in harm's way.
Nick didn't look convinced, but he nodded and tried to appear stoic. Meryl took his hand and squeezed. Agent Bramble shifted her attention back to me.
Holly, you should head out.
I glanced at my wristwatch and then nodded. Right, the caterers will be there soon. I drew in a quick breath. Operation Valentine's is officially a go. Adam glanced up, his expression grim.
Let's just hope we don't end up with a Valentine's Day massacre.
2 hours later, I stood at the bar, surveying the room, my foot tapping along with the frantic pounding in my chest. My eyes darted from face to face, every woman a suspect. What mask would she be wearing tonight? Would she stick with her theme and come as Cinderella? Or maybe Rapunzel? Or, even more disturbing an idea, would she give up her game and come as herself? Or borrow someone else's face? There were too many possibilities, each one a nightmare waiting to come to life. Is that Nick? Cassie asked, lifting her glass of ginger ale to gesture across the room. I tried to talk her into taking another night off, but she'd insisted on coming to the final night, sick or not. With a tight smile, I nodded. It is. Cassie frowned and took a sip of the sparkling drink. But what about Meryl? I hope they didn't break up because of what happened at the auction. No, I replied, straining to keep my tone easy-breezy. Nothing like that. I just told him we had an extra ticket tonight, now that a few couples backed out and he liked the sound of the menu. I think Meryl's going to join him shortly. I glanced at the side door. Meryl was, in fact, already on the property, but she'd been ordered to stay out of sight as to not spook the succubus, which, given Meryl's, protective tendencies, was probably a good idea. I guess that makes sense, Cassie said, nodding approval. The food's already paid for. Might as well go to good use. Adam's around here somewhere, doing his part, I replied, smiling as I found my betrothed at the buffet. He held a plate, but his attention, for once, wasn't on the food. His eyes were circling the room just as often as mine, keeping watch for any sign of trouble. Cassie snorted. We should warn the other diners to make sure they don't expect seconds. I laughed. Speaking of, you going to get a plate? Her face twinged green, and she took another sip of ginger ale. I don't think baby Lincoln would approve. Sorry, I said, frowning. So much for just being morning sickness, huh? Cassie grimaced. Yeah, they're clearly working outside without time limits at the moment. It'll get better. That's what everyone tells me. She sighed. Is that the lady who ran the speed dating night? Ms. Kemper? I followed her gaze. Sure enough, our speedy matchmaker had invited herself along for another chance at finding herself a date from the leftovers of her successful event. She'd chosen another low-cut number and absently swirled a martini glass while she made eyes at a suit-and-tie type at the next table. I snorted. Looks like the cougar is back on the prowl. Cassie giggled. Guess she decided to add an extra night onto her stay. Sipping at my own drink, some kind of Valentine's-themed drink that involved pomegranate and a generous pour of vodka, I swept my gaze through the room, starting with Nick and fanning out to see who might be watching him. For the most part, everyone had coupled up. We'd nabbed a few reservations at some of the nicer restaurants in the neighboring towns and offered them up on a first-come, first-served basis to guests who wanted to have a more intimate date on the special day. I'd fielded calls most of the afternoon, doling them out to giddy couples, and took a few other calls from singles who were ducking out of the event early and heading home. They'd all been nice about it, not blaming the event itself, but most said they didn't want to spend another Valentine's Day watching a bunch of happy couples. For that, I couldn't fault them. A few still singles remained, made all the more obvious by the coupling off most attendees had done. I noticed a blonde woman eyeing Nick from a table with 5 other people. The others were talking with excited, celebratory tones, while she slumped back in her chair, nursing a cocktail with a pout on her painted red lips. Another woman, a brunette, circled the room, her movements that of a jaguar on the prowl, slow but sure. Her dark eyes flitted back to Nick every couple of steps. When she completed her circle, she tossed back the contents of her flute of champagne, set the empty glass on a nearby table, then tucked one lock of hair behind her ear and smiled. She started toward Nick, adding extra emphasis to the roll of her hips. Nick noticed her coming and gripped his fork in a way that made it look like he was preparing to reenact the shower scene in Psycho. I sucked in a breath. Don't blow it, Nick. At the last moment, he flipped the fork back to rest between his thumb and forefingers and carved off a bite of crab cake, offering a stilted smile to the approaching woman. Okay, now a little less like you're starring in a hostage video, I thought. Cassie chuckled. Uh-oh, looks like Meryl better hurry up and get here quick. I tried to laugh. I guess so. What is it the kids are saying these days? Thirsty? Cassie asked, wrinkling her nose. I poked her gently with my elbow. You're not even 30 yet, Cass. I don't think you get to start using phrases like the kids just yet. Cassie giggled and placed an absent hand on her stomach. I guess not. I'll have to save that one for when baby Lincoln is old enough to appreciate it. The brunette reached Nick's table and took the open seat beside him. She leaned in, leading with her décolletage, most of which was bared thanks to the sweetheart neckline on her dark blue dress. Nick said something, and the woman laughed, tossing her hair over her shoulder. I swore I could smell her perfume from 20 paces, but that was likely just my imagination. What was the play? Would she try to get him alone? Invite him out to the gardens for a moonlit stroll? I watched Nick's face intently, looking for any sign of her magic seeping into him. As it was, he mostly continued looking awkward and uncomfortable. He was trying to play along, but his body language gave away the game. If his companion noticed, she didn't seem to care. She kept on, tossing her head back, exposing her throat, as she laughed at everything Nick said. She batted her lashes, smiled, fidgeted with the silver pendant hanging low on her chest, and even gnawed on her lower lip in a second-hand embarrassing display. With Cassie at my side, I couldn't communicate with the agents outside via the piece of spell work they'd attached to one of my earrings. I could hear them moving in, identifying the target, but the agent in charge called for everyone to hold their positions and wait it out. Cass, I've got this under control if you want to go home. You should salvage what's left of your Valentine's Day. I'm sure Chief would appreciate a night alone with you. After all, they're going to be in short supply here in a few months. Cassie chuckled and started to say something in reply, when all of a sudden, the room exploded into action. Two men at a table near the buffet jolted to their feet, their fists balled. A shouting match erupted, a flurry of curses and threats. I hurried toward the commotion, my hands out in front of me. Whoa, gentlemen, please, I started. Both men appeared to be in their early 30s. I'd seen them throughout the week and thought maybe they were friends outside of the event, co-workers or something, as I'd seen them casually joking and laughing together at the various mixers and dinners. Whatever common bond they shared, it had definitely snapped somewhere in the last 30 seconds. The taller of the two men, Damon, if I was remembering correctly, threw a punch over the table. Their dinner companions and the others at adjoining tables all jumped out of the way as the two men devolved into a fist fight. Magic burst to my fingertips, but I ground my teeth and bit it back. Mind-wiping a few contractors was one thing. If I used my magic here and the SPA had to wipe all of these witnesses, well, safe to say even Agent Bramble wouldn't be able to bail me out of that one. Stop this! I shrieked as the men grappled with one another. Why didn't we budget for security? I wondered as I glanced around. The irony was that a dozen SPA agents were outside, any of which could handle this situation with or without magic. Adam jumped in to help, grabbing the shorter guy by the shoulders. He hauled him back a step, but wound up taking a punch to the temple in the man's place. The taller guy blinked, realizing the mistake. He started to apologize to Adam, which opened the opportunity for Adam's charge to get loose enough to land a sucker punch, and the brawl started anew. Stars above, I muttered. Can I get a little help here? I asked, touching the enchanted earring, hoping the SPA communicator would pick up the plea even through the chaos. Suddenly remembering I wasn't entirely alone, I turned to gesture for Nick.
The table was empty. And the brunette, who'd been shamelessly flirting with him, was face down in what was left of his crab cakes. "Adam, he's gone!" I shouted, abandoning the brawling men entirely as I sprinted for the nearest exit. "Nick is gone!"
"Holly?" Cassie called. "Where are you?"
I didn't stop or slow down to answer her. I couldn't. I swung out of the event space into the courtyard, my eyes darting around as my ears perked for the sound of footsteps. "They're in the south parking lot, moving on foot," a male voice said, right in my ear. "I'm on it," a female said. It sounded like Meryl, but I couldn't be sure. The voices were slightly distorted through the charm. "I'm coming," Adam said. I heard his voice both through the linked charm and in person as he flung the door open and joined me in the courtyard. "Holly, I need to shift." I pointed at a wall of hydrangea bushes. "Over there. We'll get your clothes later, but hurry before anyone comes out here." Adam disappeared behind the bushes, and seconds later, a huge black dog burst from between two of them and took to the street. I stood helplessly for a long moment, torn between going back inside and helping Cassie rein in the Valentine's dinner, or going after Nick. I peeked over my shoulder and saw Cassie, hands balled on her hips, admonishing the men who'd started the fight. Their shoulders were slumped, and they looked a little like schoolboys in detention. Smiling, I nodded. "You tell 'em, Cass." "Holly!" I jerked back around at Meryl's voice. The blonde junior agent wheeled around the corner, her face flush. "What happened in there?" I don't know," I stammered. "There was a fight, and then next thing I knew, Nick was gone. Someone needs to check on the woman who was talking to him. I thought she was the succubus, but then... Stars, I hope she's not..." I broke off, unwilling to fully voice my worst fear. "Gomez is with her," Meryl said. I looked back through the window and saw the agent kneeling at the brunette's side. She was upright, and while she looked a little dazed, she didn't appear injured, at least not as far as I could tell from my vantage point. Harmony jogged around the opposite side of the building and stopped a few yards short of us. With a huff, she planted her hands on her knees and doubled over, panting hard. "Man, I gotta lay off the sweets. I told you renting a shop next to a bakery was a bad idea, Halls." "We have to find him," Meryl said, ignoring Harmony. "She can't have him." Meryl unzipped the small cross-body bag she had slung across her front and dug around for a moment before producing a small vial. At first glance, I couldn't tell what it contained, but when she uncapped it and dumped the contents into her open palm, I realized it was 3 short brown hairs. "We can use this to track him," she declared, plucking one of the strands loose from the others before carefully sliding the spares back into the vial. "Those are Nick's hairs?" I asked. "That's right. And you just keep them on you at all times?" Meryl nodded, giving me a quizzical look. I tried, and likely failed, not to gawk. Harmony shot me a sidelong look and cupped her hand around one side of her mouth before asking, "Is this creepy or sweet?" I shook my head. "I have no idea." Meryl narrowed her eyes at both of us. "It's sensical," she said, a snap to her words. "And it's a good thing, too. How else were we going to find him before that harpy gets her claws into him?" "I thought we were looking for a succubus," Harmony asked, glancing around the circle. I placed a hand on her shoulder. "We're not judging," I told Meryl, though I was pretty sure my voice and expression gave the game away. We were very much judging, but that wasn't the point. Meryl shot me a look, but quickly turned her attention back to the matter at hand. She closed her eyes and spoke the incantation for a tracking spell. After a few moments, a golden light burst from the hair pinched between her fingers, providing a clear path that would lead us straight to Nick. All we could do was hope it wouldn't be too late. Chapter 21. Meryl took the lead as the 3 of us charged after the tracking spell. On the way, Harmony informed us, in short gasps, that Evangeline had gone with the other agents and had her hawk familiar, Flurry, providing aerial support. Meryl called in our location over the charmed communicator, so Agent Bramble and the others would know we were in pursuit. I glanced back at the lilac house as we ran up the street. I have no idea how I'm going to explain any of this to Cassie. "Just tell her Nick left his wallet behind or something," Meryl suggested. It didn't even sound like she was breathing hard from the effort. I frowned. "Yeah, I think I might need a better cover than that. I just left her to deal with a full-on brawl." Meryl gestured ahead, indicating where the golden trail bent. I'd used tracking spells before. They were both a surprisingly simple and yet complicated form of magic. The lines couldn't be seen by human eyes, which made them excellent for use in the human world. But at the same time, they weren't foolproof. Experienced magic wielders could use veils to conceal themselves from tracking, or even come up with more permanent methods of blocking themselves from being tracked. The trails themselves only went so far, and had trouble following at high speeds, like in a car on the highway, and also ran on some kind of timer, eventually fading and fizzling out, whether the caster located their target or not. We followed the trail on foot, down the street to a set of stairs that led to the beach. The steps were made of concrete and were narrow enough that the three of us had to slow down and form a single line. Meryl jumped the last three and tore out into the loose sand, moving as easily as she had on asphalt, which just wasn't fair. Harmony and I struggled in her wake, panting and cursing as we sank into the shifting sand at our feet. The tracking spell suddenly turned, pointing at two figures in a thicket of seagrass growing on the side of a sandy dune. Meryl yelped. I sent up an orb of light, illuminating the scene. Nick was sprawled on the ground at the feet of a bony woman. She wore a long cotton dress that fell to her bare feet, a cloud of dark hair, shot through with silver, whipping behind her in the wind. It struck me that she looked a little something like the old hag at the end of Snow White, and I had to wonder if that's where her fixation had begun. Meryl didn't pause to contemplate such things. The junior agent stopped a few paces short of the pair, spread her arms wide, and then slammed her hands together in a thunderclap of magic. Red vines whipped toward the woman. Before the woman even realized they were no longer alone on the beach, the ropes of magic seized her, wrapping her into an unbreakable net. She cursed and fell to the sand like a sack of potatoes. Meryl twisted her hands together, and the woman writhed. Whatever spell Meryl had used, it wasn't pleasant. I winced, but didn't object, as Meryl raced forward and dropped to her knees in the sand, reaching for Nick. The woman remained bound, even without Meryl's full attention, but my magic pulsed at my fingertips, ready to step in should Meryl's hold break. "Agent Bramble, we have her," I said, using my other hand to tap the earring. "I'm sending up a flare." Harmony raised her wand and shot the magic flare over our heads before I finished the sentence. I gave her an appreciative nod. "Meryl, is he okay?" I asked, looking at Nick. "He's breathing," Meryl said, her voice quivering a little. "But he's not waking up." "What did you do to him?" I demanded, taking a step toward the succubus on the ground. "If you hurt him, I swear I'll—" I stopped short, as a spark of recognition hit me square between the eyes. "Wait, is that—" I beckoned my orb of light closer to her face, and then gasped, jumping back again when I realized who it was we'd captured. "Ms. Kemper? Is that you?" The woman spat at me. Harmony turned toward me. "Who is she?" She's the woman we hired to run the speed dating event," I said, stammering. Ms. Kemper laughed. "It was you? All of it?" "Why do you think I run these singles events?" she snapped, her eyes cold. "It's like a buffet of emotions. Desperation, hope, despair, anxiety, fear, even disgust on occasion." She sucked in a deep breath through her nose, as though savoring the scent of a rich stew. "Plus, it allows me to select the tastiest treats to fully sample alone." Her glittering eyes darkened as she cast a remorseful glance over her shoulder. "He was going to be my dessert, after a long week of feasting. But it appears my little distraction didn't quite last long enough. I should have gone with my original plan and pulled the fire alarm." "Wait, the fistfight was a setup?" I asked. Instead of answering, she closed her eyes. After a moment, her cheek jerked. Then her lips trembled. The muscles under her skin started to move. And my stomach swooped as the metamorphosis continued, her eyes rearranging themselves, her mouth widening, until she reopened her eyes, staring up at me wearing the face of the blonde I'd seen sitting at the table eyeing Nick just before the brunette had approached him. "Okay, that was officially the most disgusting thing I've ever seen," Harmony said, staggering back a few steps, looking as though she might be ill. The succubus laughed. her voice still that of Ms. Kemper. "It's amazing how easy it is to manipulate men when you look like this," she purred. "A whispered suggestion here, a juicy piece of gossip there. You can stir up all kinds of nasty little emotions. They're brothers, you know. Makes it almost too easy."
"So you got them to fight, and then you grabbed Nick and took off when no one was looking," I said.
"A classic distraction, my dear."
I looked at Meryl and Nick. "What did you do to him? We interrupted you like Nick did last night out by the dumpster. James recovered. Agent Bramble told me he went home a few hours after we found him. Will Nick recover too?" The succubus frowned, the look petulant on the blonde's pretty face.
"He'll be fine. I didn't get to the good part yet."
"You mean you didn't get to scare him to death?" I fired back. She shrugged, the movement awkward, with the ropes of magic pinning her arms to her side.
"I suppose you could call it that."
"If you run these events to feed on emotions, why do you kill at all? Don't you get more than enough as it is?" The succubus's eyes shifted away from mine, floating back to Nick. He started to stir, and Meryl's eyes lit up.
"He's coming around," she said, shaking his shoulders gently. "I'm here, Nicky. Please say something." "Sometimes I get carried away when I'm having my fun," the succubus confessed. "When that happens, I make sure to put the poor souls out of their misery."
I blinked. "Wait, so Marty Clemens was in your mind a mercy killing?" My stomach roiled again.
"His brain was broken. I pushed him too far. It had been a few months since my last proper meal, and being at that auction—"
"You were at the auction?" Harmony asked. "I didn't see you there." The succubus offered a sickening smile before she closed her eyes and rearranged her face a second time. Harmony and I both cried out and turned away. When I dared to look, I saw a dark-haired woman with another borrowed face staring back at me.
"I thought I'd attend as a visitor and get a taste for what was to come," the succubus said, smiling at me. "You put on one hell of a party, Miss Bolt. I'll give you that. Quite a nice stock of gentlemen."
"That's her!" Meryl shouted, jostling Nick's head as she pointed. "That's the one who was bidding against me for Nick."
"Yes," the succubus purred. "I had my eye on him from the very beginning, but I lost his auction as well as a few others. I left the event alone, feeling quite satisfied by the flurry of emotions from the event itself. Just being in the room was intoxicating. But then, at my hotel, I saw my opportunity with that old man. I thought it might be fun to play with someone my own age. But I forgot the rules and took too much. The younger have more to give."
Harmony shuddered beside me. "I don't think I want to hear any more." The succubus laughed.
"Oh, you young witches. You don't have the fortitude of your ancestors."
"How old are you?" I asked.
"Nearly 80, she replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "But I used to live in the Havens. I know all about your kind. I left a few years ago. I got bored. Decided to see what I was missing, and I have yet to be disappointed. Humans are such fun."
"Did you kill Clint Weiss, too? Different guy, different face, same result?" I asked.
"I overheard the talk of vampires on the loose and decided to use that to my advantage. So, with my second take, I had a little fun. I had seen the vampire at the dinner even before you noticed."
She paused, basking for a moment before continuing.
"I decided to see what it was like to be a vampire for a night. Of course, I don't feed on blood, but that didn't mean I couldn't make it look like I had."
She smiled, revealing 2 vampire-like fangs that hadn't been there moments before. It made sense, I supposed. She could shapeshift however she wanted. Nothing was stopping her from growing fangs, though as she wasn't a real vampire, the marks they made wouldn't be an exact match. "What about that night at the speed dating event?" I asked. "I saw you leaving with one of the catering staff members. Don't tell me you—" The succubus began shifting again, and I gulped down the rest of my question as my stomach flipped. The face I'd known as Ms. Kemper reappeared, and I realized it must be her true face. While she didn't look like she was pushing on 80, there were clear signs of advanced age now that she was without her makeup. If I remembered correctly from my academy days, both incubi and succubi aged differently than humans and other supernaturals.
It likely took a fair amount of energy and power to change her appearance. She seemed annoyed to be back in her original skin once more. "I didn't kill the waiter," she snapped, struggling against the bonds. "We just had some fun. I didn't need to feast. It would have been such a waste." Before the succubus could continue the details of her kills, a giant dog bounded down the hillside, barking loudly at the sky, where 2 hawks flew. The larger of the pair dove down to the sand, where it morphed back into Agent Bramble. Evangeline stumbled down the hill a moment later, half a dozen agents with her. The senior agent quickly surveyed the scene. "She confessed to everything," I told Agent Bramble. "She's the killer." "And Mr. Rivers? Is he unharmed?" I looked at Merrill. "He's coming around, slowly." "Well then, it looks like we're all wrapped up here." Bramble gave a stiff nod. "Well done, Agent Miller." Normally, that praise would have elated Merrill, but as she sat cradling Nick's head, all she could manage was a slight nod. "Gomez, Willows, get her out of here," Agent Bramble directed, snapping her fingers at the bound succubus. To my surprise, the succubus didn't struggle as the 2 agents hauled her to her feet. The agents exchanged a glance, then, in a flash of blue light, they vanished entirely. I blinked. "Whoa, that's a new one." Agent Bramble turned to face Merrill. The junior agent gently laid Nick's head aside. He was moving and starting to come back to consciousness, but it would likely take a while. She started to rise to her feet when Agent Bramble interrupted. "Agent Miller, take the night off. Stay with Mr. Rivers and see that he makes a full recovery. I'll send a healer to the manor." Merrill looked ready to cry as she sank back down to the sand. "Thank you, Agent Bramble. Holly?" Turning to me, Agent Bramble continued. "Do we have any cleanup to do?" I shook my head. "Not as far as I can tell. She set up the fist fight, but I don't think she used magic to do it, or at least not the kind anyone would recognize. If I find anything out, I'll get in touch." "Very good. Then it would be best if you got Mr. Rivers back home to rest." "Yes, ma'am," I said, nodding. Agent Bramble took the remaining agents off to one side, and they all vanished in another explosion of light, back to headquarters. Adam nudged the back of my leg with his muzzle, and I placed a hand on his head. "I'm all right. Let's get out of here." We returned to the manor and got Nick and Merrill settled in one of the newly renovated guest suites on the first floor. An SPA healer arrived a few minutes later and went in to tend to Nick. As was the case with James from the night before, he simply needed time to come back around. The healer reassured us there would be no permanent damage. We asked a few questions, then escorted them out and said goodbye. Merrill stayed in the bedroom with Nick, and when we checked on them a few minutes later, they were both asleep, curled together on top of the coverlet. The rest of us trooped back into the living room and flopped onto our respective places on the couch. I couldn't help but smile, even as a quiver of dread wriggled through my stomach. "I guess this is the last time we'll get to do this," I said quietly. "Do what?" Harmony asked, kicking her feet up on the coffee table. "Come back to the manor for a nightcap after chasing monsters," I replied, dropping one cheek to Adam's shoulder. "I think technically for this to be a nightcap we'd need booze," he said. "That can certainly be arranged," Evangeline announced, getting to her feet. "I'll be right back." She ducked into the kitchen and returned moments later with a bottle of wine in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other. "Stars!" she exclaimed. "Have you guys seen the new kitchen yet? Posey pulled out all the stops." I smiled, wondering just how high the renovation bill was going to climb. Adam perked up as Evangeline placed the bottles on the coffee table. "Evie, I didn't know you had a secret stash." She smiled and then went back into the kitchen, returning a moment later, 4 long-stemmed glasses in her hands, 2 stems pinched together in each hand. "These might have been a gift from a secret admirer." "A fan?" Harmony asked. Evangeline's smile widened. "I'd say so." She vanished back into the kitchen, and Harmony turned back to us, one brow lifted. "Any idea what she's talking about?" "My best guess would be Teddy, but she's very cagey about it," I replied, leaning forward to read the label on the cobalt blue wine bottle. I let out a low whistle. "I've seen this before. It's expensive."
Harmony grinned. Definitely Teddy. That man has top shelf written all over him. I relaxed back against Adam's side and nodded. That he does. I wonder why she won't just confess already. Evangeline popped back into the room, a small silver tray loaded with glasses and a corkscrew. Maybe because it's way more fun watching you all beg for information. She winked and went to work opening the wine bottle. So is this an official confirmation then? I asked when she handed me a glass. You and Teddy are together? Evangeline served Adam a generous portion of the whiskey before pouring herself a glass of wine. Fine, take all the fun out of it, she complained, even though she couldn't seem to wipe the smile off her face. When she passed Harmony a glass and settled on the couch beside her, she let out a delighted sigh. Theodore and I have decided to rekindle our one-time romance. Have you been reading Jane Austen or something? Harmony asked with a slight scowl. Evangeline giggled and drank from her long-stemmed glass. I took a sip of my own wine and nearly purred as it splashed over my taste buds. Wow, this is delicious. It is, Evangeline agreed, swirling her glass. Teddy and I first sampled it at a bistro in the Los Angeles Haven a few weekends ago. I frowned over my glass. When did you go to L.A.? 3 Saturdays ago. It was a quick visit. I got Meryl's permission to use the portal. Teddy was leaving for a work trip, and I went to have dinner with him before he left. Adam, Harmony, and I all exchanged a look. None of us wanted to say it out loud, but if Evangeline and Teddy were getting close again, was there a chance Evangeline would wind up moving back to the Los Angeles Haven where she'd originally come from? After all, Teddy's business was there, and it wasn't like he could cultivate a booming clientele for his legal practice in a small town like Beechwood Harbor, whereas Evangeline's high-end day spa could thrive in such an environment. I think I'll turn in, Evangeline said, getting to her feet. Happy Valentine's Day, she added, practically floating up the staircase. Harmony rolled her eyes and threw back the rest of her wine. She reached for the bottle, pausing with her fingers wrapped around its neck. You two don't mind? Adam and I shook our heads, and she yanked the bottle to her chest and strode from the room. I gotta say, this was not exactly the romantic Valentine's Day evening I'd envisioned, Adam said, smiling as he strolled back into the bedroom. He rubbed a towel against his head, dabbing at his wet hair before giving his head a good shake. Some habits die hard. I changed into one of the threadbare, oversized t-shirts I sometimes wore as a nightgown and held boots against my chest. Somehow my mental picture involved a lot more lace and a lot less cat fuzz. I returned his smile and patted at the bed. Can we make plans for a redo next weekend? He kissed me before lowering to his side of the bed. Absolutely. Boots wandered over and planted himself on Adam's chest. I smothered a laugh with my hand as Adam woofed out a breath, his eyes bulging at the sudden weight. Boots started purring, his eyes closed. Adam shifted a raised brow in my direction. Giggling, I smiled. It's cute, you're bonding. Adam muttered something and shifted slightly under the large cat. All right, but if he starts doing that clawing thing, he's getting voted off the island. It's called kneading, I said, still smirking as I reclined back against my stacked pillows. Stars, I cannot tell you how happy I am to have this whole nightmare over with. Tomorrow will be the first day in weeks that I'll have all to myself. No needy singles, no vampires, and definitely no more succubi. I glanced over at Adam. He stroked Boots' fur and then met my eyes. Did I tell you Cassie is pregnant? Adam blinked. Is she? Wow, that was fast. I laughed softly. I'm trying to figure out what a miniature chief is going to look like. Adam chuckled. I'll bet they're excited. I think so, I nodded. Seems like nothing stays the same for long anymore. Adam gently moved Boots off his chest and gathered me in close. Everything's going to work out, gorgeous. I promise. My lips pressed together and I battled back the urge to cry. Adam kissed me and squeezed me tighter. We still have some time to decide what we want to do. Are you having second thoughts about the house we found the other day? I exhaled. I don't know. Maybe. Well, what did Lucy say? She said we can see it any day this week, I replied. Adam's eyes narrowed. But what? There is no but. Holly, he chided. Come on, give me a little credit.
Your face looks like you'd rather go back to playing Cupid than go for a house tour. Did you change your mind about that house? Or all houses in general? I mean, is staying an option, now that Posey is in talks with the SPA again? I shook my head as I picked specks of lint off the comforter. No, you're right. We should go see the house. Or, he started, letting his voice trail off as the corners of his lips turned into a smile. Or what? I asked. There's another property that we might consider. Oh, I know. Lucy sent over a whole list. I think she's more excited about house hunting for us than I am at this point. I was thinking of something a little different. Adam smiled. I narrowed my eyes. Come on, St. James, spill. What in the other world are you talking about? Adam's dark brown eyes sparkled as he dragged out the mystery. After a moment, he sighed, still grinning. I was kind of thinking maybe we should consider getting into the property management game. I started to reply before the full meaning of his statement hit me. Then I went still. My eyes widened as I turned to face him. Are you saying what I think you're saying? He held up a hand. I haven't done anything yet. But what would you think about becoming innkeepers? Grinning, I clasped his hand. I think it's crazy enough that it might just work. Chapter 22. You sure about this? Adam asked, glancing down at the stack of paperwork placed before us on the table. Smiling, I grabbed the pen placed atop the pile and clicked the top with a decisive nod. Absolutely. Adam smiled. Good. Me too. Several weeks of work had preceded this moment. We'd wrestled back and forth, but as we sat there, looking at the final contracts, I'd never been so sure of a decision in my life. Which was saying something, considering my tendency to second-guess just about every major step. We signed the small mountain of paperwork with gusto, and then handed the pens back to the SPA-contracted real estate agent sitting across the table from us. Adam bent his wrist back and forth, wincing. Geez, they should make you do some kind of stretches before diving into all this. I elbowed him gently, rolling my eyes. Drama queen? The real estate agent smiled as he gathered the papers and tapped them into place against the table. I hear that a lot. So what happens next? I asked. We're obviously all moved in, but do we have to do anything else? Not really, the agent replied. This paperwork will get processed and we'll get you copies of everything for your records. Because the property resides in the human world, the loan will be held by a human bank. You'll set up your payments with them when the time comes and work to start paying off the mortgage. Adam smiled at me and lifted his brows as he blew out a puff of air. Phew, officially homeowners now, gorgeous. I think you mean innkeepers now, I corrected. The plans had all come together so quickly that it still felt surreal. We'd gone from batting around a long-shot idea to submitting a formal business plan and signing mortgage papers, all within the span of 2 weeks. With Posey and Earl's blessing, we'd struck a deal with the SPA to purchase the Beechwood Manor and become supernatural innkeepers. Originally, we'd wanted to simply buy the house and continue living in it as we had, with Harmony and Evangeline paying their rents to us. But when we started looking at the numbers, we knew we needed additional sources of income to make it all work. And since the renovations had already been done, it made sense to continue the work and follow the SPA's original vision to turn the manor into an inn, at least partway. Harmony and Evangeline had agreed to re-sign their leases for another year, and we agreed to open the 3 guest suites on the second floor to guests. Adam still held his job at the SPA, but we knew it wouldn't last too long. Now that the loan was in place, he planned to tell Michelle he was going back to contract work. He'd also lined up 2 additional clients and would be working toward getting back to being at the manor full-time, especially when we started receiving guests. As part of the deal, we'd been forced to postpone our wedding plans, choosing instead to use the money we'd earmarked for the event as part of the down payment. We'd also had to cave and take Adam's parents up on their offer of a small loan. I still hated that last condition, but was learning to live with it.
Mainly because if my business plan for the manor worked out, we'd be able to pay them back, with interest, in less than 2 years. We left the real estate office in the Seattle Haven and crossed back through the portal into Beechwood Harbor. Twilight had fallen while we'd been away, and with it, the temperature had dropped back to freezing. "We seriously need to get a car," I grumbled, rubbing my hands together as we hustled up the sidewalk. Adam laughed. "The heat wouldn't even have time to kick in, driving it from here to the manor." I muttered something about men and their pesky logic under my breath, and Adam chuckled. "We could stop and get a coffee if you want." Siren Song was still open, but I was too anxious to get home and celebrate. I nudged my chin toward the hill. Harmony and Evangeline are probably waiting on us for dinner. "You think Posey's going to have second thoughts about this?" Adam asked. Shaking my head, I smiled. Not a chance. Well, unless we take a sledgehammer to the walls. Then, all bets are off. Adam laughed. "I wasn't planning on it. At least not anytime soon. I'm still trying to get used to all the new light switch placements." We hurried the rest of the way, my excitement overtaking my irritation at the cold, and by the time I flung open the kitchen door, I was ready to burst with happiness. Evangeline and Harmony leapt to their feet, their expressions expectant. "We did it," I crowed, throwing my arms open wide. Harmony and Evangeline cheered and squealed. "Congratulations, you two," Evangeline said, grabbing me in a tight embrace. Harmony and Adam did a celebratory fist bump. "I guess we have to be extra nice to you now that you're all-powerful landlords." Harmony laughed and elbowed Adam playfully. "Nah, this one's easy to bribe. A pack of his favorite cookies and he'll be putty in our hands. Late rent? No problem." Adam arched one brow, a devilish smile on his handsome face. "Excuse me, but that would take at least 2 packs. I rolled my eyes. "So much for paying back that loan." Adam laughed and looped an arm around my waist. "Don't worry, gorgeous." A wave of emotion swelled inside me as I smiled up at him. I'm not. We saw Jewel Mulder 3 days later. She'd been released from SPA custody with a warning not to glamour humans, not even if it were only for something as benign as free drinks. Adam and I were having dinner at McNally's, and our server brought over 2 blood-red martinis, telling us they were courtesy of the woman at the bar. When we turned to look, the blonde vamp twinkled her fingers in our direction, then blew a kiss. Our server departed, leaving the drinks and a small stack of napkins. The top one had a message written in red lip liner. "To new beginnings." Scoffing, I tossed it into the empty basket from our order of onion rings and turned to glare at the vampire, only to find she'd slipped away. An ominous chill started to slide up my back, but I shoved it down. "What do you think that's supposed to mean?" I asked Adam, thumbing at the note. Adam's lips were set in a hard line. "I don't know, but it can't be anything good." "No," I agreed with a sigh. "No, probably not." We talked Posey and Earl into sticking around through the weekend so we could throw them both a proper send-off for their travel plans. On a rainy Saturday evening, we all gathered in the manor's living room. We dressed up for the occasion, paying homage to the traditional parties Posey and Earl had thrown in the same room over their decades of life. Of course, in true Beechwood Manor fashion, we went a little over the top. Evangeline provided little glittering tiaras for us ladies, while Adam and Nick wore suit jackets and bow ties. For Nick, that wasn't much of a stretch, but I could count on one hand, maybe 3 fingers, the number of times I'd seen Adam in a proper suit jacket. This, of course, got my mind whirling about what he might look like whenever we got around to hosting a wedding party. Evangeline had insisted on ordering a catered spread from a local husband and wife team, so we had trays of dainty finger foods and elegantly plated side dishes. Nick and Meryl remained cozy throughout the evening. Since Nick's near miss, Meryl hadn't stopped doting on him. From the relaxed grin on Nick's face and the way he kept one arm around her waist, it was clear he didn't mind the extra attention. Scarlett and her spooky entourage stopped by after she closed her flower shop down. Flapjack occupied himself by torturing poor Boots, swirling around the tabby until Boots got annoyed enough to swat at the ghost, just for him to vanish and reappear moments later. After a few swings and misses, Boots gave a disgruntled growl and stalked down the hall to my bedroom. When Flapjack started to follow, Scarlet shot him a death glare and produced a small yellow ball from her purse. It took me a moment to realize it was one of those lemon-shaped bottles containing concentrated lemon juice. I snickered into my glass of punch as Flapjack cowed to the threat and soared up to the top of one of the bookcases to the left side of the fireplace. "Works every time," Scarlet said, winking as she slid the bottle back into her purse. Posy seemed to be enjoying herself. As I watched her speaking with Gwen and Harmony on the other side of the fireplace, I realized it was the first time in a long time that I'd seen her laughing. Granted, it wasn't some kind of head-tossed-back guffaw, but then that wasn't Posy. She remained reserved, almost guarded, but it was the most like herself she'd been in months. Watching her, something loosened in my heart, a tension I hadn't fully realized was there. "She looks happy," Adam said, sidling up to me. I nodded, the tip of my nose stinging as I battled back tears. "She does." Adam drew me close and pressed a kiss to my temple. "Life's funny, isn't it? When I first moved in here, I thought it was a temporary landing spot. I'd get my business established, relax by the beach, maybe take up paddleboarding or something. When things were up and running, I planned on moving to a bigger city, expanding." He paused, a warm smile on his face as he gave a bemused shake of his head. "Never expected any of this. And I don't think either Posy or I even imagined someday she'd be handing me the keys to the kingdom." I laughed and dropped my head to his shoulder. "To be fair, she's giving me the keys. I think you're just part of the package deal." Adam chuckled. "That's probably true. You've always been her favorite." I smiled and watched as Posy rolled her eyes good-naturedly at something Gwen said. Earl swooped to his bride's side and took her hand in his. She looked up at him, her silver gaze sparkling. Exhaling, I melted further into Adam. "It's all going to work out, isn't it?" For the first time, it wasn't posed as a question. Adam squeezed me close. "It is." Posy and Earl found us later that evening, when things wound down. Scarlet left, along with Hayward, Gwen, and a still disgruntled Flapjack. Evangeline was outside on the front lawn, saying goodnight to Nick and Merrill. Harmony was working to clean up the leftover food and was bustling in and out of the kitchen as she cleared plates. "Well, how'd you like the party?" Adam asked the ghosts. "As parties go, I'd say this one was a success. Granted, my measure of that mainly revolves around the food served." Posy smiled. "It was a lovely party. Thank you both." Earl nodded in agreement. "It was quite the send-off." "We should be heading out if we're to make our train," Posy said, giving her husband a nervous look. She glanced back at us, that little spark of worry still in her eyes. "We'll see you when we return?" she asked. Adam and I exchanged a smile, then nodded. "We'll be here." This concludes Sassy Witch by Danielle Garrett, narrated by Amanda